Chapter 2669. The city lord made his move. The old man's name was Tai Yanchu. He was the city lord of this city and Tai Yang'an's father. However, when the old man arrived, he was dumbfounded by the human-shaped crops that were planted on the street. Moreover, among the crops, he saw his son's legs shaking powerlessly. His upper body was buried in the ground. It was extremely comical. Most importantly, he saw the blood between her legs. At this moment, his eyes turned red. He had been practicing martial arts all his life and had accumulated a lot of experience. Eventually, he was valued by Tating Commandery and became a governor. He had a son at an old age, so he was very fond of his son, the Taiyin root, and was afraid that it would melt in his mouth and fall in his hands. But now, his son had been crippled and planted on the ground. He was in a sorry state. Most importantly, he had no descendants. Who did this? An angry roar soared into the sky, and all the warriors in the city were startled like cicadas in winter. The city lord was furious. Was it you? The old man was like a lion. His gaze swept across the martial artists on the street. Under his domineering gaze, several martial artists exploded and died. Sir, it's not us, it's them. Everyone on the street was pointing at the restaurant. At this moment they were no longer afraid. Instead, they were looking forward to the miserable state of Lin Ling and the others. Surround them and bring them out. The old man's face was filled with killing intent. He pointed at the restaurant, and a large number of armored warriors shot towards the restaurant. The old man's eyes turned red as he personally dug out the extreme flame root. When he saw that his son's golden teeth had been knocked out, he was so heartbroken that he began to cry. Jenner, you've suffered a lot. Father will avenge you. Tai Yin Zhen gradually woke up. When he saw his father, he couldn't help but shed tears. With snot and tears he said, Father, catch them. I want to castrate them. And that woman, I want to play with her until she dies. At this moment he seemed to have forgotten that he was already impotent. However, the old man didn't forget. When he heard those words, his heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife. What a ruthless person. All of them must die today. A terrifying coldness emanated from the old man, and it caused the people on the street to shiver. They clearly knew that those young men were in trouble. They immediately raised their gloating eyes and looked at the restaurant. Bang, bang, bang. However, at this moment, the city guards who had forced their way into the restaurant were all beaten out of the restaurant. They fell to the ground and spat out blood. More than 10 people were thrown into the sky. They tumbled like straws and they let out painful roars. Moreover, a few figures also walked out. It was falling flowers, flowing water, and the others. You're courting death. The old man became even more furious. These people were about to die, yet they still dared to be arrogant. Even more city guards rushed over. Although their cultivation levels were not low, they were geniuses with the falling flowers flowing water sword. They could fight above their cultivation levels. A fierce battle broke out on the street. The bystanders were all caught in the crossfire and many of them died. Kill, kill, kill. I don't believe they're that powerful. The old man seemed to have lost his mind. He pointed to the front and roared like a mad lion. Instantly, all the cultivators in the city rushed over and besieged the restaurant. But what was surprising was that the people in the restaurant were still drinking and chatting merrily. One could even hear them laughing loudly. They didn't pay any attention to what was happening outside the restaurant. The laughter of the people drinking seemed to be mocking them. The old man and all the warriors in the city seemed to have been humiliated. They didn't believe that they couldn't catch those young men even with the power of the entire city. The people guarding outside the restaurant are getting weaker and weaker. No matter how powerful they are, they can't stop us from taking turns to fight them. They're in our territory. Even if they're tigers, they'll have to kneel down. Although many warriors were injured or killed, their fighting spirit was high. They wanted to catch those young men even if they had to sacrifice their lives. That was because they were fighting for the dignity of Tating Commandery. Of course, the most important thing was that they saw the light of victory. Your good luck has come to an end. At the thought of this, the people in the city wiped the blood from their mouths and shouted proudly. They were ready to catch those young men. I'm sorry. Lord thinks that our battle experience is too weak, so he wants us to train. Now let's continue the battle. However, just as they shouted, Little Flame and the others smiled. Elixirs appeared in their hands. After swallowing the elixirs, they recovered their luo. Human Ring Elixir. This was Lin Ling's reward from the Pride Tournament. It could recover a large amount of luo. It was an elixir that even the geniuses in the academy were jealous of. As Lin Ling had 2 dantians, he rarely ran out of luo. Hence he gave them many elixirs. Damn it. Bastard. Bang, bang, bang. Some of the people who were already exhausted fainted from anger. Some of them were so angry that they vomited blood. City Governor, please do it. The remaining people looked at the old man with pitiful expressions. They no longer had any energy to fight and they were full of anger. However, the city governor did not do anything. After all, he was the city governor. If he attacked the younger generation, he would lose his face. Hence, the people begged him to do it. Father, please do it. Castrate them. Tianjin also begged. Forget it. I swore 1,000 years ago that I would never attack the weak. However, I will make an exception today. The old man walked out step by step. His body was filled with vicissitudes of life. Flames floated out like clouds. His talent was fire elemental. This was because he also had the bloodline of gods in Tating Commandery. Moreover, his talent was poison flame. Most importantly, his cultivation was at the 5th level of true god realm. At this moment, everyone thought that the young man in the restaurant was going to die. It was their honor to have the city governor personally take action. Even the martial artists who had vomited blood stood up in excitement. This old man has the reputation of being a drug lord in Qing province. Originally, I wanted to conceal my identity and enjoy my old age in peace. However, you despicable juniors have forced me to take action. Since this is the case, it is your fortune to be able to see this old man take action. The old man floated up. His body was filled with a domineering aura. The rolling black flames turned into a black dragon and covered the restaurant. Chapter 2670. After beating up the old one, the big one comes. Meanwhile, the eyes of the entire city were locked onto them, filled with anticipation. Quite a few people were cheering repeatedly. The city lord of the 5th level of true god realm had made his move, and those people were captured by his own hands. However, just as the black dragon was about to envelop the restaurant, a bright light flickered and multicolored flames began to condense. It actually turned into a huge blazing sun, and with a speed that surpassed the black dragon, it pressed down from the restaurant. This was the 5 realm speed. Flame wheel. Boom. The huge fireball collided with the black dragon. In just an instant, the black dragon melted like tofu. Moreover, the fireball didn't stop. It crashed onto the ground like a giant's fist. Boom. Boom. The forbidden explosion instantly turned the entire ancient city into ashes. All the houses collapsed, and all the martial artists near the fireball were incinerated into nothingness. Flame wheel annihilation. After the terrifying power dissipated, those who were still alive felt as if they had been given a new lease of life. They were all stunned. Looking at the city lord again, he was topless and covered in blood. He was also standing there in a daze. He thought that once he made a move, the young man in the restaurant would definitely die. But in the end, someone from the restaurant also made a move. With a single move, not only was he defeated, his entire city was destroyed. His reputation as the poison lord of the firmament had once shaken the entire Qingzhou. Now it was extremely ironic. How could he know that once the flame wheel was unleashed, even a 6th level true god realm would have to go to the underworld with hatred? After beating up the young one, the old one came? Interesting, but the old one is not that strong. Let's send someone more powerful. Now all of you kneel down and you won't have to die. As for the governor, please call the emperor of Tating Commandery here. If he's late by 2 hours, I don't mind killing all of him. An indifferent voice drifted out from the restaurant, leaving all the martial artists in the city speechless. How arrogant. After the Taiyin route was fixed, the Castellan came. Then the Castellan came and fixed the Castellan as well. What's more, the Castellan didn't seem to be satisfied. He even wanted the emperor of Tating Commandery to come. This kind of arrogance was something that people had never seen in their entire lives. Who do you think you are to meet his majesty? Someone immediately shouted angrily. For them, the master of Tating Commandery was like a god. They had to believe and worship him. Whoosh, whoosh. Unfortunately, a couple of figures shot out just as that person's voice sounded. It was Little Flame and the rest. Bang bang bang. That person was directly planted into the ground and planted into crops again. Furthermore, Little Flame and the rest did not stop, planting all of the martial artists who were still alive like crops. Not even the women were spared. After all, Tating Commandery always bullied outsiders. They were not good people, so there was no need to give them face. Moreover, they wanted the qualifications. Now he would show them the qualifications. Who are you? The old man looked at his people with heartache, then stared at the restaurant. Tell your majesty that I'm Lin Ling, tell him to come see me. A dignified voice came from the restaurant. Ask him to come see me? He had actually asked a dignified Emperor Realm Venerable to personally come and see him. How arrogant. However, the old man reacted quickly and muttered to himself, Lin Ling, it's actually Lin Ling. All the warriors in the city came to their senses because Lin Ling was the archenemy of the Tating Commandery. Everyone in Tating Commandery had heard of Lin Ling's name. In the past, a young master of the Tating Commandery had provoked Lin Ling and caused trouble. Naturally, the Tating Commandery wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, the Tating Commandery failed again and again, and Lin Ling became stronger and stronger. In the end, he became the #1 enemy in the whole country. All of this was like a dream. Many people even knew that Lin Ling would come back one day, but they did not expect that day to come so soon. This also explained why Lin Ling was so ruthless to them. It was because they and Lin Ling were originally enemies. There was no need to think about what would happen next. The old man quickly informed the emperor. In the restaurant, Lin Ling and the rest were still drinking merrily and waiting for the arrival of the strongest man of the Tating Commandery. The merry sound of drinking undoubtedly made the people outside the restaurant grit their teeth. The strongest man of the Tating Commandery was about to arrive, but Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he drank even more merrily. He's dead meat. The old man spat out a mouthful of blood. He admitted that he was no match for Lin Ling, but he believed that Lin Ling was no match for the emperor. Then he looked at the corpse on the ground with heartache. Because of the explosion of the Wheel of Flame, his son Tai Yanzhen was completely dead. The people around him had already knelt down. At this moment they saw Tai Yangen's corpse. Their eyes were red. Lin Ling had gone too far. Lin Ling, you're here. Just as they were looking forward to it, a majestic voice finally sounded, which made all the warriors in the city excited. The emperor had arrived. His strength was beyond the true god realm. Lin Ling, let's see how arrogant he can be. At the same time, a slender figure strode over. He wore a jade crown and looked gentle. However, his eyes were shining and he had an aura of supremacy. Tai Huang, the strongest man of the Tating Commandery. There were many other experts following him. All of them were at the peak of the true god realm. It was as if an army had arrived. Of course, when Tai Huang arrived, he looked at the crops on the ground and heard the merry drinking in the restaurant. His face turned cold. This was because he was furious. This was because Lin Ling had given him a huge welcome gift. It was as if Lin Ling had treated him like air. Lin Ling was looking down on the 4 commanderies. Bang, bang, bang. Almost at the same time, the other experts landed on the ground and looked coldly at the restaurant. Your Majesty, this man is too arrogant. He killed my son. You must avenge me. The governor quickly hugged Tai Yangen's corpse and said with tears and snot. The other warriors who were kneeling and those who had been turned into crops were crying out bitterly. I'm here. Tai Huang replied coldly. Rumble. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the sky was filled with an ominous aura. It was as if the gates to the underworld had been opened. A huge fist fell from the sky and went straight for Tai Huang. The fist was filled with white bones and carried a terrifying aura. It was not something a true God realm expert could possess. Protect the emperor. Seeing this, many generals were shocked and quickly protected Tai Huang. Although Tai Huang did not need their protection, this was the dignity of the emperor. They had to protect it with their lives. However, although the terrifying fist seemed to be aimed at Tai Huang, it was actually aimed at the governor on the ground. A strong wind blew in the sky. The fist immediately shrunk and turned into a white-boned spear. It was getting closer and closer to the governor. The governor was still hugging his son. At this moment, his eyes narrowed. After killing the young, the old will come. After killing the old, the big one will come. The domineering voice was accompanied by the white-boned spear. How dare you? Tai Huang reacted immediately. Unfortunately, he was too late. The white-boned spear pierced through the governor's chest. Fresh blood spurted out and he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Bang. When the sound was heard, all the warriors in Tating Commandery were shocked. Arrogant. Chapter 2671. Humiliating Tating Commandery. Tai Yanzhen was dead and so was his father. Was Lin Ling saying that it was Emperor Tai's turn next? Ask His Majesty to come here immediately. At the same time, Lin Ling's voice was heard from the restaurant. Sakura was the one who attacked earlier because Lin Ling did not have the strength to threaten Emperor Tai. However, this was also a show of strength. In this vast universe, there was no such thing as arrogance. There was only the difference of strength. Arrogance with strength was not seen as arrogance by others. Kill them. Unfortunately, the people of Tating Commandery did not know this. They only knew that Lin Ling had bullied them. They could not take this lying down. Emperor Tai, you'd better think about it. However, at this moment, Lin Ling's voice was heard again. Emperor Tai frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he waved his hand and said, "Ask someone to inform Tating Commandery." Your Majesty. Seeing this, many people could not understand why Tating Commandery would listen to Lin Ling. After all, no matter how strong Lin Ling was, he could not stop the entire Tating Commandery. However, Emperor Tai ignored them and said coldly, "Can't you hear my order?" He knew very well that Lin Ling was not a fool. Since he dared to come here so arrogantly, Lin Ling must have something to say. Moreover, Tating Commandery also wanted to kill Lin Ling. Therefore, Emperor Tai asked him to come. In this way, he was not afraid that Lin Ling would cause any trouble. Tating Commandery, I, Lin Ling, do not have any great enmity with you. In the past, one of your sons came to my hometown to kill people and was killed by me. After that, you tried to kill me again and again. Today, I'm just returning what you have done to me. While everyone was waiting, Lin Ling's voice was heard from the restaurant again. It was very cold. Lin Ling, I admit that you are very powerful. You have escaped the pursuit of Tating Commandery many times. But do you think you can escape this time? The Emperor Tai looked at the restaurant and said. Tating Commandery and Lin Ling were mortal enemies, so it was normal for Lin Ling to provoke them. However, if they came to his territory to provoke him, they might not be able to leave alive. You don't have to worry about that. Let's wait until His Majesty arrives. Lin Ling disdained to say anything more and slowly drank with his brothers. We will be waiting for you. The Grand Emperor sneered and ordered his men to bring out the dragon throne and wait quietly. The warriors of Tating Commandery also calmed down and stood still, waiting to see how Lin Ling and the others would die. He should be beheaded in public and hung at the city gates. If that was the case, Tating Commandery would be famous in Jianghu. After all, killing Lin Ling was something to be proud of. This Grand Emperor has the demeanor of a king. He is being bullied, but he can still remain calm. The people in the restaurant did not know what they were thinking. Sakura said lightly. If it was someone else, they would have started a fight. However, the Grand Emperor did not. He endured the humiliation and was really something. He just wants to drag Tating Commandery down with him. Lin Ling picked up his wine glass and clinked it with Sakura, smiling slightly. Lord Lin Ling, we have fought with all the warriors in the city. Now, our strength has improved a lot. Falling Flowers and Flowing Water Sword was at another table and was very excited. It was a rare opportunity to fight with all the strong warriors in the city. Of course, if they did not follow Lin Ling, they would never have this opportunity. These guys are still in the mood to drink? The shopkeeper hid in the distance and muttered to himself. He was completely convinced by these young men. Shopkeeper, more wine. Yes. At this time Lin Ling's voice came. The shopkeeper was so scared that he directly sat on the ground and then rushed out to serve the wine. Lin Ling was casually chatting with Sakura, but his mind was thinking about the evil flame transformation. Previously he used the Heart of Flame God again, but he found that the evil flame god was getting bigger and bigger. It wanted to devour Lin Ling's consciousness, but it failed in the end. In fact, the evil flame god did not have intelligence. It did everything by instinct. It was a demon spirit born from a cultivation technique. I have to find a way to suppress it. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had a strong will and it was difficult for his consciousness to be devoured. However, no matter how strong his will was, there would be times when he was tired. For example, when he was seriously injured and unconscious, the evil flame god would take advantage of him. Therefore Lin Ling had to be careful. I am back. Yes. At this time a cold voice came from the sky. A ray of light rushed to the sky and a pair of golden wings flew from the distance. It was extremely dazzling. Sun Bone. Yes. Seeing this, all the martial artists in Tating Commandery shouted excitedly. Sun Bone, one of the 9 heavenly gifts of Jianghu, was the pride of Tating Commandery. He was also here. Your Majesty, what happened? Yes. In the sky, the golden wings disappeared and a young man in armor appeared. His aura was endless and was not much weaker than Emperor Tai. Looking at Sun Bone, Emperor Tai smiled with relief. You are back? Then he told Sun Bone what had happened. Sun Bone was not only the pride of Tating Commandery, but also the descendant of Tating Commandery. When Emperor Tai stepped down from the throne, he planned to pass the throne to Sun Bone. Lin Ling, get out here. After knowing Lin Ling's arrogant behavior, Sun Bone was so angry that his hair danced wildly. A mere Lin Ling dared to behave atrociously in his house? Unfortunately, the restaurant was still full of laughter and chatter. Lin Ling and the others completely ignored him as if he was a fly. Don't worry, he can't run away. Emperor Tai waved his hand. Sun Bone snorted and endured it for the time being. However, he was getting angrier. In the past, in the 8 gods' heavenly palace, Lin Ling was just an ant. If it weren't for the guide, he would have easily killed Lin Ling. But who would have thought that this ant would grow too quickly? Now Lin Ling's name had already shaken the entire Azure province. Of course, even so, Sun Bone still didn't care about Lin Ling. However, before he could do anything to Lin Ling came to humiliate Tating Commandery. Courting death, he was courting death. Although Lin Ling is powerful, he is only ranked 30th on the Tianyue list. Sun Bone is one of the 9 heavenly gifts of Qingzhou. How can a piece of trash like Lin Ling compare to him? Let's see how Lin Ling kneels down and begs for mercy later. The crowd shouted coldly and continued to wait for a good show. Sun Bone, how pitiful. You are being bullied by a junior? At this moment, a carefree voice suddenly floated. In the distance, a slovenly man strolled over. He had braids and was neither fat nor thin. He looked ordinary. Who the fuck are you? What right do you have to talk about Sun Bone? Many people were stunned. Then many warriors shouted angrily. How dare this slovenly man mock Sun Bone? I'm nobody. I'm just passing by. The man smiled and flicked his finger. A huge black primordial realm appeared in the sky like a black sun and floated to the ground. Rumble. Chapter 2672. It was earth-shattering. He's so powerful. At this moment, the faces of the people from Tating Commandery changed dramatically. Tell me, let's see who has bad breath. The man said with a bloodthirsty smile. Great Change Ape, what are you doing here? Sun Bone stared at the man with a serious expression. Can't I take a look since I'm passing by? The man replied. You'd better not cause trouble. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Surprisingly, Sun Bone did not attack impulsively. Apparently he was afraid of the man. Emperor Tai's eyes flickered as he asked, Sun Bone, who is he? One of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou, the Great Change Ape. Sun Bone replied. It's him. Emperor Tai's expression changed. The 9 heavens of Qingzhou were the most dazzling geniuses in Qingzhou. From a certain point of view, the status and strength of these 9 geniuses were higher than Emperor Tai's. Emperor Tai had heard that the Great Change Ape was formed from a blood fetus. It drifted in the chaos of the universe for hundreds of millions of years before it was born after it obtained the essence of the sun and the moon. The moment it was born, half of the chaos of the universe shook. Of course, this was just a legend. Emperor Tai was not sure if it was true. However, he was sure that this was an existence that could not be provoked. In the restaurant, Lin Ling and the others also noticed the Great Change Ape. Sakura narrowed his eyes and said, This person is very powerful. He's one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. Yes. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded. Indeed, those who could become heaven's messenger were not weaklings. He was sure that if he fought with that person he would not be able to withstand a single blow. Big brother, who are the 9 heavens of Qingzhou? Lin Ling asked again. Every one of them is an earth-shattering existence. Their birth is a legend, but some of them are still a mystery. However, don't worry, one day you'll know these legendary figures. Sakura smiled mysteriously. He thought highly of Lin Ling and knew that Lin Ling would be one of the heavens in the future. That's for sure. Lin Ling smiled confidently. Only by becoming one of the 9 heavens would he, Lin Ling, be able to leave Qingzhou. Lin Ling, I'm here. At this moment, a voice sounded. In just a short moment, those experts had completely surrounded the nearby area. Looking at the man, Emperor Tai said with a smile. He knew that the man was called the Third Tsar. Originally, only Mi Commandery was not part of the 4 commanderies. This tribe was born in Huanyu Desert, a barren land where even true God Realm warriors could not survive. This showed how tenacious this tribe was. Where is Lin Ling? Does he have anything to say to the emperor? Or perhaps he had some last words? Before King Only could speak, a young man beside him spoke. He was also one of the 9 heavens of Qingzhou. He was Luo Shaxiai. This was another indomitable expert. The crowd looked at the gathering of these experts, and all of them revealed looks of interest. The 4 experts here were not people that Lin Ling could stop. Lin Ling had indeed come here to die. Lin Ling, what do you have to say? Then everyone's gaze shifted to the restaurant. Even the Great Change Ape revealed an interested expression. He had heard of Lin Ling. It was said that he was an arrogant junior. Now that he was surrounded by 2 emperors and 2 heavens, he did not know what to think. Lin Ling finally walked out of the restaurant. He had his hands behind his back. His face was calm as if he did not know that he was surrounded by experts. How bold! The great change ape thought. Lin Ling was really amazing to be able to keep calm in such a situation. Lin Ling, I hope you can find an excuse to persuade us. Otherwise, you know what will happen. If you want to beg for mercy or bury the hatchet with us, you can. But you have to take out something that will move us. You can choose for yourself. We will give you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Sun Gu and Luo Shaxi stared at the young man below the restaurant and sneered. It was up to Lin Ling to choose. Excuse? Lin Ling said calmly. He shook his head and said, My commandery will take out 50 million divine gems and promise to never provoke me, Lin Ling. Then, from today onwards, I will write off the hatchet between me and my commandery. However, when Lin Ling's voice drifted out, the entire Tating commandery fell silent. Everyone thought that Lin Ling would beg for mercy or even take out some treasure in hopes of making peace with the two commanderies. However, Lin Ling did not beg for mercy. Instead, he threatened my commandery. No, this was extortion. Ah. Luo Shaxi and my king looked at each other and could not help but laugh. Emperor Tai, who was beside them, almost laughed out loud. However, Lin Ling's voice drifted out again. As for Tating commandery, I want the city wall. If you agree from today onwards, we will not interfere with each other. This time, Emperor Tai did not just almost laugh. He really laughed. Sun Gu was dumbfounded. It was bad enough that Lin Ling threatened my commandery. Now he was threatening Tating commandery as well. Could it be that he wanted to stop the two commanderies by himself? What a piece of trash who does not know his limits. Your Majesty, please allow me to take his head and prove the strength of Tating commandery. Let me do it. In Tating commandery, many old generals shouted angrily. In their opinion, Lin Ling was a junior who they could easily deal with without the need for His Majesty to do anything. However, Emperor Tai smiled and waved his hand. He squinted at Lin Ling and said, I want to know. What if I refuse? As soon as these words were spoken, many people's spirits rose. Lin Ling, what if His Majesty refuses? What will you do? Do you want to risk your life? Or do you want to say that this is a misunderstanding and run away with your tail between your legs? Say it, Lin Ling. More people shouted. Many people thought that Lin Ling was deliberately mystifying things. I will destroy all of you. However, before they could finish cheering, Lin Ling softly spat out a sentence. His voice was cold and earth-shattering. The martial artists of Tating commandery were dumbfounded. The martial artists of my commandery were also dumbfounded. Previously, when Lin Ling threatened them, they thought that Lin Ling was crazy. However, not only did Lin Ling threaten them, he even threatened to destroy them if they did not comply. By himself? Ignorant child, I will capture you. Chapter 2673. Kill all over the country. A level 9 awakened divine body at the 8th stage of True God realm was not to be underestimated in Jianghu. Lin Ling would not be able to resist such cultivation. The ever-victorious general. Yes. Many martial artists from Only My Commandery were excited. That was the #1 general of Only My Commandery. Only My king, don't you think you've gone too far? How could you act faster than me in my territory? Emperor Tai looked at Only My king with dissatisfaction. In his opinion, it was Tating commandery who had captured Lin Ling first. It doesn't matter who did it. Anyway, Lin Ling can't escape today. Only My king knew that although Emperor Tai looked dissatisfied, his words were actually filled with excitement. After all, Lin Ling's talent was obvious to all. If he was given more time, he would definitely achieve great things. However, Lin Ling was too impatient. He did not wait for his growth before seeking revenge. This was exactly what they wanted. At this moment, the rolling sandstorm turned into a lion and enveloped Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still had his hands behind his back. He would not be shocked even if the sky collapsed. I have to say that he is calmer than we thought. Yes. He must be pretending. Yes. People were in a good mood as they talked about it. However, at this moment, a big saber suddenly fell from the sky with the power to cut 100 realms. The saber slashed the lion. Oh no. This sudden change caused the two emperors' expressions to change drastically. When they wanted to take action, it was obviously too late. Rumble. The saber slashed down and all the sand was separated. Then a huge lion's head fell to the ground, dripping with blood. Along with it was the body of an old man. It was the ever-victorious general. This king of the 8th stage of True God realm had been killed with a single slash. This meant that the person who had come was definitely someone who had surpassed the True God realm. Bang. At the same time, a white-haired but spirited old man descended from the sky and smashed the entire Tating commandery into pieces. Who dares to come here to die? The old man's arrogant voice, which caused countless people's expressions to change drastically. Who are you? Emperor Tai asked with a frown. However, his expression was very serious because the strength of this person was not any weaker than him. Fujitor, Marshal of the 1,000-trick battalion of the 6 armies. The old man's voice was like thunder, causing the Grand Emperor's pupils to constrict. 1,000-trick battalion. So what? I don't believe that an old ghost like you can protect Lin Ling. But soon, a cold shout was heard from the Grand Court County. Then dozens of figures shot out. These people were all very old, but their strength was not much weaker than the ever-victorious general. They were the 49 Heaven Suppression Fire Generals of Tating Commandery. In their opinion, the 49 generals could definitely kill Marshal Chen Ji. Although the other party's identity couldn't be underestimated, it was better to kill him first. Old ghost, you've come to the wrong place to be arrogant. Their arrogant voices were heard in unison, which made the warriors of Tating Commandery feel their blood boiling. Previously, only the general of my commandery had failed. Sure enough, only Tating Commandery could suppress Lin Ling. This also proved that Tating Commandery was more powerful. Boom, boom, boom. Unfortunately, just as their blood rushed to their heads, meteors fell from the sky. They were so huge that they covered the sky like giants falling from the sky. Most importantly, it was not one giant, but 100 of them. What is that? What a terrifying aura. The generals who attacked turned pale. Some of them even attacked the meteors in the sky. Unfortunately, the meteors seemed to be made of metal. Any attack that landed on them only caused sparks to fly. They were safe and sound. On the contrary, the 49 generals were smashed into meat paste after the giants fell. They didn't even have time to cry out in pain. Rumble. As for Tating Commandery, it was as if it had been destroyed. The ground cracked and the whole country collapsed. In the dust, the figures of the giants finally appeared. They were hundreds of steel giants. They were the martial god giants. They were all expressionless. They were taller than towers and more magnificent than city walls. Their metallic luster bloomed as if they could easily slaughter a country. These giants were also the symbols of the Ministry of War of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. This time, the people of the 2 commanderies were shocked. Lin Ling could actually summon the martial god giants, and it wasn't just one but several hundred of them. They couldn't react to this result at all. Your Majesty, this is bad. A large number of experts came from the east and attacked the city with divine beasts. Just as the Grand Emperor's eyes widened, someone rushed over anxiously from afar and knelt down to pass down the order. It was urgent news. What's going on? Let the army kill them. The Emperor Tai frowned. Why were their experts attacking at this time? How strange. Of course, he didn't care because Lin Ling was more important at the moment. Your Majesty, our army couldn't stop them. 200 million people guarding the east of the city were annihilated in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The embarrassed person knelt down and said. His words made Tating Commandery even more silent. 200 million people were annihilated in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. Could it be the martial god? This is bad, Your Majesty. Thousands of beasts are attacking the city in the north. The north of the city has fallen. Another urgent news came, which made the Emperor Tai realize that this was no small matter. When did this happen? Who are they? Where are they now? Emperor Tai said anxiously. In fact, Tating Commandery had been established for many years, and it was not the first time they faced such a situation. Unfortunately, most of them were defeated. Moreover, Tating Commandery was so big that it fell in such a short time. This showed how powerful the invaders were. It happened 30 minutes ago. They were all wearing the same armor. They are here now. The person knelt down and said. Thud, thud, thud. The Emperor Tai took 3 steps back. What kind of experts could kill the entire country in 30 minutes? Your Majesty, this is bad. The West. At this time another news came. Nonsense. My army is in the West. Before the man could finish his sentence, only King shouted angrily and interrupted him. He was not a fool. Today he had come here to prevent the Tating Commandery from harming them. Therefore he had ordered the army to guard the West so that they could have a way to retreat. But now the West had also fallen? This must be a joke. However, the person didn't even look at King only. Instead, he knelt down in front of the Emperor Tai and said, the army of Tating Commandery and our army guarding the west of the city, a total of 500 million people, were annihilated. Exclamation point. This? Hearing this, the two emperors couldn't help but exclaim. How could there be such a powerful force in Qingzhou? Who called for this? This is fake. King only didn't seem to believe it. He even thought that it was a trap set by the Emperor Tai. Rumble. However, the facts proved that the Emperor Tai was innocent. It also proved that there was an army coming. In the west, silk banners were waving and iron hooves were ruthless. Chapter 2674. They must be domineering. In the east, military flags fluttered in the wind. Martial God Barracks, War God Barracks. In the north, Myriad Phoenix Barracks, Sky Tribute Barracks. In the south, Thousand Trick Barracks. The mighty army was like a tidal wave that covered the entire sky. Their murderous aura shook the heavens. Great Azure Divine Dynasty, 6 Barracks. Seeing this, the two emperors widened their eyes and roared at the same time. As for their citizens, they were so frightened that they knelt down, their bodies trembling. No wonder the newcomers were unstoppable. They were the 6 barracks of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty. Although the armies of the two commanderies were powerful, how could they compare to the 6 barracks? Killing everyone in the country was not a joke. I want to see your Grand Secretary. I want to ask him what happened. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Emperor Tai said hurriedly. He still did not understand what had happened. Don't look for him. He is not free. If you want to see him, see me. However, an indifferent voice suddenly resonated in the sky. It was as if it came from the void. No one knew who it was. However, only me. King hurriedly bowed respectfully and said, May I know who you are? I am Lin Ling. The voice floated again, but this time, everyone finally saw who was speaking. It was Lin Ling who was in front of the restaurant. Silence. Tating Commandery fell into a dead silence. It's you? As for the two emperors, they stared at the blue-robed young man through the martial god giant. Although they knew that Lin Ling's background was not weak, they never dreamed that Lin Ling could summon the 6 barracks to battle. This was no small matter. Putting aside whether the Great Azure Divine Dynasty approved of Lin Ling's actions, how could the marshals of the 6 barracks easily obey the orders of a junior? But now, this kind of impossible thing really happened. At this moment they had mixed feelings and were speechless. Even the Sunbone and the Sand Spike had their mouths wide open. Their expressions were extremely serious. Actually, with their status, they weren't afraid of the 6 tribes. However, they couldn't guarantee the safety of their own people. Moreover, if they were to really clash with the 6 tribes, it would be an arduous and thankless task for them. Lin Ling, you actually dared to privately mobilize the 6 battalions. I will report this to the Great Azure Divine Dynasty and convict you of a great crime. Immediately order the army to retreat. After recovering from his shock, Sunbone suppressed his anger and spoke with a cold expression. In fact, he was completely flustered when facing the 6 tribe barracks. You don't have to worry about that. Lin Ling's gaze was as sharp as a knife as he said indifferently, however, you have besieged the grand marshals of the 6 military camps. This is an act of defiance against your superiors. Based on this, I have the right to annihilate these 2 commanderies. You. The 2 emperors pointed at Lin Ling angrily. It was clearly Lin Ling who called them over and then they besieged Lin Ling, but now it became a crime of insubordination. Lin Ling was clearly slandering them. Lin Ling was definitely doing this on purpose. He had come prepared. I refused to accept this. Only King was fuming with anger. However, what was the use of refusing to accept this? Kill. Lin Ling waved his hand coldly, and the army pressed forward. Thump, thump. The hearts of the people from the 2 commanderies beat violently. They could not stop this ruthless army. At this moment they suddenly remembered what Lin Ling had said before. Annihilate you. At that time they only had sarcasm, disdain and ridicule. But now they only had regret, pain and fear. Moreover, they could not help but think of everything about Lin Ling. One should know that Lin Ling was not famous at the beginning. When he really became famous, it was when the 2 commanderies repeatedly hunted down Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was still alive. This made the 2 commanderies feel as if they had been humiliated, and it also made Lin Ling the most wanted criminal in the commanderies. But now, this wanted criminal had grown up, and he had suppressed the 2 commanderies with his enormous courage. All of this was like a dream. Every dog has its day. In the past, you all thought that I was an ant that could be easily killed. Unfortunately, in my eyes today, you are the ants that can be easily killed. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. The people from the 2 commanderies could feel how terrifying Lin Ling was. This was a person who could shake the heavens and earth as long as he was alive. Lin Ling, I agree to your terms. Just as the army was about to slaughter the people, the Emperor Tai finally shouted and lowered his noble head. Because of the oppression of the situation, he had no choice but to lower his head. "I can't hear you. Come and kneel in front of me and say it." Lin Ling sneered and said calmly. In fact, his purpose today was not to slaughter but to threaten. After all, although he was the Grand Marshal, slaughtering 2 commanderies was an earth-shattering event, and it would be troublesome to deal with. Kneel? Make His Majesty kneel? The people were even more confused. Their Majesty, who they believed in, had to kneel in front of Lin Ling? I agree. However, the Emperor Tai was indeed an ambitious person, and he immediately nodded his head in agreement. Of course, it was easy to say, but in reality he was heartbroken. But what could he do? If he did not sincerely apologize, Tating Commandery would cease to exist, and he would become the biggest sinner of Tating Commandery. He could not bear this sin. Your Majesty. Sun Bone was the most upset out of all of them. He could easily kill Lin Ling, but he didn't dare to act rashly because Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal. This feeling of being stuck between a rock and a hard place was the worst. And only King, you have to hand over 300 million divine gems, kneel in front of me and say that from now on, don't provoke me, Lin Ling, and I will let this matter rest. Lin Ling said again. All right, I agree. Only King's heart was also bleeding. If he had known that Lin Ling was so terrifying, he would have agreed to Lin Ling's conditions. After all, at that time, it was only 50 million divine gems. Now it was 300 million. Plop. When the 2 majesties knelt down, the world was silent. Plop. For the dignity of the 2 majesties, everyone knelt down as well. The only one who was still standing was Lin Ling. That blue robe at this moment was like a king descending to the world. Your Excellency, you are so majestic. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others walked out of the restaurant and smiled proudly. Of course, even in my hometown, everyone who provoked my brother can only die with hatred. Little Flame waved his fist excitedly. Lin Ling could always overcome all difficulties and turn defeat into victory. After this matter is over, the great Azure Divine Dynasty will definitely be alarmed tomorrow. In addition, Lei Tianlan's death will let some people who are eyeing covetously know that if they want to touch Lin Ling, they have to consider the consequences. Sakura smiled meaningfully. Lin Ling's action was also to establish his power. Although it would cause public anger, at least 80% of the people would not dare to provoke Lin Ling. This was not only good for Lin Ling but also for the rainforest sacred land. Chapter 2675. The experts blocking the way. Pay up and get lost. Get lost. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at the 2 powerhouses in front of him and said calmly. How could he not know that these 2 majesties were unwilling to accept this? He even knew that they hated him to the core. It was just that they did not dare to act rashly. Lin Ling had done what he needed to do and warned them. Whether they would understand or not was not something that Lin Ling could predict. As for the 2 emperors, their throats seemed to be on fire. But when they looked up at the dense army, they finally stood up and quietly made way. Lin Ling did not even look at them. He took a step forward and flew toward the city wall of Tating Commandery. Rumble. 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 The ancient city wall of Tating Commandery was collapsing. The city wall was built when the country was founded. It was also the symbol of Tating Commandery and carried the memories of countless people in Tating Commandery. But now this ancient symbol was collapsing. Lin Ling. Rumble. Sensing the earth-shattering rumble, Emperor Tai's teeth were chattering. Naturally, he knew how precious the city wall was because it was made from the corpse of the 10,000 world beast. Once, there was a king in the great Azure Divine Dynasty who wanted to buy the city wall from him. Unfortunately, he had rejected him in the end. He had also rejected that king's favor. But today it all went to Lin Ling. If he had known this would happen, he would have sold it to the prince in exchange for a huge favor. It's really hard. Rumble. At the border of Tating Commandery, Lin Ling was floating there. The Shura sword formation appeared around him. These swords formed a complex bounded array and kept hitting the city wall, bursting with dazzling sparks. Lin Ling smiled. With the corpse horror of the realm-swallowing beast in his hands, Lin Ling was confident that his divine devil body would reach a higher level. And after the divine devil body was upgraded, the 3rd Dantian would be born. One should know that he could dominate the 2 commanderies today only because of the 6 military camps. But personal strength was the basis for him to roam the universe. Without strength, how could he have any power? After an unknown period of time, when the walls around Tating Commandery had completely disappeared, many warriors in Tating Commandery were crying. In their hearts, Lin Ling was the devil. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not pay attention to them at all. He led the army and retreated. It was as if that kind of carefreeness had never appeared before. Of course, if the ancient city had not disappeared, people would have thought that Lin Ling had indeed never appeared. But now, Lin Ling had killed the young one, then the old one, and finally extorted the big one. This had already left them with memories that they could not erase. Interesting. This Lin Ling really doesn't look at the consequences of his actions. The Great Change Ape smiled. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty, authority was only a tool. If Lin Ling thought that he could ignore everything just because he was the Grand Marshal, then Lin Ling would definitely suffer. After all, if Lin Ling were to clash with the first generation of the 3 great academies, the 6 barracks would have no right to help him. This was also because Lin Ling's current status was mostly due to his potential. But what if others had the same potential? Obviously, the Great Azure Divine Dynasty would choose better geniuses. After leaving Tating Commandery, Lin Ling took out a large number of divine gems as a reward to the 6 barracks. The army cheered and was extremely excited. After all, if he was the Grand Secretary, he would not be as unscrupulous as Lin Ling. The army continued to move forward, but on the way they met 2 people who blocked their way. These 2 people stood on a mountain peak heading towards Jianghu. Both of them had their hands behind their backs as if they were cold stone statues. However, the wind and clouds around them were rolling, forming a vacuum area. It was not to be underestimated. Stop. Lin Ling's eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, flickered for a moment on the ground. He raised his fist and stopped the large army behind him. On the mountain peak, the person on the left was wearing a large red feather cloak. The red feathers made him look like a fire phoenix. The other person was wearing a long robe with fish patterns. He was not old, but he had the aura of an emperor. These 2 people stood there quietly as if they were divine kings looking at the myriad of worlds. Marquis of Sovereign Justice, what is the meaning of this? After a moment of silence, Marshal Chen Ji took the lead to speak. That's right, the person who had come was the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. This was an ambitious and ruthless person. In the Great Azure Divine Dynasty who did not know his name. He was domineering and had a knife hidden in his smile. However, even if the strong cultivators from all sides knew of his character, there were not many who dared to go against him. TSK Lin Ling, you are generous. On the mountain peak, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, who was wearing a red feather cloak, smiled at Lin Ling. That smile was very friendly, as if he and Lin Ling were good friends. However, the more he was like this, the more it showed that he was temperamental. Marquis of Sovereign Justice, what do you want? Lin Ling looked up and said coldly. No, I am just passing by and wanted to see a friend. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice smiled again. Your friend is not here. Now scram. Lin Ling looked at the Marquis of Sovereign Justice fearlessly. His words made many people behind him exclaim in surprise. Lin Ling had actually asked the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to scram. The young man behind the Marquis of Sovereign Justice narrowed his eyes. The 6 paths of reincarnation actually appeared in his eyes. This 6 paths of reincarnation was different from the one Lin Ling had cultivated in the past. It was even more mysterious and massive. He was obviously angry that Lin Ling had actually spoken to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice in such a manner. However, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice waved his hands slightly, making the young man suppress his anger. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice then said, after seeing my friend, I will scram immediately. These words made the young man even angrier. Although Lin Ling had some ability, how could he be a match for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice? He thought that Lin Ling was too lucky. However, he didn't know that the Marquis of Sovereign Justice was so easy to talk to because of the presence of the 6 military camps. Otherwise, this Marquis of Sovereign Justice would have already made his move. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to be so capable. I, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, have underestimated you. However, I don't have any great enmity with you. It's just a small conflict. I, the Marquis of Sovereign Justice, admire heroes, especially rising stars. Therefore we can be friends, said the Marquis of Sovereign Justice. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling sneered. He didn't doubt the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's words. However, this kind of friendship was built on benefits. What the Marquis valued was his identity as the Grand Marshal. Moreover, if he were to be friends with this person, he would be smiling at him one moment and attacking him the next. You are not qualified. Therefore Lin Ling rejected him directly. Do you know who you are talking to? As soon as he said this, the young man's robe fluttered and a murderous aura surged. He obviously couldn't hold it in any longer. Without waiting for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice to speak, He immediately attacked. He jumped up and a huge eye appeared behind him. It was like the 6 paths of reincarnation. In the eye, a white Grim Reaper shot out. Its speed had also reached a terrifying level. The strongest second-generation Lin Ling, let me, the Grim Reaper, meet you. Kill. Chapter 2676. The Clash of the Strongest. Lin Ling's pupils constricted when he sensed the majestic aura. His opponent was very powerful. He was a level 5 true god with a divine body and a true god martial soul. That true god martial soul was extremely powerful. Death god's reincarnation? Lin Ling thought as he quickly unleashed his strength. Colorful flames spread out and engulfed Lin Ling. In the next moment, the flaming coffin was born. No one is allowed to attack. When Lin Ling disappeared into the flaming coffin, his voice drifted out. The 6 barracks were stunned, but they tacitly dispersed, leaving the boundless mountains and rivers for the 2 young men to use as a stage. Marshal Qianji, who is that? He's so powerful. Yes, he has such strength at such a young age. If he's given more time, I'm afraid we won't be his match. This person is definitely the top of the 3 academies. Then, the marshals murmured with shock in their eyes. Born as a god, dead as a demon. Jumping out of the 3 realms, immortal and indestructible. Lin Ling, when you see the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven, you can only kneel down. At the same time the death god arrived. A sickle fell from the sky and slashed the flaming coffin. Boom, boom, boom. The ground immediately cracked as if the heavens were falling and the earth was splitting. The flaming coffin seemed to have been split into 2. Since you're in the coffin, you'll be in the coffin forever. The young man's cold voice rang out. The terrifying thing was that the white sickle actually slashed the space-time flame, causing the Earth's aura to become chaotic and messy. My lord. Second brother. In a distant place, Sakura and the rest clenched their fists in worry. Bang. However, at this moment, the raging flames erupted again. An arm full of red scales appeared and grabbed the white sickle, preventing it from slashing down. Great. Seeing this, the army cheered. Previously, they thought that the flaming coffin had been split into 2. You have some strength. You haven't even cultivated for 2,000 years, but you were able to block one of my attacks. You should be proud of that, but that's all you have. The young man was like the Grim Reaper, controlling the white Grim Reaper with the scythe in his hand. The scythe slashed out again. A gigantic white waterfall was about to slash apart the heavens. Sword. At the same time, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand, and he fiercely slashed at the white light. Clang. A deafening sound rang through the air. Sword and sickle collided, realm essence sweeping in all directions. The great mountains in the surroundings were directly flattened, moreover reaching a point where one couldn't see the end of it. This sword and this saber were terrifying. So this is the legendary flame coffin that has been raised by several realms. It is indeed powerful. When he sensed the powerful aura in front of him, the corners of the young man's mouth revealed a cold smile. Of course, he was also a little surprised in his heart. Lin Ling was only in the level 2 true god realm. However, the young man felt that the majestic realm essence was comparable to that of a level 5 true god realm. Lin Ling, your true god martial soul must have been unsealed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for your realm essence to increase by so much. The young man guessed. Unsealed? Hearing that, the expressions of all the marshals changed drastically. The true god martial soul was the manifestation of one's talent. In other words, it could be said to be able to fully utilize one's talent. From a certain point of view, it could be said to be more powerful than the realm essence martial arts. True god martial souls were also divided into strong and weak. If one reached the unsealed state, his strength would be doubled. Powerful martial artists who specialized in comprehending the true god martial soul could reach the 5th seal. Their strength was unimaginable. Could it be that Lord Lin Ling is able to fight against those of a higher realm because his true god martial soul has been unsealed? Marshal Qianji and the others mumbled to themselves. They knew that Lin Ling was powerful, but they did not know how powerful he was. However, it seemed that everything could be explained now. One had to know that in the vast and boundless primal chaos, the path of martial arts was filled with all sorts of colors. Some people were strong in Jieyuan martial arts, some were strong in cultivation methods, and some had true god martial spirits. Therefore, it was very difficult for others to know how strong a martial artist was. This was also the reason why they couldn't see through Lin Ling's strength. Unsealed? At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He naturally knew that the true god martial soul had been unsealed. However, it was difficult to unseal it. It was thousands of times harder than comprehending the realm essence seed. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had only started unsealing his true God martial soul after he had reached the true God realm. This meant that the young man in front of him was so powerful that he had unsealed his true God martial soul and increased his realm essence. This was also normal. The reason why Lin Ling's world essence was so vast was because he had 2 dansins in addition to the evil flame transformation. When all these world essence erupted, Lin Ling's world essence was at the 5th level of the true God realm, but he still couldn't suppress his opponent. This explained everything. This young man was a strong opponent. He was also one of the strongest stage 5 true gods. Moreover, his true God martial soul was very strange. His strength seemed to have been absorbed by the 6 paths of reincarnation. Then let me see how powerful your true God martial soul is. At this moment, the young man smiled coldly. His body floated backward eerily. The sickle in his hand danced in the air as if he was writing something in the sky. Gradually, white strokes appeared in the sky. What is that? It looks like a word. It's the word death. The army in the distance was shocked. They could feel a strong pressure from the word death. Come, let's see who is stronger. The young man's confident voice floated out. That's what I was thinking. Lin Ling stared at the word death solemnly. Naturally, he could sense that strange technique. However, at this moment he was also excited. It was Lin Ling's goal to fight against the strongest generation of the 3 colleges. Flame wheel. Quietly floating in the sky, the flame god's heart appeared. Bright flames burned the sky. The ancient heart beat continuously. Flame shocks the world. What a strange true God martial soul. It should have been unsealed. The young man's eyes were filled with curiosity. However, Lin Ling did not pay attention to him. His true God martial soul had not been unsealed. If it had been, the young man would have been defeated. Lin Ling was relying on the pressure from his 2 dansins. This was also Lin Ling's secret. Naturally, he would not reveal it. Rumble. Flame wheels bloomed like flowers. However, when they contracted, they gradually condensed into a huge fireball. Not bad, not bad. You make me excited. Seeing this, the young man became excited. He seemed to be very happy. Perhaps, the stronger Lin Ling was, the more his fighting spirit would be stimulated. You make me want to fight too. At the same time, Lin Ling held the huge flame wheel in his hand and shot towards the young man like a shooting star. Good timing. The young man held the sickle in his hand and attacked with the word, death. The 2 geniuses were going against each other. Rumble. When the 2 different colored attacks collided, the surrounding area was immediately turned into ruins. It was as if the world had been destroyed. Moreover, the surging power frightened the army. They were shocked and full of admiration. Chapter 2677. I want a friend. Boom. Finally, a huge shockwave shot towards the heavens. The heavens split open and chaos appeared in the universe. However, the shockwave didn't stop there. It continued to charge towards the end of the universe. All the weak realms it passed were directly destroyed into dust. This collision was so terrifying. If they fought in the 10,000 realms, many realms would collapse. Rumble. At the same time, a figure fell to the ground. It was Lin Ling. However, he quickly got up and his eyes were still evil. However, he was obviously injured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth and many of the scales on his body were broken. Rumble. On the other side, the young man was blasted to the ground. A 1,000-mile deep crater appeared on the ground. The deep crater seemed to run through Jianghu. However, soon a white figure shot out. It was the mysterious young man. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and seemed to be injured as well. However, not only was he not angry, he was even happier. Good. You actually injured me. Not bad. The young man's voice was filled with madness. In his opinion, with his strength, Lin Ling would definitely die. However, who knew that not only did Lin Ling not die, he even injured him. If Lin Ling was the top generation of the 3 academies, there was nothing to say. However, Lin Ling was only at the 2nd level of the true God realm. This meant that he had lost this battle. This time, I won't underestimate you. Of course, the young man didn't use his full strength before. Okay, enough is enough. Stop. However, just as the young man moved, the Sovereign Marquis waved his hand and interrupted the battle. He seemed to be helping Lin Ling. The young man gritted his teeth as if he was unwilling to give up. Yes, my lord. Yes. Of course, what was surprising was that the arrogant young man didn't complain and immediately retreated. Of course, he didn't feel good being injured by Lin Ling. Therefore he looked at Lin Ling and said, "The battle of the heavenly transcendence rankings is about to begin. Lin Ling, I'll wait for you to clear the rankings." "Yes. I'll be there." At this moment, Lin Ling stood on the ground like a god of war, nodding fearlessly. In reality, his injuries were not light at this moment. Many of his bones were also shattered. Moreover, the realm essence in his dantian was also completely exhausted. Moreover, Lin Ling had 2 dantians, but at this moment, the realm essence in his dantian was completely exhausted. This showed how terrifying that young man was. Coupled with the fact that once the flame wheel was utilized, any 6th level true god realm expert would be annihilated, yet it had failed before his eyes. This also indicated that his opponent's strength was absolutely not at the 6th level of the true god realm. Then the flames around Lin Ling's body retracted, and the demonic aura on his body also disappeared without a trace. He raised his head to look at the Sovereign Heaven Marquis and had a higher opinion of this person. After all, not everyone could make such a powerful young man obey his orders. Of course, he didn't think that the Sovereign Marquis was helping him, because if the battle continued, it would eventually lead to the 6 tribes' barracks joining the fray. And at that time, the Sovereign Marquis's efforts would be strenuous and unrewarding. Even if he could kill the 6 military camps, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the great Azure Divine Dynasty. The Sovereign Marquis had obviously thought it through very thoroughly and was also very cunning. "Haha, Lin Ling, you didn't disappoint me. I think you will win the second battle between you and the Grim Reaper. Go and wash the Heavenly Crossing list with blood. You should also be ranked as the strongest of the generation." At this moment, the Sovereign Marquis spoke again. His words seemed to be praising Lin Ling, but it caused the young man behind him to have a cold look in his eyes, and a hint of unwillingness rippled in his heart. This young man didn't realize that this was the Sovereign Marquis's provocation, which made the young man want to kill Lin Ling even more to prove himself. "You don't have to talk nonsense. What's your purpose here? Say it. Say it." Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't fall for it at all and said indifferently. If his attitude fell into the hands of other ambitious and ruthless people, they would have already been enraged. However, the Sovereign Marquis wasn't an ordinary ambitious and ruthless person. He was a king who valued the results and not the process. He still smiled and said, "Lin Ling, you are a real man. Then I'll get straight to the point. Today I want to see a friend. If you can agree, I, the Sovereign Marquis, will owe you a favor." "Yes." "In your dreams." "Yes." However, Lin Ling rejected him immediately. Of course, he knew who the friend was. It was Queen Shenji. Based on their recent interactions, he guessed that Queen Shenji had a good relationship with the Sovereign Marquis. Perhaps they were geniuses from the same generation, and the Sovereign Marquis liked Queen Shenji. However, in the end, the Sovereign Marquis seemed to have his eyes on a secret of Queen Shenji's clan. That was why he slaughtered Queen Shenji's entire clan, which made Queen Shenji hate him to the core. Speaking of which, Queen Shenji was quite pitiful. If she didn't trust the Sovereign Marquis, her entire clan wouldn't have been wiped out. She was the sinner of her entire clan. She had been carrying this sin for thousands of years. No wonder Queen Shenji's life goal was to kill the Sovereign Marquis. "Lin Ling, stop joking around. That person is useless to you. Why do you want to keep her alive?" "Yes." Lin Ling's rejection finally made the Sovereign Marquis's face turn cold. His words were clear. "Don't challenge my bottom line again for Queen Shenji. You can be arrogant in front of me, you can shout at me, but you have to give me the thing that I want." Also, he was hinting to Lin Ling that if he gave Queen Shenji to him, they would be friends from now on. How could Lin Ling not know what he meant? Unfortunately, he didn't appreciate it at all. "I'll give you one word. Get lost. Get lost." Lin Ling raised his right arm and pointed at the Sovereign Marquis. His attitude was firm. He would not back down. Although he and Queen Shenji were enemies in the beginning, it was Queen Shenji who saved him when he was framed by Lei Tianlan. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. That was Lin Ling's principle. Even if the Emperor Qing of the Great Qing dynasty was here, he would not back down, let alone the Sovereign Marquis. "Do you really want to fight?" The Sovereign Marquis's voice turned colder. He was not backing down either. If Lin Ling refused to hand Queen Shenji over, he would kill all 6 troops to get Queen Shenji. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Listen up, get ready to fight to the death." Lin Ling waved his sleeves and called for the army to charge forward. It was just a matter of mutual destruction. Lin Ling was willing to fight to the death. "Ah, what a stubborn young man. Not bad, I like it. I like it a lot." The Sovereign Marquis's voice became deeper. Those who knew him knew that he was ready to kill, Once this ambitious and ruthless character took action, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. However, as a soldier, it was his duty to obey orders. Therefore the 6 troops did not back down. Instead, they marched forward in an orderly manner. The martial god giant was activated. Thousands of birds danced in the sky. The war chariots roared. Lin Ling, on the other hand, pointed his sword at the sovereign marquis. Needless to say, the scene was spectacular. More importantly, the sovereign marquis was a real king. He was fearless in the face of thousands of troops. Instead, the murderous aura on his body became stronger. Chapter 2678. Someone protected you. Wait. But just as the shocking battle was about to erupt, a ray of light shot out from Lin Ling's body, and his enchanting body appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It was Queen Qianji. Looking at Queen Qianji, the murderous aura around the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven controlling Marquis instantly disappeared, and he revealed a smile. Queen of Qianji, get back here. Lin Ling shouted angrily. He suddenly understood Queen Qianji's intention. Little brat, do you think you have the qualifications to tell me where I want to go? Queen Qianji said disdainfully without even looking at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling knew that Queen Qianji didn't want him to join the fight. Lin Ling, you should go back first. I was a little reckless before. I apologize here. After the target appeared, the Marquis of Sovereign Heaven also looked at Queen Qianji. He did not even look at Lin Ling. Although he seemed to be apologizing, he actually did not care. Lin Ling, I'm tired of you. You're not strong, but you're arrogant. I don't know when I'll die if I stay by your side. So, I'd better stay away from you. Our deal is over. Goodbye. Queen Qianji still didn't look at Lin Ling. After saying that, she dashed off into the distance. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Just when he was about to chase after her, a cold voice entered Lin Ling's ears. Lin Ling finally stopped in his tracks. Also, this is a fated enmity between me and him. You have no right to interfere, and you should never interfere. Otherwise we can't even be friends. The word friend was the reason why Lin Ling stopped in his tracks. Queen Qianji, get your ass back here. He roared, but it was useless. Queen Qianji walked further and further away. Queen Qianji's goal was obvious. She wanted to bring the Sovereign Heaven Marquis away. Moreover, this matter really had nothing to do with Lin Ling, so she didn't want to implicate Lin Ling. Get back here. Lin Ling continued to roar. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails pierced through his palms, but he didn't feel it at all. Lin Ling, don't worry. It's impossible for him to catch me. I, the Queen of Qianji, have made a name for myself in Huanyu. Of course, I have my own means to protect myself. Lin Ling, thank you for taking care of me all this time. I hope that when I'm alive I'll be able to see you become famous in Qingzhou. I hope that you'll remember that someone once protected you. While Lin Ling was still angry, Queen Qianji's voice drifted into his mind again. This time, her voice was filled with gentleness and gratitude. Gradually, Queen Qianji disappeared. The Marquis of Sovereign Justice chased after him. Apparently, he was more interested in Queen Qianji than Lin Ling. After he left, the mysterious young man sneered at Lin Ling, "You can't do anything to the Marquis of Sovereign Justice." After he finished speaking, he also disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling stood there quietly. At this moment he finally realized how weak he was. He couldn't wait to regain the strength of Li Xiaoyao in the past. He wanted to crush and destroy everything. His body was trembling. His heart was in pain. An indescribable feeling pierced through him like a knife. Perhaps he had cherished his family and friends all his life. But this time he couldn't do it. Queen Qianji didn't seem to want Lin Ling to get involved in this matter, but from another perspective she was protecting Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at the fearless man standing there quietly, the army was silent. They could understand how Lin Ling felt. Big brother? Master. Tears welled up in little flames in Jianghu martial god's eyes. Lin Ling had always been protecting them, but this time he was protected by someone else. They could understand how he felt as he watched the person he needed to protect leave. But they never blamed Lin Ling. Because they knew how heavy the pressure on Lin Ling's shoulders was. They knew how much pressure this man had to carry the world. With such pressure, let alone Lin Ling, even a god couldn't withstand it. Lin Ling had done well. Second brother. Sakura clenched his fists. In fact, he knew very well that if there was a confrontation, there would only be one result. Everyone would be wiped out. Although the Sovereign Marquis wouldn't be safe, at least he would still be alive. Wait until I become the leader of the Sovereign Marquis. I will take your head personally. Sakura secretly swore that he could give up his life in this lifetime, but there was a reverse scale that no one could touch, and that was Lin Ling. Because that was his younger brother and even more so, his life. Unfortunately, although he was very strong now, he obviously hadn't reached the level of the Sovereign Marquis. I'm fine. I'm not worried about her. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would be depressed, Lin Ling finally raised his head and revealed a bright smile. This made the army laugh. Lin Ling seemed to have recovered. Of course, if she loses a single hair, then I will erase the Sovereign Marquis from this world. If Emperor Qing comes to plead for mercy, I will also erase him. Lin Ling took a step and headed towards Qingzhou, leaving behind a cold oath. Looking at the lonely yet strong man, everyone's heart was pounding. He dared to kill Emperor Qing. At this moment, the 6 camps had mixed feelings. If this really happened, they didn't know if they should listen to Lin Ling or Emperor Qing's orders. However, they all had a feeling that Lin Ling would do what he said. The army continued to move forward. The 6 camps separated from Lin Ling, Sakura, and the rest went to the Yulin market. Along the way, Lin Ling was still talking and laughing with Sakura and the rest. It was as if he didn't care about what happened just now. This strong mentality made falling flowers, flowing water, and the rest admire him. However, Lin Ling knew that it would be difficult for the Sovereign Marquis to capture Queen Shenji. She definitely had a trump card that could save her life. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't sure how long this trump card could last. The only thing he could do was to surpass the Sovereign Marquis in the shortest time possible. Moreover, the reason why the Sovereign Marquis gave up on Lin Ling and went after Queen Shenji was because of the Spacetime Divine Steel. The Sovereign Marquis might have thought that the Spacetime Divine Steel was with Queen Shenji. After returning to the sacred rainforest, Lin Ling started to cultivate. His main goal was to refine the corpse horror of the realm-devouring beast. Have you heard? Lin Ling went to Tating Commandery and blackmailed them. Who is Lin Ling? How can he be so arrogant? He is a genius who challenged the Thunder Mansion. He is a monster from the Resplendent Academy and is currently ranked 30th on the Heavenly Crossing list. TSK, although he is strong, he is too arrogant. In Qingzhou, many forces have good relations with the 2 commanderies. If they meet Lin Ling, they will definitely avenge the 2 commanderies. That's right. In terms of status, the 2 commanderies don't dare to offend Lin Ling. However, the first generation of the 3 academies can. The Great Qing dynasty won't object to this. Lin Ling has become a thorn in their side. Chapter 2679. Transin. After all, it was not a small matter to lead an army to besiege 2 commanderies. This could affect the whole situation. The top leaders of the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's 5-ring city had all heard of Lin Ling's name. Of course, what surprised them was that the Great Azure Divine Dynasty actually chose to acquiesce to Lin Ling's attack on the 2 commanderies. This made many people unable to understand the Great Azure Divine Dynasty's intentions. Of course, it didn't take long for another piece of news to spread. Lin Ling fought against the Grim Reaper and returned in a sorry state. If not for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's intervention, Lin Ling would have been killed by the Grim Reaper. This news was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples and once again caused a sensation in Qingzhou. The Grim Reaper was one of the strongest people in the Tianyue rankings. Lin Ling, this rash young man, actually overestimated himself and challenged him? He was really lucky. If not for the Marquis of Sovereign Justice's benevolence, he would have been killed. Everyone believed this piece of news because they knew that Lin Ling was indeed not the Grim Reaper's opponent. They even secretly mocked Lin Ling, saying that he couldn't see through himself and was simply asking for humiliation. I think this Lin Ling is just SOSO. The proudest thing in his life was killing his way into the 4-ring city and besieging 2 commanderies. His life will definitely be bleak after this. That's right. Big ups and big downs. Previously he had a big rise and now he has a big fall. I'm afraid he will decline forever. Some people who wanted to see the world fail gloated at this moment. The news also spread to the Yulin market. However, what surprised people was that the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others remained indifferent and didn't even bother to mention it. This made many people think that Lin Ling had a guilty conscience. In fact, no one knew that the Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others were too lazy to explain. After all, Lin Ling was actually the winner of that battle. After all, Lin Ling was a rising star and his cultivation realm was lower. However, at least he injured the Grim Reaper. Moreover, although Lin Ling didn't win, the Grim Reaper didn't win either. It was a draw. How could there be a defeat? This mysterious young man called the Grim Reaper was really thick-skinned to spread such a rumor. Sir Lin Ling will definitely Tianyue rankings. When that time comes, those idiots spreading the rumor, in the end they will be slapped in the end. The falling flowers, flowing water sword, and the chess boy secretly. If he didn't explode in the Grim Reaper, then he would die. They knew Sir Lin Li brother Ling, Queen Shenji wants to avenge her entire race. That's why she doesn't want you to interfere. In the Yulin market, Yu looked at Lin Ling obediently and said, "Only by personally taking revenge for the extermination of our clan can we face our dead relatives." Xinyuan was also very understanding. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled and nodded. "I know." Then he looked at his two wives seriously. However, if she left personally and fought with the sovereign Marquis, Lin Ling would not stop her. However, she was forced to leave in front of me. Lin Ling don't like this feeling, and I don't like to owe people favors. I will return this favor to her. Hearing Lin Ling's firm words, Yu and the other wives smiled. This was their man. He dared to take responsibility for his actions and was magnanimous. Moreover, through their conversation with Lin Ling, they knew that although Queen Shenji was weaker than the sovereign Marquis, because of her bloodline, she also had a trump card. Even if she couldn't kill the sovereign Marquis, she could make him suffer. "Alright, it's time for me to cultivate," Lin Ling said to his two wives. Not long ago he killed Lei Tianlan. At that time he was ranked 30th on the Tianyue list. Now his main goal was to clear the list and become the strongest generation. Fortunately, he had obtained a large amount of cultivation resources. Realm-devouring beast corpse horror. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his right hand, a piece of rock flew out from his ring. The rock was mottled and extremely hard. It didn't seem to have any spiritual energy. Of course, this was just an illusion. Ashura sword formation. The ancient sword behind Lin Ling floated up, and 108 swords shot towards the rock. However, the rock was as hard as iron. After the swords landed, only a few sparks appeared. Just a piece of flesh is already so hard. This realm-devouring beast corpse horror is really impressive. Lin Ling was shocked. He formed a barrier with both hands and sealed the surroundings, preventing the Ashura sword formation sword heart from affecting the market. Then he started to cut the rock bit by bit. His sword formation was extremely impressive. It could defend and attack autonomously, and it had two sword hearts. I have to speed up. Lin Ling wasn't satisfied with the slow cutting. He started to understand the Ashura sword formation, and he swallowed the small pieces of flesh that he cut out. As time passed, Lin Ling's physical strength became stronger and stronger. Physical body cultivation was extremely rare in Jiuzhou, let alone Qingzhou. Lin Ling was one of the founders and had walked the furthest in this field. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Ling's physical body strength reached 20,000 universe power. As his physical strength increased, Lin Ling's sword Dao also increased accordingly. Unfortunately, his ultimate sword Dao still hadn't reached the next level, the realm of Dao. However, among the 108 swords of the Ashura sword formation, the second sword heart was born. In fact, if it wasn't for the short time, Lin Ling would have been able to give birth to the second sword heart. Now he had 3 sword heart swords. 2 of them were comprehended by himself, and one of them was the tyrannical song sword. The chaotic power that it originally had was as much as 200 universe powers. The 3 sword hearts cut the realm-devouring beast corpse horror, and the speed was obviously much faster. The first piece of flesh was completely cut out. Lin Ling took out the second piece of corpse horror and continued to cut. He had as many corpse horror as a city wall, and it was enough for him to improve his physical strength. Bang bang bang. As he continued to devour, Lin Ling's body accumulated a huge amount of realm-devouring beast's essence. His entire body swelled up like a fatty. Also, Lin Ling's life was in danger. If he couldn't refine the essence, Lin Ling would definitely explode. Even Lin Ling couldn't react in time. However, one's prosperity was followed by another. Therefore, Lin Ling could only continue to devour the flesh. It was a race with the Hell God. What's happening? Why do I feel like my heart is beating so fast? Yeah, I have the same feeling too. In the market, Luo Hua, flowing water, and the others all had a bad feeling. And that aura was the realm-devouring beast's aura. Moreover, as the days passed, not only the market but also the martial artists who entered the street had the same feeling. They felt that there seemed to be some kind of divine beast hiding in the area. Boom. Finally, one day the market exploded. A bottomless hole appeared in the vast market, and a terrifying aura emanated from the hole from time to time. This made Yu and the others extremely worried. However, they didn't dare to go near the deep hole for fear of interrupting Lin Ling's cultivation. Chapter 2680. Lin Ling came out of seclusion. My lord's cultivation is the best I've ever seen. Falling Flowers' flowing water sword was a knowledgeable person, and even he felt that his horizons had been broadened. Is second brother going to break out of the womb? Only Sakura smiled meaningfully, and then everyone left quietly. Sakura bid farewell to Yu and the rest, saying that he would wait for Lin Ling's arrival in Five Ring City. Yu and the rest nodded. They even felt that after their big brother Sakura experienced the Sovereign Marquis, he seemed to want to become stronger. Time passed quietly like this, and unknowingly 3 years had passed. It seemed like a long 3 years, but to a martial artist, it was very short, like the blink of an eye. In these 3 years, Yu and the rest's strength had increased greatly. Of course, the geniuses of the 3 academies were the same, and many monstrous geniuses were born. These monstrous geniuses were like Lin Ling, appearing out of nowhere and shocking the 3 academies. Lin Ling seemed to be still in a deep sleep, and no one saw that under the ground, the mysterious womb was lying there quietly, revealing a mysterious aura. Moreover, this womb was emitting a magical fragrance. In the womb, it was as if the universe was circulating, and a naked young man was sitting there cross-legged. His slender eyelashes fluttered slightly, as if he was meditating on something. Finally, one day the womb began to wither and all the essence disappeared. A handsome young man walked out. His skin was as white as jade and his facial features were handsome. This devouring process is really dangerous. If not for my strong physical body, which has devoured the blood of the fish demon, the blood of the silver moon supreme beast, and the martial god fruit, as well as the refinement of the fire of time and the power of faith, I'm afraid I would have failed this time. The young man muttered to himself, revealing a clean smile. Of course he was Lin Ling. One had to know that when he was in the rainforest sacred ground, Lin Ling began to cultivate his physical body, and had already laid a solid foundation. Now that he had devoured the realm-swallowing beast, his physical body had reached a new level. Of course, the reason why he was able to devour successfully was because of the Chaos Divine Formula. Because without the Chaos Divine Formula, Lin Ling would have exploded from the essence. Divine Body, Court of the Gods. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Rumble. Under the ground, a terrifying event occurred. Hundreds of demons crossed over and divine beasts roared. There was a fish demon king, a silver moon lion king, a fierce tiger, and an azure dragon. Finally, a huge mouth appeared in the middle of all the divine beasts, as if it wanted to devour the heaven and earth. Court of the Gods. Divine bodies unique. This meant that Lin Ling's God-fiend body had reached the divine body level. 100,000 universe power of the universe. Lin Ling extended his right hand and clenched it into a fist. Rumble. A terrifying thing happened because he only clenched his fist, but the entire ground continued to shake. A certain street in Second Ring City cracked open, causing countless martial artists to be horrified. It was because this was the martial god realm's Azure Province, a place known as the Divine Land. However, even the Divine Land had split apart. This was too terrifying. No one knew how strong the power of 100,000 universes was. Could be said that Lin Ling alone represented the power of 10 realms. In the blink of an eye, 10 worlds had collapsed. Not only has my body improved, but my second Dantian has reached the second level of the true God realm. Of course, the most important thing is that my third Dantian is about to be born. Lin Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. The Chaos Divine Formula was a triple cultivator of essence, energy, and spirit. His God-Devil body had finally caught up to the other 2 areas. In terms of talent, it was even higher than the space-time flame. Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and began to form his third Dantian. In the past, Li Xiaoyao had already formed 3 Dantians, so this time his cultivation was a walk in the park. At the same time, Lin Ling's Dantian began to change. A new world was born, and it was like a black hole that constantly absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Next to the black hole were 2 more Dantians. Not good. Shit. At this moment, Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. He had forgotten that the birth of the third Dantian required a huge amount of spiritual energy. I wonder if the divinity crystals I've accumulated this time are enough to open my third Dantian. Yes. Lin Ling took out all the divinity crystals and even all the treasures he had on him. For example, the human ring pill. All the treasures Lin Ling had obtained over the years were all used to fill his third Dantian. However, it was still not enough. The black hole became bigger and bigger, but due to the lack of spiritual energy, it finally stopped spinning. Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head gloomily. He had been too excited and had forgotten about this. It seemed that he had to find more divinity crystals. After shaking his head, Lin Ling temporarily gave up on opening his third dantian. Then he jumped out of the deep hole and came out. He realized that the hole was surrounded by plants, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Lin Ling could not help but smile. This must be Yuyu's doing. Everyone must be waiting for him. Not bad. Their strengths have all increased. Lin Ling released his soul force. Sensing everyone's strength increase, he could not help smiling in satisfaction. It seems that my cultivation time is not short. Lin Ling stepped out and walked towards the market square. Presently, the business of the rainforest market was getting better and better. Many were regular customers. After trying the treasures sold in the rainforest market, they also came here to buy things again and again. The rainforest market will close down sooner or later. Of course, there were also people who were taking pleasure in the misfortune of others. This brother, you actually still went to the rainforest market to buy treasures? If you provoke those big shots and make a move against you, you'll be out of luck. After all, this shopkeeper provoked many big shots. Get lost for me. In these 3 years, when has the rainforest market not been in rumors? But the market square is still open. Stop spreading rumors for me. Don't listen to the advice of your elders and you'll suffer losses soon. Outside the market square, there were also people who constantly slandered the shopkeeper. But regular customers were regular customers. They did not care about these slanderous words and directly refuted them. This was because the reputation of the rainforest market was accumulated bit by bit. Once it was accumulated, it was not easy to destroy it. Towards the shopkeeper of the market square, many people had a deep confidence in him. Even Lin Ling was stunned by this scene. Did he cultivate for 3 years this time? Moreover, just what had happened in these 3 years? With curiosity, Lin Ling appeared in front of everyone. My lord, you've left seclusion? Master. Falling flowers, flowing water, sword, ancient martial god rhyme, and the others all cried out in alarm. Lin Ling, you finally appeared. The 9 spirits of heaven and the others couldn't help but reveal excited smiles. Although there were many rumors going around, in their hearts, Lin Ling was still their boss and he was still omnipotent. Looking at his brothers and friends, Lin Ling was in a good mood. He swept his eyes around and nodded in appreciation. Not bad, you've all reached the late World King realm. Lord Lin Ling, you don't seem to have increased your boundary. The chess boy sized up Lin Ling. If he didn't remember wrong, Lin Ling was at the 2nd level of True Divinity realm before he went into seclusion, and after he left, he was still at the 2nd level of True Divinity. Chapter 2681. I didn't change, it's you who changed. Haha. Lin Ling coming out of seclusion had undoubtedly given everyone a backbone. Brother Ling. Yuyu and the rest held Lin Ling's hand. In these 3 years they had been waiting for Lin Ling. Of course, their strength had also increased greatly, reaching the peak of the 1st stage of True God realm. After that, they knew that Lin Ling was puzzled and told him what had happened during this period of time. In these 3 years, a large number of geniuses had appeared. Moreover, the matter of the Grim Reaper challenging Lin Ling was still known to everyone. Unfortunately, in these 3 years, Lin Ling had disappeared without a trace, so everyone thought that Lin Ling was afraid. However, this was normal. After all, Lin Ling's growth time was too short and his foundation was not solid. Now that he had revealed his true colors, this was something that was inevitable. Therefore, Lin Ling's name was gradually forgotten by everyone, and in turn, it was a form of mockery. After all, Green Province did not have much, but there were many geniuses. Every year, the 10,000 worlds would provide fresh blood, making Green Province full of vitality and geniuses. So it's like this. Lin Ling nodded his head in realization. Everyone kicks a man who is down. This was an unchanging law no matter where it was placed. This is too much. In the past, when Sir Lin Ling became the champion of the Pride Tournament, Resplendent Academy was proud of Sir. But now, the Academy only left Sir with a disdainful reputation. That's right, the most important thing is that those fellows are not strong and only know how to fan the flames. They can't do anything great. Speaking of this, falling flowers, flowing water and the rest felt indignant for Lin Ling. Ignore them. However, Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. That kind of indifferent aura stunned falling flowers, flowing water and the rest. They then realized that although Lin Ling did not break through, his aura was obviously different. It was a kind of grand wind, as majestic as the universe's mythical beast. How could a swallow know the ambition of a swan? The same thought rose in their minds. Dogs bite people, don't tell me I have to bite back the dogs? Besides, there are so many dogs, I really don't have the time to bite them all back. Lin Ling really didn't care because his target was the Sovereign Marquis. Therefore he didn't even care about the Grim Reaper, let alone those villains who were fanning the flames. Let's not talk about this anymore. Currently, what do I need to do to ascend the Heavenly Crossing list? Lin Ling looked at Blossoming Flowing Swords group and said. To be honest, although he was a member of the Resplendent Academy, he was not as familiar with the Academy as Blossoming Flowing Swords group. If you want to charge into the Sky Crossing rankings, you need to get the approval of the Academy's elders. Hearing this, Falling Flowers Flowing Water Sword and the others were delighted. Was Lin Ling going to clear the rankings? Alright, let's go look for Vice Principal Gong then. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Becoming the strongest of his generation was also his primary goal. We'll go with you. Everyone was filled with anticipation as they followed Lin Ling to Resplendent Academy. Along the way, Lin Ling saw many unfamiliar faces. They must be the new geniuses of the Academy. Isn't that the top 3 of the second generation Blossoming Flowing Sword? They haven't appeared in Resplendent Academy for a long time. Che, what top 3 of the second generation? He's just an undeserved reputation. I only need a year to surpass him. Arriving at Resplendent Academy, voices filled with battle intent rang out. Blossoming Flowing Sword and the others seemed to be extremely famous in Resplendent Academy, which made Lin Ling somewhat stunned. As for Blossoming Flowing Sword and the others, they snorted coldly. In the past, they were even more famous and people had to salute them when they saw them. However, ever since Lord Lin Ling went into seclusion, those juniors who were respectful in the past had a 180-degree change in attitude. Of course, they didn't enjoy the feeling of worship, but they didn't like the change in attitude. Those 2 girls aren't bad. Don't look down on them, they're from the first generation. Many youths stared at Yu and the others and licked their lips. If they hadn't heard the 2 words first generation, they would have already tried to flirt with them. However, when they saw Yu and Xian Yuange holding Lin Ling's hand, they immediately became jealous. Who's that guy? He has a good face but his strength seems to be pretty good. Look at his arrogant face, the more I look at him, the more annoyed I feel. He's just relying on the fact that he has more cultivation time than us. In another year, I'll definitely surpass him. Many youths said with high fighting spirit. None of those who could enter Resplendent Academy were pushovers. He's Lin Ling, someone you can't afford to provoke. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out, causing the surrounding youths to be stunned. Lin Ling? Naturally, they had heard of this name before. If he's just a coward. Soon, a disdainful voice rang out. No matter how cowardly he is, he's still better than trash like you who only knows how to talk nonsense. However, the same voice rang out again mixed with disdain. You're looking for death. Many youths looked at the person who spoke. They originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but they stopped themselves and bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior brother Genji. The person who came was the former strongest second generation Genji. The current him was no longer a second generation, he had stepped into the first generation. Genji didn't even bother with his junior brother's bow, instead, he looked indifferently at the approaching Lin Ling. It had been 3 years. A full 3 years Lin Ling had finally appeared. In these 3 years he had worked hard to surpass Lin Ling. Even when everyone thought that Lin Ling had declined, he thought that Lin Ling wasn't that simple. Even so, he had the confidence to surpass Lin Ling. Especially now, his confidence was even stronger. You're finally back. Genji walked out and walked towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling had already noticed him, smiling and nodding. You've changed. In the past, you were arrogant, wild and unrestrained, fearless and fearless. You were the most respected genius of the second generation. But now, facing our junior brother's disdain, you no longer have the strength to refute. Genji said coldly. He knew that Lin Ling must have heard their harsh words, but Lin Ling actually didn't retaliate. This wasn't Lin Ling's character. Lin Ling's character was like a sword, he definitely wouldn't be such a coward. I didn't change, the one who changed is you. Lin Ling was still smiling. After greeting them, he brought Yu and the rest forward. This stunned Genji. He almost wanted to challenge Lin Ling, but after seeing Lin Ling smile for some reason he didn't dare. That smile made him feel that Lin Ling was like the clouds in the sky, he could only be seen from afar but could never be touched. Impossible, definitely impossible. I've already entered the true God realm, I can't still be afraid of him. Genji kept shaking his head, he felt that he wasn't living up to expectations. He wanted to shout to let Lin Ling fight. But subconsciously, a voice of rejection sounded, making him lose the will to fight. You've changed. In the past, your goal was to reach the peak of martial arts. Now your goal is to defeat me. Your vision has become narrow. Yes. At this time, Lin Ling's voice floated into his ears, causing his body to tremble. That's right, he didn't know when, but he had actually set his goal to surpass Lin Ling. His lofty ambitions of the past were now gone with the wind. Why didn't you retaliate? Chapter 2682. Heisher's Martial Dao. Because not interested. The nonchalant voice once again floated into Genji's ears, causing him to smile bitterly. I will never be able to catch up to him. Although there were rumors that Lin Ling had declined, he suddenly had a feeling that not only did Lin Ling not decline, but instead rose up crazily. Because only those with greater foresight would not care about the words of ants. This was like a piece of unpolished jade buried in a pile of rocks. One day it would shine brightly. This resplendent academy seems to be getting more and more people. Lin Ling and the rest continued to move forward. Lin Ling's gaze swept the surroundings as he spoke indifferently. While the surroundings were filled with discussions, many people had looks of disdain. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not care at all, as if nothing had happened. That's right, I heard that today is also the day of the exchange between the three academies, so many geniuses came back. Chi Tong said. Exchange? Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That means that the strongest of the first generation came back to give a lecture, imparting some martial Dao experience to the younger generation so that they would not take the wrong path. Yu Yu curled her lips as she spoke, her tone filled with disdain. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed in disdain. Giving a lecture? These first generation sure have the time. True martial Dao experience, unless it was passed down or gained by oneself, it could not be imparted. Take Lin Ling for example, he had plenty of martial Dao experience, but he had never imparted it to Yu Yu and the rest, only giving pointers. Imparting and giving pointers, these two words were like heaven and earth. The reason was that everyone had their own path of martial Dao. Imparting from others would only make them look different. The so-called martial Dao, the so-called strength, that is talent. Those with talent are dragons, those without talent are insects. Right at this moment, a vast square appeared in front of them, and an indifferent voice drifted out like thunder. There stood a tall and handsome young man. His hands were clasped behind his back, and he looked at the entire square like a great expert. This person was the first generation, and he was the first generation of Resplendent Academy. Around the plaza stood a large number of people, looking at the youth with admiration. Senior brother Zhuyu is so handsome. He is ranked 29th in the sky-surpassing realm, cultivating for 1,500 years, 4th level of True God realm. Tisk, that's amazing. That's nothing. I heard that he even has a divine body. Voices of adoration could be heard from time to time. Some of the girls' hearts were beating wildly. They wanted nothing more than to get to know senior brother Zhuyu and walk around the universe hand in hand. Unfortunately, that was just wishful thinking. How could an ordinary woman get close to senior brother Zhuyu? They could only watch from afar. Senior brother, I don't agree with what you said. But at that moment, a solemn voice suddenly sounded. Everyone looked over and saw that it was a short and stocky young man. He had dark skin and looked very ordinary. What nonsense are you talking about? Instantly, a large number of reprimands rang out. That unprepossessing fellow actually dared to question senior brother Zhua? So it's Heisher from the Heavenly Saint Institute. TSK, do you think you're qualified to comment on senior brother Zhuyu's words? Someone recognized the short and stout youth and laughed disdainfully. Today was the day for the exchange of geniuses between the three academies, so the people from the Heavenly Saint Academy were also present. Scram, trash from the Heavenly Saint Academy. Trash, don't talk nonsense if you don't know anything. Some of the geniuses from the Resplendent Academy cursed. Even if Zhuyu wasn't their idol, it wasn't up to the people from the Heavenly Saint Academy to comment on him. I'm just speaking the truth. Heisher said indifferently. He was as calm as ever. Heisher, I've heard of your name. In the Proud World competition, you were a dark horse and almost became the strongest second generation. Unfortunately, you lost to Lin Ling in the end. However, I didn't expect you to become a first generation in such a short period of time. You're quite capable. At that moment, Zhuyu looked at Heisher and said calmly, even though you fought against Lin Ling and became famous in the Proud World competition, that's all there is to you. Lin Ling is also all there is to him. Don't be a frog in a well. I'm just speaking the truth. Heisher said bluntly. Of course, I agree with Senior Brothers' words. However, Senior Brothers' words are too full of himself. Talent isn't everything on the path of martial arts. Some people sharpen their sword for 10 years and their martial arts are strong. Some people use their weapons to sweep through the crowd. Some people have strange divine abilities such as senior brother Meng Lu. Therefore, I don't think talent is everything on the path of martial arts. Let's not talk about the distant ones. Take our senior brother He from the Heavenly Saint Academy for example. He cultivated a fist art for 1,000 years and used it to reach 80% completion. He also defeated countless geniuses and became the 12th on the Tianyu rankings. As soon as his words fell, the square fell into silence. Everyone felt that what he said made sense. There were no absolutes on the path of martial arts. Bullshit. At that moment, Zuoyu shouted coldly. You're just saying self-comforting words because you don't have a strong talent? On the path of martial arts, talent is everything. Those with strong talent can unseal the true God martial spirit. The first seal, the second seal, and even the third seal can increase a huge amount of boundary energy. Do you know this? You're just a piece of trash. I know. Heisher immediately retorted. But I've heard that a strong 7th grade boundary origin martial skill can fight against those who have unsealed it. Therefore those without talent are not necessarily trash. Hehe, I like stubborn people like you the most. Hearing Heisher's words, Zuoyu laughed. He took a step forward and rushed toward Heisher. Along the way, he unleashed his talent, causing hundreds of flowers to bloom and court of gods to resonate. A palm seemed to fly among the flowers and arrived in front of Heisher at the speed of 4 realms. The palm landed on his chest, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward. Although Heisher was from the first generation, he was obviously not as strong as those who were ranked 30th and above. Facts have proven that what you said is bullshit. You're trash. After defeating Heisher with 1 palm, Zuoyu laughed disdainfully. What a dazzling move. The crowd exclaimed. At first they agreed with Heisher's words. But now they believed Zuoyu even more. Because strength proved everything. Get lost, trash. Trash. Many people scolded Heisher. Bang. Heisher fell to the ground. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but his face was extremely gloomy. He couldn't even block a single move. The crowd's mockery and sarcasm made him feel like his heart was dead. He didn't mean to disrupt Zuoyu. He just wanted to stand up for his own martial path. He wanted to discuss martial path with Zuoyu, but unfortunately he wasn't qualified. You're not wrong. Just as the crowd was mocking Heisher, an arm stretched out from the void and pulled Heisher up. Heisher looked up and said excitedly, Lin Ling? The person who came was Lin Ling. He nodded at Heisher with a bright smile. Back in the Pride tournament, Blackstone had left a good impression on him. Now, Blackstone had relied on his own willpower to enter the ranks of the first generation. He was indeed a man of great willpower, much better than those people in the square in Yiyun. Chapter 2683. Erupting in silence. Thank you, I understand. All the doubts in Heistone's heart were cleared. He believed in Lin Ling's words, and he was even more resolute in his own martial Tao. I also believe that you will become stronger. Lin Ling patted Heisher's shoulder and walked forward. Who is that person? Lin Ling? It's that freak Lin Ling whose name shook the 3 great academies 3 years ago, and who was deemed as the fastest cultivator in history. But now he seems to be down and out. Perhaps he has done something that angers both man and God. What's funny is that he actually has the mood to console others. He doesn't even look at himself. Many people recognized Lin Ling, including Zuoyu. He smiled faintly and said, Junior brother Lin Ling, do you have any objections to what I said? Lin Ling nodded and said, What do you think? Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't pay any attention to him. He continued to move forward with Yu and the others. Sure enough, he's the same as Heisher, a frog at the bottom of a well. He thought that the Proud World competition was a little amazing, so his self-confidence swelled to the point that he couldn't recognize himself. Everyone looked clearly. This is the reason why his foundation is not solid. Of course, not having a strong talent is also one of the reasons why he fell from the spiritual pedestal stage. Seeing that Lin Ling didn't say anything, Zuoyu immediately spoke to everyone in the tone of a senior. Brother Zuo, we understand we will not learn from Lin Ling. Many people immediately replied, with Lin Ling's talent he will never be able to catch up with Brother Zuo. Zuoyu's words were like the command of God, making the crowd believe him without a doubt. Zuoyu couldn't help but smile when he sensed that he was the moon surrounded by the stars. He looked at the few people around Lin Ling and said, The same goes for all of you. Don't get too close to him. Otherwise, you'll end up like this for the rest of your life. If you want to achieve martial arts, you'd better walk on my side. The reason why he held this forum today was because the academy would reward him. The more disciples who believed in him, the more rewards he would receive. Therefore, when he saw Yu Yu and the others beside Lin Ling, he subconsciously said, of course, even if Yu Yu and the rest didn't come, he wouldn't mind. After all, it didn't matter if there were a few more people or a few fewer people. As for Lin Ling, naturally he didn't care at all. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Lin Ling didn't dare to talk back proved everything. But unexpectedly, his last sentence made Lin Ling finally stop in his tracks. Furthermore, a chuckle could be heard. They are my wives? You're openly recruiting them? Zuoyu was stunned. Previously, when he was disdainful of Lin Ling didn't dare to talk back. But now, Lin Ling actually questioned him because of a casual sentence. I'm not recruiting them. I'm just letting them know what martial arts are. Zuoyu said faintly. She's my wife. I'll guide her myself. I don't need anyone else's nonsense. Lin Ling also spoke up. His tone made Zuoyu a little dissatisfied. Why do you have to hold up other people's martial arts? Don't tell me you want them to decline like you? Being pointed at by others and unable to raise their heads? They've never been unable to raise their heads. On the contrary, they're proud of me. And you don't have to talk like an expert. Your martial arts doesn't mean that everyone recognizes it. The reason why they didn't fight back is because they don't want to. Lin Ling began to give tit for tat. He didn't care about the mocking of the weak, but the weak couldn't have any ideas about his wife. Because this was his reverse scale. You're called Zuoyu, right? May I ask what's your ranking? Lin Ling asked again. Zuoyu sneered. Why do you ask? My ranking isn't something that a junior like you can understand. Alright, if your ranking is below 30, then you can treat me like air. Ignore my previous words and continue to fool these people. Lin Ling also smiled. If your ranking is below 30, then I'm sorry, but I'm very interested. Fool? Zuoyu's face turned even uglier. Lin Ling actually said that he was fooling everyone? I'm sorry, senior brother, I'm ranked 28. Zuoyu also raised his voice. He wanted to let Lin Ling, this trash, know what was called the Heavenly Crossing List. 28? Senior brother Zuo, aren't you ranked 29? You've risen again, that's amazing. Everyone instantly exclaimed. One must know that to advance one place on the Heavenly Crossing List was harder than ascending to the heavens. It was also because this was the battle stage of the strongest generation of the three great academies. Everyone was frantically increasing their strength to maintain their ranking. 28? You've successfully attracted my interest. Hearing this, Lin Ling's smile became even wider. His blue and white robe also fluttered. At this moment, he was like a sword that had been unsheathed. Brother Ling. Sensing the soaring aura, Yu Yu and the rest were delighted. They knew that this man had finally awakened. Previously, Lin Ling seemed to be in a deep sleep. He was only interested in the sovereign marquis. Now, the lion has awakened. Lin Ling, is he finally going to make a move? This lazy man is really lazy. At this moment, at the side of the square, a youth appeared. At this moment, he was excitedly clenching his fists. He was Guji. As for Heisher, he revealed an excited smile and his body was trembling. Lin Ling, after being silent for a long time, finally exploded? He was also looking forward to Lin Ling proving everything. I agreed with Heisher's words before. In the martial Tao there is no absolute. What do you think? At this moment, Lin Ling stepped forward. His long hair fluttered, causing the geniuses who were originally disdainful to fall silent. It had to be said that the current Lin Ling was very handsome, causing them to be in a daze. Are you refuting me? Zuoyu snorted coldly. I'm not refuting you. I'm telling you that you are not qualified to discuss martial arts. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand and opened his palm. Look at this palm. When it opens, it controls the world. When it closes, it can sweep away the wind and clouds. Today I will teach you a lesson. I will show you what the proof of 100 schools of thought is. Bang. Lin Ling stomped heavily on the square, causing the ground to crack, shocking everyone. He shot towards Zuoyu like a cannonball. His fist was behind him, gathering strength. He did not use any realm essence energy. Let me teach you another lesson. Talent is not everything. His fist was like an arrow shooting towards Zuoyu. 100 Flower God. Seeing this, Zuoyu sneered. He did not expect Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack. He did not care about a mere Lin Ling. On the other hand, the crowd opened their mouths in shock. Lin Ling was courting death. Not to mention that Lin Ling had declined, Even if he was still outstanding, he was only ranked 30th in the first generation. Zuyu was ranked 28th. It seemed like there was a difference of 2 ranks, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. What's more, Lin Ling didn't use any of his unique skills and only used ordinary fists. He even used his fist to teach Zuyu a lesson? Crazy. Court of Gods. A magical scene of hundreds of flowers blooming appeared around Zuyu. Divine kings wearing colorful clothes appeared one after another, as if they were giving him their blessings. At the same time, a blurry lady appeared behind him. She seemed to be the master of flowers. She stretched out her hand gently. A terrifying realm essence energy erupted. Her divine body and the strength of a level 4 true god were not something an ordinary person could withstand. Boom. Lin Ling's fist finally arrived. It was like a meteor crashing on the ground. The moment it landed, the crowd realized how terrifying it was. The ground of the square cracked and countless tiles were sent flying thousands of miles high. The scene was shocking. Ka. Chapter 2684. Preemptive Strike. Boom. A terrifying punch landed on Zuyu's face and sent him flying like a cannonball, penetrating through countless buildings and disappearing into the distance. Amidst the dust, Lin Ling's figure was faintly discernible, shocking the entire resplendent academy. One punch. The 28th on the Heaven Surpass ranking was sent flying. Previously, Zuyu had said that those with talent were true dragons and those without talent were trash. But now he was sent flying by a simple punch. This meant that Zuyu was wrong. In the 100 Schools of Thought contest, talent wasn't everything. Senior Brothers was divine physique and Court of Gods could shake the 10 worlds, but Lin Ling sent him flying with just his fist? How is this possible? No one was more shocked than Genji. Because he was a first generation, he was clearer than the others about the strength of the first generation. No wonder he didn't retaliate, it was because he didn't care. Perhaps only an opponent like Zuyu would interest him. Genji muttered to himself. In fact, the surrounding disciples were speechless. Thinking of how they looked down on Lin Ling, it was as if they had slapped themselves in the face. No matter what kind of genius they were, no matter how powerful they were. But Lin Ling was their senior brother in the past, and he was still their senior brother today. They thought that Lin Ling had declined, but that was just their wishful thinking. Who said that Lord Lin Ling had fallen off the stage? Get out here. Someone suddenly roared. It was Falling Flowers' flowing water sword. He wanted to see what these arrogant people had to say. The surrounding geniuses were embarrassed and lowered their heads. In the resplendent academy, strength was everything. Lin Ling had also proved everything. It also meant that Lin Ling didn't care about their mockery and ridicule. They were just a bunch of sparrows squawking. Good, you dare to sneak attack me, it's my turn now. At this time, a figure shot over with a speed of 4 worlds. A halberd seemed to have shot out from time to time. Obviously, Lin Ling's punch didn't injure Zuyu, it only made him look miserable. Rumble. The divine body descended once again. Hundreds of flowers bloomed, and even time seemed to slow down a bit. And this was the might brought about by Zuyu's divine body. One had to know that in a battle between martial artists, the short span of a breath could change everything. In addition, he had clearly erupted with his full strength at this moment, and his strength had reached the peak of the 6th level of the true god realm. Not good. Seeing this, people immediately cried out in alarm. No one thought that Zuyu would suddenly make a move. He had obviously learned from Lin Ling and attacked as soon as he said so. However, his realm and talent were both higher than Lin Ling's. If he launched a sneak attack, it would definitely be very difficult for Lin Ling to block. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He had not expected his opponent to be so tenacious. This caused his attack to be slightly slower. However, at this moment, sword shadows rushed out from behind him and turned into 108 swords. They formed a military formation to protect Lin Ling. Clang. 108 swords shot towards the halberd in a frenzy, producing ear-piercing sounds of metal colliding. Some of the weaker geniuses began to bleed from their 7 orifices. How terrifying. Lin Ling's Ashura sword formation is actually so powerful. I'm also a swordsman and have also cultivated the Ashura sword formation. Compared to Lin Ling's sword, I'm far inferior. Ironically, I was the first to mock Lin Ling previously. Everyone's faces turned red. Some swordsmen were so ashamed that they wanted to hide their faces. Because they had also cultivated the Ashura sword formation, they had thought that they had surpassed Lin Ling. However, who knew that it was just wishful thinking? Lin Ling, is this all you've got? At this moment, Zuyu's body appeared. He held the halberd in one hand and shattered the void. The pressure was extremely great. The terrifying thing was that the pressure alone was enough to shatter a world. Moreover, although the Ashura sword formation had blocked the halberd, it was only a matter of time before it was swept away. This was because Zhuiyu's talent had slowed down the speed of the sword formation. It was as though time had been frozen. I've said that talent is everything. Noticing this, Zhuiyu sneered. He thought that Lin Ling had only ambushed him previously. Otherwise, Lin Ling would not have the right to be so arrogant. I still don't think so. However, at this moment Lin Ling was also staring at him. With a wave of his hand, an ancient sword shot down from the sky. He had actually pulled out a sword from the Ashura sword formation. Moreover, with the ancient sword in his hand, he slashed at Zhuiyu along with the Ashura sword formation. Ah, this speed is too slow. Junior brother Lin Ling, did you not eat? Under the influence of Zhuiyu's divine body, Lin Ling's speed was very slow. Zhuiyu's eyes were filled with disdain. With such a slow speed, the power of the sword must be limited. Remember, this sword is the Ashura sword formation. It is also a martial art from the primeval world. Lin Ling ignored him. He slashed out with the sword as though he was going to cut the sky. However, in the eyes of the crowd, this sword was indeed slow. It was so slow that many of the geniuses could easily dodge or even block it. This is normal. After all, senior brother Lin Ling was the last to attack. Zhuiyu suppressed him first. Someone said solemnly. Was he sure? As expected of an experienced martial artist, he was able to see through everything. If that's the case, senior brother Lin Ling counterattacked in a hurry. No wonder the power of his sword was so weak. The geniuses around them were not weaklings. They had also figured out everything. For example, Lin Ling had attacked first, which was why senior brother Zhuiyu was swept away. Now that senior brother Zhuiyu had attacked first, it would be difficult for Lin Ling to block it. Rumble. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Lin Ling's sword slashed down, accompanied by the Ashura sword formation. Clang. Zhuiyu's long halberd cracked instantly. Silence. The crowd was dead silent. They clearly saw that Lin Ling's sword was not powerful. However, with one slash, senior brother Zhuiyu's long halberd was broken? Of course, the most shocked person was Zhuiyu. His eyes were wide open. Lin Ling was only a level 2 true god. How could his sword be so powerful? Swoosh. As the sword slashed down, blood spurted out. If it was not for Zhuiyu's strong divine body that could control time, that slash would have split him into two. Even so, his right arm was chopped off. He retreated frantically and spat out mouthfuls of blood. My right arm. How could I lose to a junior brother like you? He shook his head as he retreated, as though he could not believe what he had seen. One should know that he had used 300 years to climb from the 29th place to the 28th place on the heavenly transcendence list. However, he had just stabilized his position and was overtaken in the next moment. And Lin Ling seemed to have only used 3 years. At the thought of this, his heart was filled with jealousy and resentment. There was even a strong murderous intent. This was because Lin Ling had taken away his honor. This is crazy. Previously, Lin Ling attacked first and sent senior brother Zhuiyu flying. Then, senior brother Zhuiyu attacked first as well. However, he could not touch Lin Ling at all. Instead, his arm was chopped off. Everyone's heart trembled violently. At this point, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. Bang. At this moment, the dull sound of footsteps continued to resound. Chapter 2685. A mouth that devoured everything. Because he noticed the killing intent in Zhuiyu's eyes. Lin Ling would not show mercy to those who wanted to kill him. Lin Ling. Bang bang bang. His pace was neither fast nor slow, but it was like thunder, causing the air to explode continuously. Every step seemed to step on Zhuiyu's heart, causing his face to turn paler. He was still activating his god body, so he guessed that Lin Ling couldn't be fast and could only walk slowly. He had the time to escape, but if he escaped, how could he face others? Lin Ling, don't go too far. Gritting his teeth, Zhuiyu waved his right hand and a blood-red pill appeared. It was the Earth Ring pill. This was a pill that was even more precious than the human ring pill. Not only could it instantly recover one's world essence, it could also heal one's injuries. You forced me to do this. If you die today, you can only blame yourself for being blind. Zhuiyu looked at the pill reluctantly and swallowed it in the end. This medicinal pill was originally intended to be used at a critical moment, but who would have thought that facing this junior brother Lin Ling, he would also be forced to use it. His heart was also bleeding at this moment. But after the medicinal pill entered his stomach, his severed arm began to grow crazily. His muscles wriggled like worms and gradually recovered to their original state. On top of that, his boundary river had also become even larger. Using medicinal pills? Even if senior brother Zuoyu won, he still lost. Seeing that scene, many people shook their heads. This was because Zuoyu no longer viewed this battle as a spar, but a battle of life and death. Otherwise he wouldn't have used the Earth Ring pill. Therefore, even if he won, it was an unfair victory. Lin Ling, your previous Jiayuan martial art, Azura sword formation, is very powerful. Moreover, your strength seems to be very strong as well. You have indeed taught me a lesson. However, let me tell you, the truly powerful thing is talent. I want you to personally admit this truth. Zuoyu shouted crazily as he sensed the boundary essence climbing higher and higher. Following his roar, the entire resplendent academy began to tremble. At the same time, more and more geniuses arrived and looked at the scene in horror. Especially after seeing Lin Ling, they were even more shocked. 3 years. They thought that Lin Ling had escaped from Qingzhou, but today they saw Lin Ling again. Furthermore, they saw Lin Ling's domineering scene. Is the final battle about to begin? Senior brother Lin Ling, you're amazing. 3 years ago, he was only ranked 30th on the sky-surpassing rankings. Now, I'm afraid he can reach 29th. 3 years, Tiske. Voices of admiration rang out one after another. The geniuses who had previously worshipped Zuoyu all turned their gazes toward Lin Ling. No matter if Lin Ling won or lost, it was enough for him to be proud. Yan Ningbo Blood Halberd. The surrounding voices undoubtedly made Zuoyu even angrier. A white goddess floated out from behind him. She was as beautiful as a flower fairy. At this moment, the mystic goddess wielded her halberd and shot towards Lin Ling like an otherworldly fairy. Clearly, with the help of the Earth Ring pill, he unleashed the strongest attack of his true god martial soul. What is a divine body? What is unsealing? A frog at the bottom of a well, like you will understand. After unleashing the otherworldly fairy, Zuoyu also shot towards Lin Ling. Swoosh. What was terrifying was that wherever Zuoyu's true god martial soul passed, it tore through the void, causing a black path to appear in midair. That was the chaos of the universe. What was even more terrifying was that time had stopped. The surrounding people could think, but they couldn't move. They could only be shocked by Zuoyu's heaven-defying divine body. Stop. At this moment, an anxious voice suddenly rang out. A figure floated in the sky and flickered a few times before appearing in the square. It was Ancestor Dragon Granny. Zuoyu, you dare violate the Academy's rules? Ancestor Dragon Granny saw Zuoyu unleash his full strength and knew that he wanted to kill Lin Ling. However, Zuoyu ignored her and his eyes turned even colder. Lin Ling must be killed. Otherwise he would be surpassed in 3 years. Sir. Lin Ling. Time had been frozen. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the others could only cry out in their hearts. In fact, they had confidence in Lin Ling from the beginning. However, now that time had been frozen, even if Lin Ling had powerful strength, he couldn't unleash it. The talents of the strongest generation were heaven-defying. I've said it before. You're not qualified to discuss martial arts. However, at this moment Lin Ling spoke. This caused everyone to be greatly shocked. Time had been frozen, but Lin Ling could still speak? Even Zuoyu was secretly shocked. However, he didn't care. He thought that Lin Ling was just a flash in the pan. This was also because he had confidence in his divine body. In the past, with his divine body, he had even killed an 8th-stage true god expert. Because time had been frozen, even if the opponent had powerful realm essence, they couldn't attack. Therefore they could only hate him. In fact, he didn't know that Lin Ling was full of disdain for his time freeze. This time freeze could only freeze people weaker than Zuoyu. It couldn't be compared to the time steel. The time steel could burn space and time. That was the true time freeze. It was just that Lin Ling was still unable to activate that effect at the moment. 29? That's enough for me to unleash 70% of my strength. Lin Ling muttered to himself. An ancient aura spread out from his body. Boom, boom. Hundreds of beasts roared. The fish demon, silver lion, azure dragon, and black tortoise appeared behind Lin Ling and roared toward the sky. That terrifying aura actually caused Second Ring City to tremble. What divine body? Resonance of the gods? Ancestor Dragon Granny wanted to help Lin Ling when she saw this scene. However, she stopped in her tracks with a face full of excitement. Divine body. Lin Ling had given birth to a divine body? And it wasn't of the fire element? How many secrets did this guy hide? What had he done in the past 3 years? The geniuses who were frozen in the surroundings felt their hearts explode as their minds roared. He also has a divine body. Zuoyu was also shocked. No wonder he had always found it strange that his divine body couldn't suppress Lin Ling's combat strength. So that was the reason. Even so, there were strong and weak divine bodies. His spatial datura physique was definitely above Lin Ling's divine body. What's the use? The heavenly flying immortal was getting closer and closer to Lin Ling. The long halberd flashed coldly. However, Lin Ling still stood motionless with a cold expression on his face. However, at this moment a sudden change occurred. A huge mouth quietly appeared as if it had appeared out of thin air. Then, it pounced out from behind Lin Ling and swallowed the heavenly flying immortal along with the long halberd. This sudden change shocked the entire academy. What kind of divine body was this? A mouth? That was too strange. Even Zuoyu's eyes widened. His true god martial soul had been swallowed? However, he quickly reacted and immediately wanted to retreat. However, he realized that he couldn't move. Time was frozen. His eyes couldn't help but stare at Lin Ling. He suddenly guessed that Lin Ling's divine body had swallowed the power of his divine body and then fed it back. Chapter 2686. The Academy's Rules. I've said that talent isn't a part of martial arts. That's why you were defeated by my sword. I've also said that you're not qualified to discuss martial arts because your divine body is like child's play in front of me. Lin Ling looked at Zuoyu indifferently with disdain in his eyes. He reached out his right hand and grabbed Zuoyu's neck, lifting him up. Zuoyu tried to resist, but he realized that Lin Ling's right hand was too strong. His realm origin energy couldn't move it at all. This made him realize that Lin Ling didn't just rely on the Ashura sword array to cut off his right arm, but also his terrifying divine body. At this moment he finally realized that talent wasn't the only thing that mattered on the path of martial arts. Lin Ling had opened his eyes and taught him a lesson about what it meant to be a genius who was strong in all areas. He lost. Senior brother Zuoyu lost. Look at his face. No one was dissatisfied with senior brother Zuoyu's discussion. Lin Ling was passing by and he didn't care about senior brother Zuoyu. However, senior brother Zuoyu thought that he was stronger and insisted on asking Lin Ling for an answer. He even provoked Lin Ling. Now that he's defeated by Lin Ling, I'm afraid he's too ashamed to show his face. In front of senior brother Lin Ling, senior brother Zuoyu really isn't qualified to discuss martial arts. He's like a clown in front of senior brother Lin Ling. People were shocked and mocking. They were shocked because Lin Ling was so strong and his mouth was so tough. It was their first time seeing him devour a true god's martial spirit. What was ironic was that Zuoyu wasn't Lin Ling's opponent at all. He actually gave Lin Ling pointers. Zuoyu was smashing his own foot with a rock. However, senior brother Zuoyu wanted to kill Lin Ling. I'm afraid senior brother Lin Ling won't let him go. Probably. The Resplendent Academy has a rule that geniuses can't kill each other. Moreover, Zuoyu is one of the strongest geniuses of his generation. That's true, but Zuoyu wanted to kill senior martial brother Lin Ling. More and more people voiced out their opinions. They all believed that Lin Ling would not kill Zuoyu. After all, this was a violation of the rules. However, how could they guess Lin Ling's way of doing things? Previously, Lin Ling had been ridiculed. If it were someone else, they would have already attacked. However, Lin Ling disdained to attack the weak and ignored them. And now Zuoyu wanted to kill him. How could he, Lin Ling, be afraid of the Academy's rules and not dare to make a move? Lin Ling's lips curled into a sinister smile. His right arm rolled like a dragon, and the powerful force caused Zuoyu's pupils to bulge. The taste of death appeared in his mind. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't make a sound. Senior martial brother Lin Ling really made a move? Crazy. Upon seeing this, the second and third generations of the Resplendent Academy were dumbfounded. Monster Lin Ling's way of doing things was indeed different from ordinary people. Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. But at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. Ancestor Long looked at Lin Ling worriedly and shook her head. In the Resplendent Academy, disciples are not allowed to kill each other. Moreover, the first-generation disciples are even more so. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the Academy's rules. As long as one is a genius of the Resplendent Academy, no one can violate the rules. Lin Ling, you can teach him a lesson or even trample him under your feet, but you can't kill him. Ancestor Long continued to speak. Lin Ling's hand gradually loosened. His eyes flickered as he said, I still remember this rule. The Resplendent Academy is a place to nurture geniuses. It doesn't want geniuses to kill each other. His voice wasn't loud, but many geniuses nodded. They weren't surprised by Lin Ling's choice. Even Yu Yu and the others were the same. Although Lin Ling is powerful, he still doesn't dare to violate the Academy's rules. Yes, in front of the Academy, even if Lin Ling is a dragon, he will still have to kneel down. Sounds of discussion could also be heard. After Lin Ling loosened his grip, Zuiyu could finally breathe again. However, being held by the neck in front of everyone, and whether he lived or died, he still had to see Lin Ling's expression. This made Zuiyu furious. He felt that he had no face to see anyone. Ah, Lin Ling, you have guts. I can tell you that today's humiliation will be returned tenfold in the future. Moreover, you, Lin Ling, are a piece of trash, a coward. You don't dare to face a true first-generation disciple. The Grim Reaper has always wanted to fight you, but you didn't even dare to see his face and could only hide for 3 years. Ah, trash. Zuiyu's voice was sharp and he even spat at Lin Ling. It was as if he was saying, kill me if you have the guts. If you don't, you're trash. That arrogance made the crowd's pupils dilate. Mu Ran felt even more disgusted with Zuiyu. If it wasn't for Lin Ling having scruples about the Academy's rules, Zuiyu would have died long ago. He even spat. What an ugly person. However, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to Zuiyu's words. He seemed to be thinking about something. The geniuses of the Resplendent Academy couldn't kill each other, but in the 3rd and 4th Ring City, there were so many people who came to kill him. There were experts like Lei Tianlan and the Sovereign Marquis. At that time, who knew where the Resplendent Academy was? Moreover, in these 3 years the Grim Reaper spread rumors, making Yu Yu, Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others ridiculed in the Resplendent Academy. At that time, where was the Resplendent Academy? Thinking of this, Lin Ling pulled the jade token from his waist, threw it on the ground and stepped forward. Bah! The jade token was broken. This action made everyone's eyes widen. They didn't understand what Lin Ling was doing. Even Ancestor Longpo was the same. You're Zuiyu? Ranked 28th on the Tianyue leaderboard? Lin Ling's gaze started to wander and landed on Zuiyu. That's right. You even had the chance to go to the 5th Ring City and meet the various heirs. Lin Ling, you're still too inexperienced to go against me. To be honest, in Qingzhou, I'll use 1,000 ways to kill you. Zuiyu lifted his chin and said proudly. He didn't know that he was about to die. However, just as he finished speaking, he was met with a slap. It was a clean slap from Lin Ling. I asked you, are you Zuiyu? Who asked you to answer such unimportant questions? That slap knocked out all of Zuiyu's teeth. His eyes were burning with anger. Lin Ling didn't dare to kill him, but he humiliated him. Despicable. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Only Lin Ling had the courage to force a member of the strongest generation like this. You're only temporarily proud. Zuiyu said in a low voice. However, Lin Ling was expressionless. He slapped Zuiyu again. Did I ask you to speak? Zuiyu didn't expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant. He didn't even give him the right to speak. Chapter 2687. An Authority of the Qing State. This time, Zuiyu was so angry that his body trembled. He glared at Lin Ling with resentment, but he did not dare to do anything. He was certain that if he dared to say another word, Lin Ling would beat him again until he dared not say another word. If news of one of the strongest generation falling into such a situation were to spread out, others would laugh their heads off. This Lin Ling is simply a madman. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? However, when Zuiyu no longer dared to be arrogant and was about to settle the score, Lin Ling spoke again. This sentence made Zuiyu snort in his heart. He almost wanted to say, do you dare? But when his eyes met with Lin Ling's, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of panic. This was because Lin Ling's eyes were filled with killing intent. It was a terrifying massacre, a fearless massacre. Impossible, Lin Ling definitely wouldn't dare to kill him, otherwise it would be a violation of the rules. And the surroundings suddenly became quiet, because people felt the killing intent on Lin Ling's body, very strong, very cold. Even Ancestor Longpo sensed it. She shouted anxiously, Lin Ling, don't be impulsive. However, just as she finished speaking, a crisp sound rang out. This was because Zuiyu's neck had been broken by Lin Ling. His head was tilted to one side, and his eyes were still wide open. It was as if he died with his eyes wide open, and he couldn't understand why Lin Ling dared to kill him. However, not only did Lin Ling kill him, He even pulled off his head and held it in his bloody hand. He looked at everyone coldly. Plop. Everyone's hearts suddenly jumped violently. Lin Ling was so crazy, like a killing god. At this moment, they were completely in awe of Lin Ling. Was this still the senior brother Lin Ling who had declined for 3 years? Lin Ling. Ancestor Dragon Granny shouted anxiously. Lin Ling had really killed him. I will never let go of anyone who wants to kill me, Lin Ling said indifferently. His voice was calm, but it was like a sharp sword that stabbed into everyone's hearts. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. This was Lin Ling's principle. Alas. Ancestor Long also knew Lin Ling's temperament. After a long sigh, she hurriedly said, "Hurry up and leave Resplendent Academy. Violating the rules is not a small matter. There's no need to leave. Breaking the rules in front of everyone, Lin Ling, you've got guts." But right at this moment, a voice filled with majesty resounded, and an enormous pressure seemed to descend from the heavens, causing all the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy to tremble in fear. It was too terrifying. It was as if they were looking at an ancient giant. However, what was surprising was that the person who had come was not a giant, but a weak woman. She wore a neat uniform robe and her long hair was tied behind her head. Her temples were gray, but she was wise and mighty with a majestic aura. There was a sword hanging from her waist, and as she walked, a powerful aura surged out. Din Qin. Ancestor Long's expression changed drastically when she saw this, and she took the lead to salute. The entire Resplendent Academy was shocked. That woman, who seemed to be in her 40s, was the dean of the Resplendent Academy? This was an ancient figure who was elusive and elusive. Even Lin Ling was secretly shocked because this was the first time he had seen the dean. However, he could sense that the woman's strength was unfathomable. Vice Dean Gong and the others appeared behind the woman, and at this moment, they had bitter smiles on their faces. First generation Lin Ling, do you know your crime? After Din Qin appeared, she cast a cold gaze at Lin Ling and angrily shouted, "Kneel!" Her voice carried the majesty of heaven, and it had an irresistible majesty. Plop. Before Lin Ling could kneel, all the geniuses of the Resplendent Academy knelt down in fright, their faces pale. "Why aren't you kneeling?" Din Qin was even more displeased when she saw that Lin Ling did not kneel. She had naturally heard of Lin Ling's name. He was the monster with the fastest cultivation speed in the history of the Resplendent Academy. However, he was extremely arrogant and had offended a large number of experts, giving the Resplendent Academy a lot of pressure. The biggest pressure came from the Empress Dowager, and it was obviously the idea of old Mother Lain. Therefore, in order to appease the Empress Dowager, Qin Suizan had been reprimanded many times. "Why should I kneel?" At this moment, Lin Ling spoke with an expressionless face. As soon as he finished speaking, Din Qin's face turned gloomy while Vice Dean Gong waved his hand incessantly at Lin Ling from behind. Even the Ancestor Dragon Granny flashed towards Lin Ling and pulled him to his knees. After all, Din Qin was an overlord of Azure Prefecture. Not to mention Lin Ling, even she didn't dare to rashly offend him. However, Lin Ling's bones were extremely hard. No matter how Ancestor Long Granny pulled, he did not move an inch. "You violated the rules of the Resplendent Academy and killed a generation. I asked you to kneel and admit your guilt, and you are actually dissatisfied?" Din Qin's voice became even colder as she reprimanded, "None of you are allowed to pull him. I want to see how arrogant this troublemaker is." Vice Dean Gong smiled bitterly and did not dare to wave his hand at Lin Ling anymore. Ancestor Long Granny was the same. "He wanted to kill me. Am I not allowed to resist?" Lin Ling replied indifferently. "He wanted to kill you, but he didn't kill you, so he didn't violate the Academy's rules. You killed him, so you violated the rules. You still dare to talk back?" Din Qin was getting angrier and angrier. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many disciples around, she really wanted to teach this arrogant Lin Ling a lesson. However, not only was Lin Ling not afraid, but he became even more arrogant. "Din Qin, what you mean is that I have to let him kill me before he can break the rules. What a joke, what a joke. I can tell you that if I die in his hands, you might not stand up for me." Din Qin pointed at Lin Ling and flew into a rage. Was Lin Ling reprimanding her? Or was he laughing at her? She was about to speak, but Lin Ling spoke faster than her. "The Academy's rules state that geniuses are not allowed to kill each other. He wanted to kill me first, so I retaliated. You don't blame him, but blame me? In Third Ring City and Fourth Ring City, there were many experts who wanted to kill me. Why didn't you act against them? They wanted to kill the geniuses of Resplendent Academy, so I don't understand where your rules come from. Also, when I was in seclusion for 3 years, my junior brothers and geniuses from other academies mocked and ridiculed me. At that time, I didn't see you standing up for our disciples. Please answer my question, Dean Qin. Lin Ling's words were like a string of cannons, causing Dean Qin to be stunned. For a moment she couldn't refute. They wanted to kill you because they weren't from Resplendent Academy. The enemies you provoked outside were dealt with by yourselves. As geniuses, if you need the Academy's protection for everything, then what's the point of talking about the martial path? But soon, Dean Qin enunciated each word clearly. Dean Qin, you're very impressive. You only dare to be arrogant in front of your own people, but when others bully you, you don't dare to retaliate. Instead, you let your disciples deal with them. How ironic, how ironic. Lin Ling sneered. Lin Ling might not be considered a big shot, but the battle on the drill ground and the Pride Tournament have greatly increased the glory of Resplendent Academy. Is this how you, Dean Qin, treat your own disciples? You're rebelling, you're rebelling. No matter how glib your tongue is, the rules are the rules. If you dare to kill a generation, you'll have to pay with your life. Chapter 2688. Retreat. Her body did not move, but a powerful energy condensed around her. She was like a god that could cover the sky. With her strength, she might not even need to use 10% of her strength to deal with Lin Ling. Lin Ling is dead. Sigh. Everyone sighed inwardly. In truth, they agreed with Lin Ling's words. As geniuses of the Resplendent Academy, they had won glory for the Academy time and time again. But now that they had offended an outsider, the Academy actually ignored them and let them handle it. This was too chilling. Most importantly, it was one thing for the Dean to not help her own disciple, but to attack her own people? If not for Dean Qin's strength being too strong, they would have said that she was bullying the weak and fearing the strong. You don't dare to kill me. Sigh. However, just as Dean Qin's god's palm was about to reach him, Lin Ling remained standing there with his hands behind his back. What a proud young man. At this moment, the third generation, second generation, and even the first generation began to worship Lin Ling. What a joke. Sigh. However, Dean Qin snorted disdainfully. In front of her, Lin Ling could be arrogant? Not to mention a mere Lin Ling, even Vice Dean Gong had to lower his voice in front of her. However, Lin Ling's next sentence caused Dean Qin's pupils to constrict. I'm no longer a member of Resplendent Academy. Sigh. The terrifying palm stopped in front of Lin Ling. What did you say? Dean Qin's eyes narrowed. The expressions of the surrounding people changed. Lin Ling said that he was no longer a member of Resplendent Academy? What did that mean? Lin Ling, don't be rash. Vice Dean Gong and Ancestor Dragon Granny suddenly thought of something and immediately shouted. As geniuses of Resplendent Academy, they are not allowed to kill each other. Otherwise, it would be a violation of the Academy's rules. However, cultivators from the outer realm can kill geniuses of the Academy. Resplendent Academy has always said that they should settle their own problems. This means that Resplendent Academy will not interfere in the affairs of cultivators from the outer realm. And now I've killed Zuyu. What does it have to do with you? What does it have to do with your Resplendent Academy? Lin Ling stared at Dean Qin and said calmly. What do you mean? Dean Qin seemed to have guessed something and her mood became complicated. Hearing this, Lin Ling didn't say anything. He waved his right hand and the broken jade token on the ground fell into his hand. At this moment, Lin Ling had already trampled it into pieces. As he looked at the broken jade token, the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up into a mocking smile, and he lightly waved his right hand. The jade tablet floated in the air and scattered like flower petals. I'm withdrawing. It was accompanied by an indifferent voice. Boom. Everyone felt as if their hearts were about to explode. They stared at the broken jade tablets that were falling from the sky and recalled those words. It was as if their hearts had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. Withdraw from the Academy. The most monstrous genius in the history of Resplendent Academy had withdrawn from the Academy. At this moment, it was as if a magnitude 9 earthquake had occurred in Radiant Academy. Lin Ling, no. Vice Dean Gong was the first to shout, shaking his head constantly. Lin Ling had helped Resplendent Academy obtain glory several times, and he was also the genius that Vice Dean Gong thought highly of. In the past, when Lin Ling fought against Genji in the Pride Tournament, Vice Dean Gong chose Genji and asked Lin Ling to forfeit the match. However, who knew that Lin Ling would reject his request and continue to fight? Instead, he defeated Genji and won first place in the Pride tournament. At that time he knew that Lin Ling couldn't be underestimated. He also knew that he had let Lin Ling down. And now Lin Ling had chosen to withdraw from the academy. This was the first thing he didn't agree to, and he felt that it was a loss for Resplendent Academy. As for Ancestor Long, she and Vice Dean Gong both cast their gazes on Dean Qin. However, at this moment, Dean Qin was silent, and her eyes were mixed with complicated emotions. Lin Ling withdrawing from the academy was something she didn't want to see. This was because although Lin Ling was arrogant and unruly, he was indeed capable. However, Lin Ling had withdrawn from the academy in front of her. Did he still think that she was the dean? After you leave, don't ever come back. Dean Qin shouted coldly. Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. They knew that Dean Qin couldn't put down her face, so her attitude was firm. Lin Ling was also decisive enough to give up his endless future in Resplendent Academy. It would be good if such a person didn't grow up, but if he soared to the sky he would definitely be a terrifying figure. Please remember, I'm the one withdrawing from the academy, not Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling didn't even look at Dean Qin as he enunciated each word clearly. You. Dean Qin wanted to say something but obviously she couldn't say anything. If she had expelled Lin Ling she could still retain some dignity, but now that Lin Ling had withdrawn himself, it felt as if Lin Ling had abandoned her. You think you can leave just because you want to? She shouted angrily, unwilling to be trampled on by a junior. Dean Qin, you're the dean of an academy, and also a powerful figure in Qing province, so please don't go back on your words. Remember what you said before, the academy will ignore the cultivators from outside who came to kill the academy's geniuses. Now that I've killed Zuiyu, I'm a cultivator from outside. So, are you going to go back on your words and attack me? Lin Ling's fearless voice drifted over, causing Dean Qin to stop in her tracks. Previously, she had personally admitted that the academy's geniuses had been hunted by cultivators from outside and they had dealt with it themselves. Now she had the nerve to stand up for Zuiyu? If she attacked, she would be going back on her words. If a dean went back on her words, how could she lead Resplendent Academy? Seeing Dean Qin speechless, the crowd shook their heads. Their gazes once again fell on Lin Ling, only to discover that Lin Ling was even more unyielding than they had imagined. He would rather withdraw from the academy than lower his head. He would rather withdraw from the academy than compromise. He was also very stubborn. Under the sunlight, the youth's figure grew longer and longer, gradually disappearing from everyone's sight. What he left behind was only endless glory and legends. In the battle on the drill ground, he was the #1 second-generation rookie. In the Pride tournament, he was the strongest second generation. He killed his way into Four-Ring City, not fearing authority, only for the peaceful place in his heart that he had to protect. All of this was the pride that the youth had left behind. What a pity. Many people secretly shook their heads. In the past 3 years, Lin Ling had disappeared without a trace. They thought that Lin Ling had declined, but who knew that Lin Ling would erupt in silence, suddenly appearing out of nowhere and defeating Zuiyu. He even dared to confront Dean Qin, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. Sigh. Vice Dean Gong and Ancestor Dragon Granny sighed, secretly blaming Dean Qin in their hearts. After leaving Resplendent Academy, he's just a piece of trash. Everything he has today was given to him by Resplendent Academy. I'd like to see how miserable he'll be without Resplendent Academy. However, Dean Qin did not feel any pity, instead she sneered. Lin Ling had offended many experts. If he went out to roam Qingzhou, he would definitely end up as a pile of bones outside the city. Dean Qin, don't think that Lin Ling's current glory was given to him by Resplendent Academy. In fact, it was obtained through Lin Ling's own efforts. Let's not talk about other things, just take the siege of Four-Ring City as an example. Resplendent Academy did not provide any support, so don't think too highly of yourself. Chapter 2689. Stop Lin Ling. Also, I hope you won't regret your actions today. Next year you will realize how laughable your words are. Xin Yuange sneered. They believed in Lin Ling. You dare to speak to me like that? Dean Qin was furious. I'm sorry, but I'm not from Resplendent Academy. I'll withdraw. However, Yu and the rest just smiled and threw the jade token on their waist to the ground. Falling flowers, flowing water, and the rest did the same. We'll withdraw as well. After saying that, the group of people followed Lin Ling without hesitation. Go, go, go. After you leave, don't ever come back. You'll regret it. Withdraw. Dean Qin couldn't help but roar as her students withdrew one after another. This undoubtedly caused her to lose her dignity. However, Yu and the rest didn't stop. Instead, they left as if they had removed some shackles. How courageous. Wow. Everyone secretly admired them. After all, entering one of the 3 great academies was the dream of all geniuses. However, those fellows didn't even frown when they withdrew. The news of Lin Ling's withdrawal spread throughout the Resplendent Academy in a short period of time. This was also the time when the geniuses of the 3 great academies were interacting. Therefore, there were more people than usual. It can't be, someone actually withdrew? Is that guy crazy? If it was an ordinary person they wouldn't dare. However, that person is Lin Ling. There's nothing he doesn't dare to do. Lin Ling, he's still alive. Many of the 2nd generation and 1st generation were shocked when they received the news. Lin Ling left with Yu and the rest. Everywhere they passed there were sounds of discussion. Those geniuses were all looking at Lin Ling in shock. Withdrawal. This was the first time in the history of Resplendent Academy. Moreover, Lin Ling defeated Zuiyu and became the 28th in the sky-surpassing academy. Someone shouted, causing the surrounding geniuses to breathe heavily. Was this the coward Lin Ling they had imagined? Lin Ling, stop right there. You only have your current achievements because of the cultivation resources of the Resplendent Academy. Do you really think you can leave just because you want to withdraw? At this moment, on the flight of stairs leading to the exit of the Resplendent Academy, an old man bellowed furiously. Many people turned to look at the old man who had spoken, and their expressions turned solemn. Because that was Elder Xia Ren. This elder and Lin Ling were old enemies. Today, when he saw that Lin Ling had left the courtyard, he came out to make things difficult for him. As the saying goes, the king of hell is easy to block, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. Dean Qin didn't dare to touch Lin Ling because of his status, but Elder Xia Ren wouldn't. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling and the rest continued to walk forward. Lin Ling even muttered to himself, "Where did this old dog come from?" Lord Lin Ling is right. If a dog bites a man, do you think we should bite the dog back? Falling flowers, flowing water, and the rest replied with a smile. Old dog? Everyone looked at Xia Ren and realized that the old man's half-dead appearance really did look like an old dog. At this moment they were secretly laughing. Lin Ling, stop right there. Xia Ren's wrinkled face bloomed like a flower, and a powerful aura erupted from him. He seemed to be about to make a move on Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling turned a blind eye. He didn't even look at Elder Xia Ren and said, "You don't dare." His words carried a fearless and arrogant aura of the Azure Prefecture. Elder Xia Ren's face was filled with anger. He wanted to make a move, but in the end he stopped himself. He really didn't dare. Because even Dean Qin didn't make a move. It seemed like the dean was waiting for something. Maybe she wanted to see Lin Ling's miserable appearance after leaving the Resplendent Academy. Therefore, if he made a move, he might go against the dean's wishes. Moreover, according to the dean's rules, he didn't have the qualifications to make a move. Elder Xia Ren really doesn't dare. Seeing this, many people started whispering. Their eyes were fixed on the blue-robed youth, and their eyes were burning with passion. How awe-inspiring. How domineering. Facing the former Elder Xia Ren, Lin Ling didn't even look at him. He only said one sentence, "You don't dare." And Elder Xia Ren really didn't dare. Elder Xia Ren was so angry that he kept coughing. However, he gave a girl beside him a look. The girl immediately understood and shouted, "Everyone, don't treat him as a genius of the Resplendent Academy. Right now he's an outsider. Moreover, he humiliated our Resplendent Academy. If we really have a backbone, we shouldn't let him leave. We are all cultivators. We must have dignity," the woman said with a strong sense of righteousness. After she finished speaking, she shot towards Lin Ling and actually stood in front of Lin Ling. She was like a brave warrior who didn't fear death. However, Lin Ling obviously recognized her because she was Lu Hongyan. Previously, she came to his market with Xia Ren and wanted to obtain the rainforest market through a bet. "Where's your godfather?" Lin Ling asked. These words were like salt to a wound, causing Lu Hongyan's body to tremble. That day she and Lin Ling competed in alchemy. After losing, she personally called Xia Ren godfather. Most importantly, she even kissed Xia Ren's old face. Currently, in the academy, many people were secretly calling her a lewd woman. Lin Ling, don't twist right and wrong. Today you betrayed the Resplendent Academy. Do you still have a conscience? Do you know how much effort the Resplendent Academy put in to nurture you? However, you just said that you're leaving and ignored it. You really don't deserve to be a cultivator. Lu Hongyan tried to change the topic. She shouted, "You can leave if you want, but you have to leave everything the Resplendent Academy gave you behind. I Lu Hongyan have no enmity with you. However, the Resplendent Academy is my home. I can't bear to see the Academy being humiliated by you." Her voice became louder and louder. In the end, her eyes were moist. It was as if she really did stand up for the Academy. When these words fell, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others exploded in anger. Lu Hongyan obviously wanted to kill Lin Ling, but she still spoke with a strong sense of righteousness. What a hypocrite. However, with the words of a delicate girl and the fact that Lin Ling had offended the Resplendent Academy, many people stepped forward to uphold justice. Among the second generation, most of them worshipped Lin Ling. The first generation was the opposite. They couldn't wait for Lin Ling to stay. Perhaps they didn't want to admit that Lin Ling had surpassed them. "Lin Ling, you're heartless." "That's right. If you want to leave, then cripple your own cultivation. How can you forget your roots? If you don't cripple your cultivation, you won't be able to leave here today. I, your senior brother, am the most impartial person, but I won't help you." The first generation continued to speak as if they were standing on the side of justice. Cripple his cultivation? Hearing this, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others gritted their teeth. If Lord Lin Ling crippled his cultivation, wouldn't that be the same as dying? These people were using this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. As for Xia Ren, his old face was filled with a sinister smile. He didn't dare to make a move against Lin Ling, but as geniuses of the same generation, they could. Chapter 2690. Lawless. Anyone who blocks the way will be killed. I'm not leaving. I'm going to stand up for Resplendent Academy. Lu Hongyan gritted her teeth as if she was going to go all out. However, her eyes were filled with pride. Currently, Lin Ling was indeed stronger than her. However, she didn't need to do anything to kill Lin Ling. All she needed to do was to infuriate the crowd. Stand up for Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling sneered. When he was besieged in Four Ring City, other than Vice Principal Gong, who else from Resplendent Academy had come to help him? He was stopped by the Sovereign Marquis. Other than the 6 tribes, who else had come to help him? Now he owed Resplendent Academy? If you're not leaving, then stay here forever. Lin Ling's voice was even colder. His killing intent was overflowing. I'm not leaving even if I die. However, Lu Hongyan didn't know that Lin Ling wanted to kill her. She thought that Lin Ling was afraid of her and didn't want to leave. Of course, this was normal. How could a mere Lin Ling dare to go against the entire Resplendent Academy? Unfortunately, she didn't know that the one who would stay here forever wasn't Lin Ling, but her. Bang. Lin Ling smiled. In the next moment, he threw out a punch like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. How could Lu Hongyan react to that punch? When the punch landed on Lu Hongyan's body, her pupils constricted. Her internal organs were immediately overturned, and her meridians and bones were shattered. She was going to die. At that moment, this was the only thought in her mind. It turned out that she was the one who would stay here forever. Bang. In the next moment, her body exploded into pieces. Blood danced on the steps. Before she died, she finally realized that she had been used by her master, Xia Ren. You actually killed one of your own. You're lawless. Xia Ren was stunned. His old face was filled with pain. Lu Hongyan was his confidant, and he was very happy that she was good at martial arts. However, she was killed by Lin Ling with a single punch. The surrounding disciples were also terrified. Lin Ling, who killed her just because of a disagreement. How dare you? Junior sister Lu was just giving you some advice and you actually killed her. A person like you isn't a genius of Resplendent Academy. You can do whatever you want. Catch him. The second generation disciples didn't dare to speak, but the first generation disciples all shouted out. They didn't believe that with so many people present, Lin Ling would be able to continue acting like a tyrant. Hearing this, Lin Ling smiled. It was a bloodthirsty smile. Falling flowers, flowing water, sword, and the others were the same. Lu Hongyan was clearly doing this on purpose. Could it be that Lin Ling was going to kowtow and beg for forgiveness? Junior sister. Does a filthy woman who sells her body have the qualifications to be Lord Lin Ling's junior sister? Moreover, Lord Lin Ling is no longer a genius of Radiant Academy. The chess boy and the others spoke one after another. Their words stunned the first-generation members, and they had no words to refute them. I can only say that you are all trash. The falling flowers, flowing water sword spoke again. His words were like a sword that pierced deeply into the heart of the first-generation successor. Don't mislead us with your words. One by one, figures shot down from behind and stood on the stairs. A powerful aura quietly spread out. If you want to leave, cripple your own cultivation. I Zhang Feng will immediately make way for you. Don't forget your roots. Junior brother Lin Ling, be careful of your heart's devil. You want to leave? Not unless I agree to it. These people were all first-generation successors. They wore golden robes that represented their status. Some of them had their hands behind their backs, some looked up at the sky, and some stroked their swords. Each of them had their own unique characteristics. If ordinary people put on such a posture, they would definitely be mocked and thought that they were deliberately mystifying things. However, they were first-generation successors. This gave people a feeling of arrogance and even made people worship them. Seeing this, Lin Ling sneered. These people probably didn't know about Zui Yu's defeat. Are you sure you want to stop me? We're not stopping you. We're just trying to wake you up. The first person spoke first. Most importantly, he didn't even look at Lin Ling. Instead, he stared at the top of the stairs because more and more people were gathering there. There were first-generation successors from other academies. Therefore, this was his time to shine. However, just as he finished speaking, a ferocious fist blasted toward him. Do you really want to die? That person laughed sarcastically and shook his head in disdain. My name is Feng Zhongfei. I have the speed of 4 realms. I can easily dodge this punch of yours. However, since I'm trying to stop you, I won't dodge. He reached out his palm, wanting to shock everyone with a single move. Unfortunately, he thought too much. The power of the realm-swallowing beast was not something that he could stop. Boom. A punch blasted toward him. His arm was severed. If he hadn't used his ultimate technique at the critical moment and escaped to the other side, he would have been killed by the punch. With one punch, he stepped aside. This made everyone at the top of the mountain speechless. Feng Zhongfei was so weak? I'd like to see how you're going to stop me. Boom. At this moment, Lin Ling was like a dragon flying in the sky. He stepped straight down. Boom. 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 His fist looked ordinary, but it had the power to destroy 10 realms. Wherever it passed, no first-generation successor could stop it. Their limbs were severed and the weaker ones were directly killed. Lin Ling had transformed into the realm-swallowing beast. He was on a killing spree. Boom. 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 The stairs were suddenly dyed red with blood. Dull sounds kept coming out. Those who blocked his path all exploded and died. This feeling of defeat, this momentum that could sweep away 1,000 soldiers, was shocking. On the stairs, the eyes of the crowd trembled fiercely. Although many people knew that Lin Ling was not weak, those who blocked his path were all first-generation successors. They already had the advantage in numbers. However, it was useless. Lin Ling violently opened a path and killed with his fists. How is this possible? My awakened godly body is useless against him. God. Heavens, he broke my sword with one punch. Run. 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 Those first-generation successors who were in all kinds of postures changed their expressions. They hurriedly made way for him. They were as pathetic as they could be. Because if they did not leave, they would be killed by his fists. Mercy. 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 Those who ran slower were so scared that they knelt down, kowtowing and begging for mercy. Boom. Lin Ling raised his leg and stomped down like a battle axe. Then a dull sound rang out. Blood bloomed like flowers. That first-generation successor was stomped to death. A first-generation successor was an expert that countless people looked up to. But now he was like a lamb begging for mercy. He even knelt down. So scary. I'm not coming anymore. No. The remaining first-generation successors immediately reacted. They knew that begging for mercy was useless. They could only make way for him. You're smart. If you dare to block my path again, you'll die. Die. Lin Ling coldly shouted. His blue robe fluttered as he walked down the stairs. He had been patient before, but now, his patience had reached its limit. He was going to leave Resplendent Academy. Anyone who did not obey him would be killed. Let's see who dares to stop him. Falling flowers and flowing water sword followed Lin Ling, proudly walking down the stairs. They also wanted to see who dared to block them. You're Lin Ling. However, at this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. At the bottom of the stairs, several figures stood there. One of them narrowed his eyes and spoke. His small eyes were emitting a cold light. Who is that? He dares to block Lin Ling? Looking at the person who spoke, the geniuses on the stairs exclaimed. Lin Ling had opened a path with violence. Ordinary people had been scared away. But now there were still people blocking his path. This was too surprising. It's the Black Faction's senior brother. Chapter 2691. You're already crippled. Xian Faction, the 5th-ranked genius of the Resplendent Academy? Many people had heard of this name before and their expressions changed drastically. The Resplendent Academy didn't have many disciples, but there were still over 1,000 of them. To be able to be ranked 6th, his strength was definitely not undeserved. Most importantly, this Xian Faction was ranked 18th in the Sky-Surpassing Academy. One must know that the difference in the Sky-Surpassing Academy was a difference in strength. Being ranked 18th, there was no need to doubt his strength. Good Xian Faction's senior brother is going to stop Lin Ling. Everyone was looking forward to it. After all, if they let Lin Ling leave just like that, the Resplendent Academy would lose face. However, under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling ignored the Xian Faction. Instead, he held the hands of Yu Yu and continued to walk down the stairs. A good flight of stairs is actually dyed red with blood. How ironic. Lin Ling even said with a smile. Big Brother Ling is right. There are quite a few of us who have returned here. We originally wanted to leave a good impression, but others don't want to lose face. They shed all pretense of cordiality and still want to make things difficult for us. That's right. Don't tell me we're not allowed to leave the academy? Xian Yuangur sniffled and also replied. The three of them talked and laughed as if they didn't know that they were the focus of everyone's attention. Did you not hear my words? The Xian Faction finally frowned and said in a low voice. Because Lin Ling was actually ignoring him. Even the few people beside him narrowed their eyes. Did these juniors know what they were doing? This Resplendent Academy has a few good people. For example, Senior Long, Senior Dandelion, and Vice Principal Gong. Unfortunately, the principal of the Resplendent Academy simply takes advantage of her seniority and can't differentiate right from wrong. At this moment, Yu Yu said to Lin Ling again. Who cares about her? We're not asking for help anyway. Lin Ling shrugged and said to Yu Yu. The few of them were still ignoring the Xian Faction, causing the people above to suck in a breath of cold air. Although Lin Ling was strong, he was only ranked 28th on the Heavenly Crossing list. In the future, Lin Ling might be able to catch up with the Xian Faction senior brother, but now how could he? Lin Ling was courting death. Many people secretly prayed for Lin Ling. They felt that Lin Ling would not be able to leave Resplendent Academy. Did you hear me? At this moment, Xian Pai's patience had run out. His voice made the surroundings even colder. Some of the weaker geniuses were trembling and didn't even dare to look at Xian Pai. I know what you're talking about. The cold aura seemed to freeze the front of the stairs and Lin Ling finally stopped. I thought you would keep pretending that you didn't hear me. Seeing this, Xian Pai narrowed his eyes. You asked me if I was Lin Ling. This means that you don't know me, right? Lin Ling also looked over. When he said this, Xian Pai laughed sarcastically, thinking that Lin Ling's brain was stupid. Before he could say anything, the people beside him sneered, Aren't you talking nonsense? Who do you think you are, that Xian Pai senior brother would know you? Since you don't know me, then why should I answer your question? Lin Ling ignored their sarcastic words and said indifferently, Since I don't know you, why should I care about you? Who do you think you are? The last sentence floated out, frivolous, overbearing, unrestrained. The entire stairs seemed to be suppressed. The people above were like cicadas in winter. They all thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure. He actually dared to speak to Xian Pai senior brother like that. One must know that in the 3 academies, there were no more than 20 people who dared to speak to Xian Pai like that. Sure enough, Xian Pai's body moved slightly, and his pupils constricted. He was angry. He came here out of curiosity. He wanted to see the first genius in the history of Resplendent Academy to leave. Therefore he asked Lin Ling a question. In his opinion, Lin Ling should respectfully answer. But who knew that Lin Ling would ignore him and even ask him who he was? Junior brother, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. You have already offended Xian Pai senior brother. Immediately kneel down and beg for mercy. Before Xian Pai could say anything, a young man walked out from the side and blocked Lin Ling's path. He stepped onto the stairs. It's Zhang Tugu, the 7th strongest generation of Resplendent Academy, ranked 26th on the Heaven Crossing list. Seeing this, many people were looking forward to it. Today there were many geniuses blocking Lin Ling's path and none of them were weak. It seemed that the upper echelons of the academy would not make a move against Lin Ling, but they planned to let the geniuses of the academy do it. And with these powerful geniuses, it was enough to suppress Lin Ling. They wanted to let Lin Ling know how lowly he was, and how miserable he would be after leaving the academy. "What's your name?" At this moment, Lin Ling did not know the expectations of the crowd. Instead, he looked indifferently at the young man in front of him. Zhang Tugu ranked 7th in the strongest generation. The young man raised his chin and said indifferently, "I have a grudge with you." Lin Ling asked again. "No, but you offended Shenpai Senior Brother." The young man laughed disdainfully. "I offended Shenpai Senior Brother, so you came out to help him? Zhang Tugu, right? You're considered one of the best in your generation, but unfortunately, you have no position and only know how to rely on others. You've forgotten the heart of martial arts and only want to follow the strong. You'd better take down the 4 words of the strongest generation yourself." However, Lin Ling's calm words stunned Zhang Tugu, and his expression began to change. He was indeed one of the strongest generation, but he did not have his own martial arts and only knew how to worship others. This meant that he would be behind others for the rest of his life, and would never stand out. Zhang Tugu shouted angrily. In fact, how could he not know that Lin Ling was affecting his heart of martial arts? But even if he knew, he was still shaken. Because Lin Ling was right. Ever since he lost to Shenpai Senior Brother, he had lost the ability to fight. In this life he had never thought of surpassing Shenpai, only wanting to follow behind him. If he was an ordinary person it would be fine, but he was one of the strongest generation. If he had no fighting spirit, he might as well take down the title of the strongest generation. A true martial artist is his own world. I am the heavens, I am the earth. My heart is strong, tenacious, and will only continue to surpass my idol. I will not blindly follow. You're obviously crippled. Seeing Zhang Tugu's appearance, Lin Ling smiled coldly. He took a step forward, and the aura of an expert filled the air. It was like the pressure of heaven and earth, and it made it difficult for Zhang Tugu to breathe. Lin Ling was the reincarnation of Li Xiaoyao, and he had seen a lot. His casual reprimand was like the wind of a sect leader. His words, his steps, made Zhang Tugu subconsciously take a step back, and he felt that something was suppressed in his heart, and it was very uncomfortable. There was only one sentence in his mind. Am I crippled? Of course, if Lin Ling casually bewitched him, he naturally would not believe it. However, over the years his progress was slow, and he had been following Shenpai Senior Brother. He also thought that he was indeed crippled. Chapter 2692. Why don't you try blocking my way? This? When everyone saw this scene they were all shocked like celestials. He was the dignified strongest of the generation, yet he was actually provoked to vomit blood by Lin Ling with just a few words. This was too fantastical. Zhang Tugu, if you waver and cannot find your heart of martial arts, not only will you be crippled, you will be like a walking corpse, living a life worse than death. At this time Lin Ling took another step forward. His words were like swords that pierced Zhang Tugu's heart. Walking dead. Zhang Tugu's face turned paler and paler. He covered his ears with both hands as if he was trying to prevent the demonic sound from entering his ears. Zhang Tugu, don't forget your goal. But at this moment the senior brother of the Shen sect also spoke, and his voice was mixed with anger. This time, Zhang Tugu felt as if his mind was about to explode. Should he stick to himself, or should he listen to the senior brother of the Shen sect? You can't go up and you can't go down. Coward, die. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He was too lazy to save Zhang Tugu. He simply threw out a punch. The power of the realm-swallowing beast exploded. Bang! A muffled sound immediately rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones shattering. Zhang Tugu was stunned as he looked down at the fist in his chest. That punch had shattered all the bones in his body. This time he seemed to have woken up. You attacked me, he muttered to himself. Previously, Lin Ling's words had distracted his attention. Coupled with the fact that he indeed had a knot in his heart, Lin Ling's punch landed easily. Most importantly, he sensed that the power of this punch was extremely terrifying. It had destroyed his life force. Because you stepped on the steps, Lin Ling said coldly. He walked past him and placed his right hand on the side of his head. Then he gave him a push. His movements were clean and direct, free and unrestrained. Plop. Zhang Tugu fell down and rolled down the steps like a gourd. He landed at the foot of the mountain and no one knew whether he was dead or alive. This scene caused the Resplendent Academy to become even more silent. Even in the depths of Resplendent Academy, the upper echelons of the academy were watching this scene. They were purposely not making an appearance, allowing the geniuses of the academy to block Lin Ling. But who would have thought that Zhang Tugu would also be defeated, and be defeated so thoroughly? And this was the Lin Ling that was abandoned by Din Qin? At this moment, many higher-ups of the academy had complicated feelings. Humph, relying on his lotus flower tongue to bewitch Zhang Tugu's heart of martial arts. Otherwise, he would have been stopped long ago. However, there were still some people who disdained Lin Ling. These elders naturally sided with Din Qin. However, they were not in a hurry because the Shen sect would stop Lin Ling. After all, if Lin Ling was allowed to leave Resplendent Academy safely today, Din Qin would lose face, and Resplendent Academy would lose its honor. The other two great academies would laugh at them even more. They didn't want such a genius like Lin Ling and actually abandoned him. Was Din Qin stupid? Therefore the Shen sect could not be defeated. In fact, all the geniuses of Resplendent Academy had this thought. In their opinion, it was impossible for Lin Ling to sweep away the geniuses of Resplendent Academy. He could not leave with pride, he could only leave Resplendent Academy dejectedly. In this way, if he withdrew, others would think that Resplendent Academy had abandoned him. What a waste. You're not even qualified to be my follower. At this moment, the Shen sect finally spoke. He also knew that it was time for him to make a move. What was chilling was that Zhang Tugu had fought for him before. After being defeated, not only did he not sympathize, he was extremely disdainful. Zhang Tugu had obviously followed the wrong person. The Shen sect looked at Lin Ling, waiting for Lin Ling to speak to him. However, Lin Ling, who was on the stairs, did not even look at him. He continued to lead Yu and the others forward. Are you afraid of me? Seeing this, the Shen sect could not help but laugh. Previously, Lin Ling was so arrogant, but in the end he did not even have the courage to look at him. It was really disappointing. It seems that Lin Ling is afraid of the Shen sect senior brother. That's for sure. The Shen sect senior brother is the 18th generation. Although Lin Ling is powerful, he is still weaker than the Shen sect senior brother. The people on the mountain top were not surprised by Lin Ling's actions. Because their strength was inferior, they were afraid, so they did not dare to speak or even look at the Shen sect senior brother. This was because the Shen sect senior brother was in the 6th level of True God and had a first-grade divine body, the invincible war god body. This was the successor of the Eastern Borders war god sect. It was said that this bloodline had the same lifespan as Huanyu and had endless history. He was a true battle maniac. Although you are afraid of me, do you think that you can leave Resplendent Academy without leaving anything behind? The Shen sect turned around and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. No matter where it is, even if it is a military camp, if anyone wants to leave they have to pay a price. This is the price. Lin Ling, look at me directly. Running away is useless. The Shen sect said word by word. His long hair also danced wildly. So powerful, no one in Resplendent Academy can stop Lin Ling, but the Shen sect senior brother can. He is our only spiritual support. Seeing this, the people who were silent earlier also cheered. Even the upper echelons of the academy could not help but laugh. Even if they had no enmity with Lin Ling, even if they thought highly of Lin Ling, for the sake of the academy's honor, they would sacrifice Lin Ling and make Lin Ling return in disgrace. Because Lin Ling provoked the Resplendent Academy. Trash. At this moment, Xia Ren's spirit trembled and he could not help but shout. Trash. After his voice was heard, many people also echoed his words. However, Lin Ling continued to walk forward, ignoring them. Haha, you are indeed a trash. Seeing this, the Shen sect could not help but laugh towards the sky. There was an indescribable pride and an indescribable spirit. It's time for your nonsense to end. However, at this moment Lin Ling finally spoke. What? Are you going to face reality? A trash like you is not completely useless. You finally dare to say a word to me. The Shen sect shook his head in disdain and stared at Lin Ling with contempt. I'm too lazy to talk to you because I don't care about a dog's barking. But you say I'm afraid of you? Lin Ling continued to walk forward, his voice ice cold. Isn't that the case? If you're not afraid of me, why don't you stop walking? The sneer on the Shen sect's face became even thicker. Lin Ling, even at death's door, was still stubborn. In fact, everyone thought so too. Lin Ling was unwilling to lose face and was just showing off his strength. Stop walking? With just you? Lin Ling still spoke, but his next sentence caused the entire Resplendent Academy and even the other two academies to fall silent. You try blocking the way. The sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Only now did people realize that Lin Ling only attacked those who blocked the stairs. No wonder he didn't care about the Xian sect before. So that's how it was. And the ironic thing was, they actually thought that Lin Ling was afraid and didn't dare to speak. For a moment he suddenly felt like a clown. Lin Ling was still ignoring him. The reason why he didn't make a move was because he didn't appear on the steps. If he stepped on the steps, Lin Ling would definitely make a move. Chapter 2693. Ranked 18th in the strongest generation. As you wish. Xian Pai immediately roared, the war god's blood erupted, and like a giant, he shot towards Lin Ling and fiercely smashed onto the stairs. Boom. The entire resplendent academy was in an uproar. The terrifying aura of the war god caused everyone to have difficulty breathing. Look below. Many people even pointed at the tunnel in fear. They saw an ancient war god standing there. His long hair danced in the wind and a white armor appeared. He was wise and mighty. Around him, the gods of war had also descended. Court of the gods. The bloodline of the war god. It said that once this talent appears, any martial artist's bloodline and bones will turn into nothingness, suppressed by the aura of the war god. Some of the academy's higher-ups exclaimed in surprise. The bloodline of the war god could battle the heavens and the earth, and they would never be defeated. Their auras were extremely terrifying. It was rumored that the war god bloodline was one of the first ancient people to learn martial arts in the chaos of the universe. Later generations learned martial arts by following in their footsteps. Come Lin Ling. I'm already blocking your path. Let me see if you're afraid of me, trash. At this moment a loud shout rang out. Xian Pai proudly pointed at Lin Ling. What is a war god, what is a trash? It is clear at a glance. How impressive. Looking at the Xian sect's senior brother who was like a god of war, countless people's blood boiled. The sixth strongest generation of the Resplendent Academy, the 18th generation of the Sky-Surpassing Academy, was indeed terrifying. They looked at the war gods around the profound sect, and a terrifying thought arose in their minds. Those war gods couldn't be the existence that could tear apart the ancient dragon and suppress the Qilin, right? Now that such a terrifying existence had appeared, would Lin Ling still dare to talk back? This was obviously impossible. Being able to defeat Zhuyu didn't mean everything. Lin Ling would definitely choose to kneel down and beg for mercy, and then leave the academy with his tail between his legs. Bang. However, just as they thought of this, a rumble immediately sounded, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. This was because Lin Ling, who was on the steps, shot down the mountain like a cannonball. At this moment he was also like a god of war. Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid from the beginning to the end. He didn't make a move before because the Xian sect didn't appear on the steps. However, as long as they dared to step on the steps, even if it was a god, Lin Ling would dare to fight. Crazy. This was the only word people could use to describe Lin Ling. Defeat him. In the depths of the academy, the higher-ups were secretly shouting coldly. Among them, Dean Qin was the most excited. It was fine for Lin Ling to withdraw from the academy, but the Resplendent Academy wasn't a place where one could come and go as one pleased. Therefore he could only fight his way out. It's useless. Under my war god bloodline your bones, organs and blood will all turn into nothingness. My noble war god bloodline can make millions of ants submit to me. Staring at the figure that was shooting down, Xian Pai roared towards the sky and punched out. The ancient moon heavenly sun wrapped around the war god fist and struck out mightily. This war god fist was also the original form of all war god martial arts in the 10,000 worlds. When the fist wind came out, some of the weaker ones in the distance felt their blood disappear and their cultivation continued to drop. This godly body was too heaven-defying. It could actually affect one's cultivation realm. An irresistible force attacked, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flash. Behind him, a scene of a divine beast roaring appeared, and a huge mouth appeared. World-swallowing beast. That terrifying huge mouth opened wide and swallowed all of Xian Pai's attacking force. It was terrifying. Shio. Shio. At the same time, 100 swords flew across the sky and shot towards Xian Pai like meteors. It was the Shura sword formation. The 3 swords were the emperors of swords. They pierced through the void to kill the war god. What godly body is this? Xian Pai's eyes flashed slightly. That godly body was too strange. It was actually a mouth. Moreover, that mouth gave him a familiar feeling. It seemed to be a world-swallowing beast. However, how could someone's talent be a world-swallowing beast? This must be fake. What's the use? In front of me, the war god, you are just a piece of trash. As his fist blasted out, the Shura sword formation that shot towards him were all swept away. They could not even withstand a single blow. That terrifying force made falling flowers, flowing water, and the others' faces change drastically. After all, Lin Ling's sword had always been extremely invincible. This was the first time they saw the sword formation being swept away. Moreover, it was swept away cleanly. Was the 18th strongest of the generation really that strong? Bang! Bang! At the same time, two roaring sounds were heard. Xian Pai raised both of his legs high and stepped on the ground respectively. It was as if he was rooted in the ground, causing the ground to crack continuously. Lin Ling, if you want to leave the courtyard unless you go out on your knees, you will not be able to step over my big body. The roaring sound was heard at the same time. The war god blocked the way. Bang! 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 Under Xian Pai's voice, countless disciples could not stand still and were so shocked that they sat down on the ground. Their faces were full of shock. The aura that Xian Pai had released was probably enough to shatter 10 worlds. In the level 6 True God realm, he rarely had an opponent. One had to know that there were strong and weak level 6 True God realm experts. Rarely had an opponent, this proved that he was strong. 90% of the martial artists in the same realm could only kneel down and bow their heads when facing him. Lin Ling has failed. He is the first person in the history of the Resplendent Academy to withdraw from the courtyard. No, he should be the first person in the 3 great academies. Therefore, if he wants to break the rules, he must leave on his knees. That's right. If he leaves with pride and glory, not only the Resplendent Academy, but even the 3 great academies will have no face to speak of. Following which, the crowd shook their heads and discussed animatedly. Rumble. The space seemed to be distorted. The aura of the war god shrouded over, causing Lin Ling's eyes to flicker slightly. Xian Pai, level 6 True God realm, divine body, seemed to be one of the 100 great bloodlines in the universe. The 100 great bloodlines were, in fact, the most ancient bloodlines. It was said that when the heavens and earth were first created, all living beings did not practice martial arts. Later on, a different species was born. They reached the heavens and earth and created their own martial arts. In the end, they stepped onto the peak of the universe and left behind endless bloodlines for their descendants. These bloodlines became the 100 great bloodlines. There were a total of 100 types of bloodlines, and each of them was extremely powerful. Lin Ling's 10,000 elephant demonic eyes was also one of the 100 great bloodlines, and it was one of the 6 strongest talents in the divine eye system. No true god martial spirit? Lin Ling mumbled to himself. Xian Pai did not seem to have comprehended a true god martial spirit, but this did not mean that he was weak. The older the bloodline, the harder it was to comprehend a true god martial spirit. Even so, without a true god martial spirit, Xian Pai could easily defeat someone with a true god martial spirit. In terms of divine body, on the surface, Xian Pai's divine body is stronger than mine. However, my god demon body is the world-swallowing beast. In the universe, there are no more than 5 people with this talent. Therefore, in terms of potential, my world-swallowing beast might not be weaker than his war god bloodline. And the advantage of the world-swallowing beast's divine body is that it can swallow the enemy's divine body pressure and power, which greatly increases my defense. Chapter 2694. The Strongest Flame Wheel. Lin Ling's mind raced and came to a conclusion. He could win. Lin Ling didn't need to think to kill an ordinary 6th-stage true god. However, Xian Pai was the strongest 6th-stage true god. He couldn't be underestimated. Flame coffin. Then Lin Ling let out a low roar, causing the ferocious spacetime fire to erupt. His body also disappeared into the ancient coffin. Is that the legendary flame coffin? Everyone stared at Lin Ling. When they realized that Lin Ling had entered the coffin, they were shocked. It had to be said that the flame coffin had become Lin Ling's symbol. Entering the coffin with flames, exiting the coffin, burning the world. Xian Pai obviously didn't know about Lin Ling's methods. With his seniority, he would only pay attention to the stronger generation. He had never heard of the fame that Lin Ling had created in the past. Boom. At the same time, the flame coffin exploded. A man covered in flames descended and shot towards Xian Pai. That speed had reached the speed of 5 realms. It was like a divine beast. So fast. The crowd could only see a line of fire streaking across the sky. Those who were weak couldn't even see anything. They could only feel a strong pressure pressing down on them. Is that the flame wheel? More people said solemnly. Because a huge fireball had appeared in the sky. It was a shocking sight. Once the flame coffin appeared, the flame wheel would destroy the world. This was a hot topic among the second generation and even the first generation. It was also a symbol of Lin Ling. In the three major academies, there might be many fire attribute experts. However, in the Resplendent Academy, Lin Ling was the #1 fire attribute expert. He was also the #1 fire attribute expert in the Resplendent Academy. Interesting. Xian Pai's mouth revealed an excited smile. His robe and hair danced wildly. The war gods behind him waved their fists. Following that punch, Xian Pai also punched. In the world, in terms of war gods' martial arts, my family is the authentic one. Fighting the heavens and fighting the earth, invincible. Surging battle intent erupted. The bloodline of the war god was indeed the foundation of all war god martial arts. In reality, ever since Lin Ling started learning martial arts, he had already fought many geniuses who possessed Ares martial arts. But in terms of the orthodox, he was indeed from the Shen faction. But so what? This was because Lin Ling had unleashed his strongest wheel of flames. His cultivation was no longer the same as it was in the past. Most importantly, his fiend god physique had stepped into a whole new world. His defense and strength seemed to have been reborn, and after he fused with the Wheel of Flames, his might had increased by an entire 1/3. The huge fist and the fireball were about to collide in the air. At this moment, the geniuses of the three academies felt their blood boil as they waited anxiously. When one reached Lin Ling's level, the geniuses of the three great academies could only look up at his battles with others. Even those intense battles had benefited many people greatly. Maybe Lin Ling had left the academy, or maybe many people thought that he was too arrogant, but no matter what, Lin Ling was still one of the strongest of the three great academies. Who will win? It must be the senior brother of the Shen faction. He is ranked 18th. That's right, he has also been to the Five-Ring City. Solemn voices rang out one after another. Boom. Almost at the same time, the fist of the war god and the fireball collided. The ferocity of the collision was earth-shattering. The gigantic ancient fist let out a rumbling sound as it was sent flying by the surging fireball. Not good. Could it be that the senior brother of the Shen faction can't block Lin Ling's Wheel of Flames? Everyone's eyes widened as if they were a celestial being. Even the higher-ups of the academies held their breaths as they were extremely nervous. Lin Ling, your strength can be ranked 20th. Zhang Tugu's defeat was not unjust. Unfortunately, your opponent is me. At this moment, the senior brother of the Shen faction was also shocked by Lin Ling's ferocity. The Wheel of Flames was like a divine beast, and he was unable to block it. That feeling, it was as if he was fighting against 10 realms. However, in the end he was ranked 18th in the first generation. How could his strength be an undeserved reputation? The wind breaks the earth, the water overflows the sky, the fire burns the wilderness, the mountain frightens ghosts and gods, the thunder shatters the heaven and earth. Boom! The Shen faction roared. The deities behind him exploded with light that shot into the sky, destroying the clouds and reaching the heavens. Their fists turned into palms and slapped the back of the Shen faction. Suddenly, an unparalleled force entered the Shen faction's body. Facing the god of war, you are just trash. With the birth of a new force, the Shen faction's momentum rose. He punched out again and it could destroy the sun, moon, and stars. Rumble. The huge fireball was suddenly blocked by the fist, and it seemed like it was about to explode. This scene made many people finally relax. The Shen faction's skill was one level higher. This time Lin Ling was finally going to lose. But even so, at this moment no one dared to laugh at Lin Ling. Because before Lin Ling went into seclusion he was only ranked 30th. After 3 years of seclusion, he broke out in silence and rushed to the 20th place. It could be said that in the history of the heaven-surpassing list, Lin Ling's speed was the fastest. After all, for others to rush to the list, it was counted in hundreds of years. That may not be true. However, at this moment, a roar rang out. Behind the huge Wheel of Flames, the red-haired man revealed an evil smile. You think that was the power of the Wheel of Flames? You think too much. Now the Wheel of Flames is exploding. The tyrannical voice continued to ring out. That aura was even more ferocious than the god of war. What? Previously, the force that repelled the Shen faction's god of war wasn't the power of the Wheel of Flames? How is this possible? Lin Ling must be talking nonsense. He is not talking nonsense. In the Battle of Four Ring City, I heard that Lin Ling used the Wheel of Flames. This time he used the Wheel of Flames to attack. This means that the power that suppressed the Shen faction was not the power of the Wheel of Flames, but Lin Ling's own power. What a terrifying power, he is only a level 2 true god. People continued to exclaim. They could not believe their eyes because this meant that the power of the Wheel of Flames did not explode. However, how could a level 2 true god be so powerful? They did not know that when Lin Ling used the Wheel of Flames to attack, it was the power of the realm-swallowing beast. So what? At this moment, the Xian faction's face was extremely ugly because he thought he had won. Nothing. I will let you see who is the god of war and who is the trash. Wheel of Flames. In the sky, the cold voice rang again, accompanied by the explosion of hot flames. Rumble. The new Wheel of Flames was obviously more ferocious than the one in Four Ring City. The moment it exploded, it was as if the resplendent academy was about to be destroyed. At this moment, a large number of strong people rushed out from the depths of the academy and used their methods to isolate the power of the flames. This was because if strong people like them did not make a move, the people here would be in a terrible situation. How terrifying. People looked at the scene in front of them with pale faces and did not speak for a long time. Dean Qin and other strong people had appeared and were also staring at the scene in front of them. Over there, the flames formed a raging storm and continued to collide. Faintly, the roar of the god of war could be heard. Obviously, this was the final collision of power. Chapter 2695. Arrogance. Who won? It can't be Lin Ling, right? Impossible. You must know that Xian Pai defeated a 7th-stage true god. Some of the elders of Resplendent Academy admitted that they were not his match. Many people refused to accept the reality and thought that it was impossible for Lin Ling to reach the 18th place in an instant. But at this moment, footsteps were heard. A slender figure walked out from the rolling flames. It was as if he had been reborn from the flames. Who is that? Seeing this, the crowd became even more nervous. They kept shouting secretly. The one who walked out should be Xian Pai. Unfortunately, reality gave them a slap in the face. Because it was a blue and white robe. Lin Ling walked out from the battlefield. Moreover, his left hand was dragging a figure. That figure was like a dead dog. His entire body was covered in blood. It was obvious that he had lost the ability to fight. And that figure was Xian Pai. How big is the land of the 9 prefectures? You are arrogant just because you have 100 bloodlines. You call people trash every time you open your mouth. Is that all you see? Don't be a frog in a well. Also, you were once weak. At that time you were also trash. So, don't be complacent and look down on everything. Following Lin Ling's footsteps, his voice kept floating out. And Resplendent Academy became even more silent. War God? Finally, Lin Ling raised his left arm and looked at the person in his palm mockingly. Xian Pai spat out another mouthful of blood. Previously, he thought that Lin Ling was afraid of him, so he did not dare to speak. Who knew that it was because he did not step on the stairs. In the end, he stepped on the stairs. Lin Ling also gave him a warning. Now the warning was fulfilled. He was defeated. Scram. Lin Ling roared again. With a wave of his arm, the strongest generation of Resplendent Academy was thrown away like trash. And the word war god, he said before, was undoubtedly full of ridicule. Who was trash? It was clear at a glance. Let's go. No one should dare to block the way now. After that, Lin Ling didn't even look at the Academy's higher-ups. He waved at Yu and the others and strode away. The previous clash was also a clash of strength to see who was stronger. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had 2 Danshians, and with the demonic flame change, the Shen faction had chosen to meet force with force. This could only be described as an egg smashing against a rock. Big Brother Ling. My lord. Yu and the rest ran over excitedly. They were so worried before this. Fortunately, as in the past, after Lin Ling came out of seclusion, his strength had indeed increased greatly. The Xian sect was no match for him at all. Of course, this was normal because Lin Ling's target was the Sovereign Marquis. What right did a mere first generation have to be arrogant? Watching Lin Ling proudly leave, the Resplendent Academy remained deathly silent. All the geniuses' faces were pale, and their eyes were more or less filled with worship. When Lin Ling left the academy, the Resplendent Academy didn't want to let him leave with too much glory, so they sent the geniuses to stop him. Unfortunately, what was the use? Everyone that came he would fight. With his strength, he would prove that he was the 18th strongest in the Heavenly Crossing list. In terms of monstrous talent, in terms of cultivation speed, who else but him? The most ironic thing was that such a genius was actually abandoned by the Resplendent Academy. Wasn't the dean of the Resplendent Academy too stupid? Good, good, good. At this moment, Dean Qin's face was gloomy and she couldn't say anything. She could only say good 3 times in a row. Lin Ling left the academy with endless glory. At this moment, everyone would think that it wasn't her who abandoned Lin Ling, but Lin Ling really did leave the academy. The two concepts were completely different. In less than a year, this kid will definitely decline. After a cold snort, Dean Qin turned and left. She would wait and see. Seeing Dean Qin leave with shame, the crowd's mood became even more complicated. In less than a year, Lin Ling would definitely decline? Regarding this point, they held a doubtful attitude. Monstrous geniuses were monstrous geniuses because they could achieve something different from ordinary people. Without the nurturing of the Resplendent Academy, monstrous geniuses might not necessarily decline. Sigh. Vice Dean Gong and Ancestor Dragon Granny let out a long sigh. They didn't blame Lin Ling for this matter but blamed Dean Qin. After all, Lin Ling had contributed a lot to the Resplendent Academy, but the academy had never helped him. This time they wanted to convict Lin Ling. If it was anyone else, they would also be in a bad mood. In fact, if Dean Qin was lenient and was more polite to Lin Ling definitely wouldn't have left the academy. However, Dean Qin was a prideful person and so was Lin Ling. When they clashed, it was natural that intense sparks would be ignited. Haha, awesome. On the way out of the academy, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others couldn't help but roar at the sky. Previously, the Resplendent Academy had said that the academy wasn't a place where one could come and go as they wished. However, Lord Lin Ling came and went as he wished. Who could stop him? When they thought of the shocked faces of the academy's geniuses and higher-ups, they felt proud. The Resplendent Academy thought that they were great, but in the end, all their geniuses couldn't stop Lin Ling. Now they have embarrassed themselves. I think it won't take long for this matter to spread throughout Qingzhou. At that time, the Resplendent Academy will be even more embarrassed. Yu Yu and Xian Yuange are also laughed. However, their words were indeed true. After tomorrow, rumors would definitely spread throughout Qingzhou. This was because Lin Ling was also the first genius in the history of the 3 great academies to leave the academy. He had set a precedent and it would probably spread like wildfire 10,000 years later. Lin Ling, please wait. At this time, a bitter voice came from afar. Vice Principal Gong and Ancestor Dragon Granny had caught up and were looking at Lin Ling apologetically. Seeing this, Lin Ling felt warmth in his heart. Sigh, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. However, can you give me some face and return to the Resplendent Academy? Vice Principal Gong sincerely said, the Resplendent Academy nurtures geniuses. You have already created countless glory. If you leave just like this, it will be the Academy's loss. Thank you, Senior Gong, for thinking so highly of me. Lin Ling had a good impression of Vice Principal Gong, but he stubbornly shook his head and said, however, I will treat people the same way as I treat them. The current principal looks down on me, but I, Lin Ling, am a person with dignity. Therefore, I will not go back humbly. I am truly sorry about this matter. This was a matter of dignity. Lin Ling would never compromise. Sigh. Vice Principal Gong sighed again. He also knew that Lin Ling was stubborn, so he didn't persuade him anymore. I believe that Vice Principal Qin will regret it soon. She isn't targeting you. She is just a little stubborn and opinionated. After all, she used to be Emperor Qing's bodyguard. She has followed Emperor Qing since she was young. She has long developed the habit of looking down on others. Vice Principal Gong said again. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. No wonder that woman was so arrogant. It turned out that her background was not small. Chapter 2696. Lack of money. A dean doesn't even dare to protect her own disciple. Hee, so what if she's Emperor Qing's guard? It'll be even more embarrassing if word gets out. However, Lin Ling didn't care about Dean Qin's background. Instead, he was somewhat disdainful of her. That's right. That old woman actually said that if we encounter something outside the academy, we have to solve it ourselves. Is this what a boss looks like? To put it bluntly, she's bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She doesn't dare to bully outsiders and only dares to attack her own people. The chess boy also said. At the same time, his eyes looked at Lin Ling. Lord Lin Ling is different. He dares to take responsibility for his actions. He has the courage of a superior. Hearing this, Yu Yu and the rest nodded. In terms of courage, Dean Qin couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the master who openly protected his children. Whoever dared to bully them, Lin Ling would draw his sword and meet them. Vice Principal Gong also felt that compared to Lin Ling, Dean Qin was still a little narrow-minded. However, he asked again, Lin Ling, what do you plan to do next? Charge into the Heavenly Transcendence rankings. That guy called Grim Reaper should have been waiting for me for a long time. Lin Ling pondered. The Vice Principal Gong and Ancestor Dragon Granny looked at each other, their eyes filled with shock. Lin Ling had been in seclusion for 3 years. After coming out, he charged into the 18th place. Now he wants to clear the rankings? If that's the case, then those strongest generation in the Heavenly Transcendence rankings would be too worthless. One had to know that those strongest generation had been sitting on the throne for thousands of years. Anyone who challenged them would return in failure. This showed how difficult it was to clear the rankings. Of course, this will take some time. However, I believe it won't take long. Lin Ling said again. After the battle with the Shen sect, he knew what level his strength was at. I have some divine crystals here. I hope they can help you. Vice Principal Gong pondered for a moment before taking out a brocade pouch that contained a large amount of divinity crystals. He knew that Lin Ling needed cultivation resources the most right now. However, Lin Ling did not accept it. He smiled and said, Thank you for your kind intentions, Vice President Gong. However, I, Lin Ling, am also a man. I don't beg others, only myself. If it were anyone else, Lin Ling might have accepted this favor. However, Vice School Head Gong was a member of the Resplendent Academy. Thus, to prevent rumors from spreading, Lin Ling directly rejected him. Otherwise, in the future, people would say that although Lin Ling had left the academy, he was still borrowing the cultivation resources of the Resplendent Academy. Lin Ling wasn't going to leave behind such a topic. If he wanted to prove himself, then he would do so in an open and honorable manner. This is my private stash. It has nothing to do with the Resplendent Academy. Sai, you're really stubborn. Vice Principal Gong also understood Lin Ling's thoughts. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He had to admit that Lin Ling was indeed a man of character. The few of them exchanged a few more words before Lin Ling also left. Looking at Lin Ling's back, Vice Principal Gong's expression turned solemn. If Lin Ling successfully clears the rankings, Qin Suizan will be even more embarrassed. Yeah, I wonder if Vice Principal Qin will personally beg Lin Ling to return for the sake of the Resplendent Academy? Ancestor Dragon Granny suddenly felt a sense of anticipation. As for Lin Ling's group, they had already returned to the Rainforest City Market. My third Dantian is still lacking. If it's born, my strength will double. It's a pity that it requires too many divinity crystals. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly as he looked at the crowded market. The market's business was not bad, but it was still far from what Lin Ling needed. Li Xiaoyao left behind a large amount of divinity crystals in the fortune travel manor. If I can obtain those divinity crystals, it'll be enough for me to break through. However, those divinity crystals won't be easy to obtain. The experts in the Heavenly Court will definitely pay attention to those divinity crystals. If I'm not careful, my identity might be exposed. Lin Ling thought. The Heavenly Court was very familiar with Li Xiaoyao. Naturally, they were also eyeing those divinity crystals covetously. If Lin Ling went to take them, he would definitely be suspected by the Heavenly Court. With Lin Ling's current strength, he still couldn't go against the entire Heavenly Court. Therefore, this matter could only be pushed back. Sir, this is my master. Yes. At this moment, Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and a few others walked over with several figures. These people were slightly older, but their strength was unfathomable. Your master? Yes. Lin Ling looked over and immediately knew that these people were the top 10 sword immortals of Qing province. Apart from them, there was also the master of the chess boy, the chess ancestor. Lin Ling, are you short of money now? I have some here. Yes. Then a few more people walked into the market. The person in the lead was Tang Yue. Obviously, they had all received the news that Lin Ling had withdrawn from the academy. Most people thought that Lin Ling's withdrawal meant that it would be difficult for him to rise again. Only Falling Flower, Flowing Water, and a few others still believed in Lin Ling. Therefore, they hurriedly asked the elders behind them to ask for a favor. I promise you on behalf of Square Commandery. How many divinity crystals do you want? Tang Yue patted her chest and said. After not seeing her for a while, this girl had become more ambitious. It seemed that no one else could be the successor of Square Commandery other than her. If I say that I want the whole Square Commandery, will you give it to me? Lin Ling's heart warmed and then he joked. This sentence stunned Tang Yue. Sir Lin Ling was so arrogant. However, when she thought of Lin Ling extorting money from Tating Commandery, she immediately nodded and said, "You are my sir, no problem." Yes. This girl seemed to be straightforward, but in fact she was very cunning. Obviously, she knew that Lin Ling was not such a greedy person. What she said before must be a joke. Moreover, she was also betting on Lin Ling's future. "You have been with me for a long time, but you have learned a lot in business. You have never done a bad deal." Yes. However, how could Lin Ling not know what Tang Yue was thinking? He immediately laughed and scolded her. Tang Yue stuck out her tongue cutely. No matter how dignified she was in square commandery in front of Lin Ling, she was a naughty little princess. Moreover, she was under the shadow of Lin Ling. "Lin Ling, if there's anything you need help with, just say it. These disciples of mine have grown a lot under your guidance and often speak well of you in front of me. If I don't help you, I'm afraid that these fellows will leave the sect." The master of the falling flowers and water sword looked at Lin Ling and smiled. His name was Qingmo, and his swordsmanship was also famous in Qingzhou. Of course, the most important thing was that the falling flowers and water sword valued Lin Ling too much and insisted on his help. Otherwise he would cry, make a fuss, and threaten to hang himself. He was also at a loss for what to do. The old man next to him also said so. If he did not help, the chess boy would not even recognize him as his master. "Thank you, senior. However, you can take it as my self-esteem causing trouble. I, Lin Ling, can solve it by myself." "Thank you." Lin Ling looked at these seniors gratefully. These seniors were very powerful, but they took the initiative to help him. This was also a favor. After all, although Lin Ling had infinite potential, that was a matter of the future. Who knew what would happen in the future? Moreover, being close to Lin Ling also meant that they had offended many powerful forces. Hearing this, the masters all sighed and shook their heads, but they also secretly admired him. Now Lin Ling had become a hot topic. Everyone in Qingzhou knew about him, and a large number of people were waiting to see him fail. If it was an ordinary person, he would have asked others to help him improve his strength as soon as possible. Chapter 2697. Ancient Stone Auction. By the way, seniors, is there an auction in Qingzhou? Suddenly Lin Ling thought of something and hurriedly asked. Previously, in order to form the third Dantian, he had refined all the treasures on him. But there was one thing that was missing, and that was the realm-swallowing beast's corpse terror. Because the corpse horrors could only improve the strength of the fleshly body, and it wasn't of much help to the birth of the Dantian. Right now Lin Ling still had 3 pieces left. Although it wasn't much, it should be worth a lot of money if they were to be sold. There are auctions all the time. She glanced at the market and said, "I see that your market is doing well, so you shouldn't be short of money. If you want to find big money, you can only go to the 4th ring city. The transactions there are bigger. By the way, what do you want to auction?" "Realm-swallowing beast corpse horror." Lin Ling looked at Senior Qingmo and said. His words made the other seniors gasp. The world-swallowing beast was the most difficult to kill. Even if it was killed, it would be reborn somewhere else. That was why this kind of corpse horror was so valuable. This also meant that Lin Ling had the qualifications to enter Sihuan City's auction. After that, the few of them exchanged a few words and immediately set off. Qingmo and the other masters felt that they weren't able to help Lin Ling, so they volunteered to go with him and protect Lin Ling along the way. And for this trip, Lin Ling also brought along Yu because the scabbard that Big Brother Sakura had left for him just happened to be for Yu to use. And now that Lin Ling was the Grand Marshal, he already had the qualifications to enter 4 Ring City. "Master, take me with you." Falling Flowers, Flowing Water, and the others weren't qualified to enter the 4 Ring City. At this moment, they were looking at their master with eager eyes. "You guys just love to join in the fun. Didn't you say that martial artists should be more knowledgeable? It's time for us to see the wider world of martial artists. Master, I know you must have a way. Take me to the 4 Ring City." "Stinking brat, when you need master's help, you're so sweet. When you don't need master's help, you won't even see him for half a year." Qingmo and the other experts laughed and scolded. However, they did have a way to bring Falling Flowers, Flowing Water Sword and the others in. This was the second time Lin Ling had entered 4 Ring City. He still remembered the great battle that had taken place there. If he did not remember wrongly, the biggest force in 4 Ring City was the 4 Symbols Divine Palace. Of course, the hidden forces were not to be underestimated either. When I killed Lei Tianlan, Shen Linglong also helped me once. I don't know if we'll have a chance to meet again. And Meng Lu, I also owe him a favor. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. When he came to Sihuan City, he had also put on his mask. There were too many people here, so there was no need for trouble. It was better to save as much as possible. As for the auction, it was held in the city and was called the Ancient Stone Auction. When Lin Ling and the others arrived, the people around them exclaimed in surprise, especially Yu Yu. It was her first time here. This was because the Ancient Stone Auction was very large. It was tall and majestic, and one could not see the end of it. It was like a deep pit. The pit was surrounded by chairs, and in the middle of the pit was a platform used to display treasures. It was not time for the auction yet, but there were already many people sitting around. All of them had monstrous strength. World King Realm powerhouses were extremely rare, and most of them were true God Realm powerhouses. Moreover, these powerhouses all had different auras. In the distance there were many 5-meter-tall giants sitting there. They were also here to auction their treasures. Those are the giants of the eastern border. Sensing Yu Yu's surprise, Qing Mo explained with a smile, causing Yu Yu's pupils to narrow again. That's nothing. The true giants are several hundred meters tall. Lin Ling was very knowledgeable, so his reaction was very calm. The chaos of the universe is indeed much bigger than I imagined. Yu could not help but sigh. Okay, let's go and sell our treasures first. Lin Ling led Yu Yu forwards. As for Qing Mo and the other seniors, they remained in the Ancient Stone Auction. The treasures for sale were in a great hall beside the Ancient Stone Auction. Martial artists entered and exited one after another. Of course, there were some martial artists that had looks of regret on their faces. It was clear that the treasures they had put up for sale were too low in value and could only appear in 3-Ring City. They didn't have the qualifications to enter 4-Ring City. Are you two here to buy something? Or to sell something? After Lin Ling and Yu Yu entered, an old man immediately walked over with a smile. Of course, although he seemed polite, there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. He could see that these two people were very young. Although their strength was good, such young characters couldn't take out anything good. Treasures for sale. Lin Ling glanced at the old man and faintly smiled. Haha, then please follow me, little friends. The old man smiled politely and led the way. However, he felt even more depressed. It was not easy to wait for two guests, but in the end they were two paupers. One had to know that these people specialized in receiving martial artists who put up treasures for sale. They could also get a cut of the divine crystals obtained from the auction treasures. If the guests' treasures were too poor, then they would have lived in vain. However, the rules of the Ancient Stone Auction were that they had to receive guests. Therefore, even if they had no choice, they still had to politely receive Lin Ling and Yu Yu. The three of them came to a luxurious room. There was a burning jade sandalwood incense, and the billowing green smoke could calm a martial artist's mind. Jade sandalwood incense, this is even more valuable than red sandalwood incense. Even Lin Ling was secretly surprised. This ancient stone auction was indeed rich and imposing. When the old man saw his surprised expression, it made him even more disdainful. These two bumpkins. What treasures do you want to put up for sale? Even so, the old man still smiled politely and poured tea for Lin Ling and Yu Yu. Hearing this, Lin Ling decisively took out the realm-devouring beast's corpse. The quaint rock directly smashed the table into smithereens. The old man's pupils constricted. What kind of trash was this? He was so angry that he did not even bother to pour the tea. That was because the realm-devouring beast's corpse had been there for many years and had already turned into stone. Otherwise, the Grand Court Commandery would not have used it as a city wall. This made the old man think that it was just a piece of broken stone. If not for the old man's good manners, he would have already scolded them. Not to mention pouring tea, he would have used a broom to chase the two away. What is this? The old man's tone was obviously not good. Take a look for yourself. Lin Ling also noticed the change in the old man's attitude, but he did not care much and was still as calm as before. Hearing that, the old man slightly frowned. He formed a spirit formation with both of his hands and enveloped the stone. It was a spirit formation technique used to search for treasures. Lin Ling lightly nodded his head. This ancient stone auction was even bigger than he imagined. A mere old man who was supposed to be a guest already knew some spirit formation techniques. This? As the old man continued to check, his expression changed drastically. Because he could not see through this rock. Could this be the flesh of a demonic beast? He raised his head and exclaimed. At that moment he did not dare to be careless. He was only surprised. That's right. Give me a price. Lin Ling immediately nodded and said. Hearing that, the old man's forehead was full of sweat. He could see that this was the flesh of a demonic beast, but he could not understand what kind of demonic beast it was. Wait for me. The old man quickly left the room. Of course, just as he walked out of the door, he immediately ran back and personally poured a cup of tea for Lin Ling and Yu before leaving. Chapter 2698. The auction began. Not long after, a middle-aged man walked in. After bowing to Lin Ling, he quickly checked the rock. After a long time, he could not find out the origin of the rock. Instantly, the two of them looked at Lin Ling with wry smiles and said, "Sir, please tell us what treasure this is." "Yes." "The realm-swallowing beast's corpse." "Yes." Lin Ling took a sip of tea and said lightly. The middle-aged man was also drinking tea. After hearing this, the teacup in his hand was crushed by his grip. The tea spilled on his hand, but he did not seem to notice. This was obviously a precious treasure. "Old Wu, quick, go get the 10,000 years rain-tip tea and treat our guests well." The middle-aged man shouted anxiously. The old man next to him was dumbfounded. Was this still a bumpkin? Scared witless, he rushed out of the room. Moreover, his speed was very fast, deeply afraid that he would neglect the two little ancestors. "Dear guests, where did this realm-swallowing beast's corpse come from?" After the old man left, the middle-aged man looked respectfully at Lin Ling and asked, "Do you have to ask about the origin of a treasure?" Lin Ling's expression did not change as he asked lightly. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. He quickly explained, "Dear guests, please do not think too much. We ask about the origin because we want to raise the price. Of course, if it is inconvenient for you, you don't have to ask." This was the rule of the auction. Usually, the rarer the treasure, the more the price would double. Lin Ling, of course, would not say that this corpse was extorted from Tating Commandery. "How about this? This corpse's starting price is 30 million divine gems. What do you think?" After that, the middle-aged man said again and looked forward to Lin Ling's answer. 30 million divine gems, and this was only a small piece of corpse. If all of the corpse was taken out to sell, the price would be astronomical. So Lin Ling's heart jerked slightly as well. However, his expression didn't change at all. This caused the middle-aged man's heart to constrict, and he knew that these two young men weren't simple at all. Because an ordinary person would be filled with fear and trepidation as soon as 30 million divine crystals were offered. After all, it was only the starting price. This meant that these two people were not simple. "Alright, that's the price." At this moment, Lin Ling finally nodded. It wasn't that he wasn't surprised, it was just that he was very knowledgeable, and he was already familiar with the rules of the auction. This is the Fu Hang Estate's money card. All the auction proceeds will be recorded in it. Furthermore, if you use this card to purchase anything at the auction, you will get a 10% discount. The middle-aged man handed over another item. This was the money card of Fu Hang Manor. With this card, one would be able to withdraw divine crystals from any branch. Furthermore, only the person who received the card would be able to do so. It was a must-have item for martial artists when they went out for training. Lin Ling nodded and took the money card familiarly. After checking it for a moment, he dripped his blood on it and claimed it as his master. Moreover, he said with a smile, "It's only a green card. Looks like the ancient stone auction doesn't have much authority." As far as he knew, there were white cards, black cards, cyan cards, yellow cards, red cards, and even the legendary purple cards. The purple card was of the highest grade and could even borrow money from Fuxing Manor. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's heart thumped. These two are still novices? He was simply a veteran of the Jianghu. "Alright, I also know that the more valuable cards are hard to come by. Your auction doesn't have the authority to do so, so that's it." Lin Ling stood up, held Yu's hand and left. In the past, Li Xiaoyao already had a purple card. Unfortunately, that money could only be seen but could not be used. At the entrance, the old man ran over with a teapot in his hand. He wanted to make tea for Lin Ling and Yu. However, when he saw that Lin Ling had left, he immediately bowed and saluted. Lin Ling waved his hand and left as well. Thank goodness, thank goodness. I almost neglected these two esteemed guests." The old man said nervously. "Not only are they esteemed guests, but they are also people you can't afford to offend. You're lucky that you didn't do anything wrong." The middle-aged man said indifferently. Then he smiled and said, "However, this transaction is enough for you to work hard for a year. Your luck is really good." Yes. The old man suddenly laughed. If Lin Ling was still there, he was afraid that he would kowtow to Lin Ling and call him little ancestor. Outside there were more and more people. The time for the new ranking of the Heavenly Transcendence rankings is coming. I wonder if there will be any changes to the rankings. It's hard to say. Although many of the strongest generation have been defeated by others, only the battles recognized by the Divine Dynasty will change the rankings. That's right. So, during the ranking, the people of the younger generation will have to work harder. Look, that's God Ra, the 41st on the ranking. He was defeated not long ago. Now, he must have come to the auction to buy treasures to improve his strength. The voices of discussion rose and fell one after another. Many people of the younger generation walked into the ancient stone auction with high morale. They established their name and established their shadow. Being famous in Qingzhou was the dream of every martial artist. Especially during the ranking, because no matter which generation you defeated, without the recognition of the Divine Dynasty, those battle positions would not be recognized. After all, you may be able to defeat the strongest generation, but what if the opponent was seriously injured or in a state of continuous battle? So, that kind of defeat did not mean anything. I should be ranked 18th now, but I have not received the recognition of the Divine Dynasty, so it does not count. Hearing the voices around him, Lin Ling muttered to himself and entered the auction with Yu Yu. In the vast auction, the clamor was like the waves of the sea. Experts from all over had gathered, and there were hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This made Lin Ling secretly surprised. This ancient stone auction was very valuable. It had actually attracted so many strong cultivators. Lin Ling even saw Xian Linglong, Meng Lu, and other geniuses of the younger generation. Apart from these experts, Lin Ling did not know most of the people, but they were not to be underestimated. Thank you for your kindness. Today the 35 millionth ancient stone auction will begin again. At this moment, a woman in revealing clothes walked out from the stone platform of the auction house. She was tall and slender with curves in all the right places. Her figure was perfect, and there was a white tail behind her that moved along with her steps. It was extremely alluring. The moment she walked out, the auction fell silent. Many people's eyes were burning with passion. Even the 5-meter-tall giants were licking their lips at this moment. Because that was the auction host, Lady Mei Shuzi. According to legend, this magical woman had the divine tree tripod body, and those who had sex with her would greatly increase their strength, which was better than cultivating with divine crystals. That was why everyone was looking at her with passion. In many people's eyes, Lady Mei Shuzi was not only a beauty, but also an elixir that could make people stronger. What an amazing talent. At this moment, Lin Ling used the 10,000 elephant demonic eyes and was slightly surprised. In the chaotic universe there were all kinds of strange things. To have such a talent, many men would be tempted. Yu Yu, on the other hand, was extremely curious and asked Lin Ling to explain. There are so many talents in the chaotic universe. That woman doesn't seem to need to cultivate. She does that every day and her strength will greatly increase. The same goes for the men with her. Chapter 2699. White Tiger Mansion. Lin Ling kept explaining. The 100 great bloodlines were left behind by Huanyu's first batch of martial artists. The purest bloodline was also known as the royal bloodline, but this bloodline was very rare. On the contrary, there were quite a few collateral bloodlines. Lady Mei Shuzi, I've come to this auction 30 million times. When will you be auctioned? Someone suddenly shouted, causing the crowd to clamor as well. The enchanting woman suddenly smiled and said, when the time comes, the ancient stone auction will be over and I will be the treasure. This auction had been held more than 30 million times, which meant that the woman would only auction herself on the last auction. This was obviously a joke. However, it made the atmosphere of the auction even more lively. Alright, let the auction begin. The first treasure, the blood of the goddess. At this moment, with a wave of her jade-like hand, light blossomed in the sky, and an illusion appeared. It was a lovely woman. She was dressed in white and had rabbit ears on her head. At this moment she was looking at everyone pitifully. These are people from the Eastern Territory's divine rabbit race. I don't think I need to say more about how precious their virgin blood is. That beautiful tree said with a smile. Sure enough, the auction was in an uproar. The blood of the goddess was extremely rare. Not only could it assist in cultivation, it was said that if one wanted to break through to the true god realm, the blood of the goddess could increase the success rate by 10%. To a peak true god realm expert, 10% was already a very high success rate. The so-called blood of the goddess was in fact the blood of a virgin. The starting price is 10 million deity crystals. 20 million. 25 million. Bids rang out one after another. Meanwhile, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly as he looked at the illusion in the sky. He knew that the young lady from the Divine Rabbit clan had clearly been caught, moreover having her blood released every year in exchange. No wonder that young lady was so pitiful. In the boundless universe, strength was everything. Without strength, one's life would be dominated by others. This reminded Lin Ling of Queen Qianji. Was her race the same? Just as he was thinking, the goddess blood was finally obtained by an old man. Even though this treasure was precious, it was only useful to those at the peak of the true divinity realm. Thus, the final auction price was 50 million deity crystals. Next, one treasure after another appeared. Lin Ling's eyes flickered continuously. Those treasures were very useful to him, but unfortunately, he had no money at the moment. Next treasure. At this moment, an ancient rock appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, everyone was puzzled. What kind of trash is this? Lady Maishuko, you're not teasing us, are you? Such crappy stones are everywhere on the street. Lady Mei Shuzi must be toying with us. I don't want this treasure anymore. Let the next one come up. Voices of dissatisfaction immediately sounded. However, Mieshu was extremely calm. She smiled faintly and waited until everyone's dissatisfaction reached its peak before she slowly opened her mouth. It had to be said that this woman's method of livening up the atmosphere was indeed impressive. This is the realm-devouring beast's corpse horror. When her voice rang out, the entire auction house fell silent. World-swallowing beast? Then countless gasps could be heard. The realm-swallowing beast was the most mysterious thing in the universe. No one knew how it was born and no one knew where it usually appeared. However, many people knew that the realm-swallowing beast was immortal and indestructible. But now there was a realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror? This must be fake. Someone muttered to himself. My ancient stone auction has been held more than 30 million times. When has there ever been a fake? Lady Mei Shuzi laughed. Hearing this, everyone's hearts suddenly beat violently. Such a treasure was hard to come by. The starting price is 30 million deity crystals. 40 million, 50 million. The deafening voices seemed to be about to open the auction house. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh excitedly. Yu Yu, who was beside him, looked at the skyrocketing price, and the corner of her mouth also revealed a smile that could topple a city. I'm rich. I'm completely rich. It's just a piece of corpse horror. If I take out the corpse horror that is as big as the city wall and sell it, I wonder how much money I can make. Lin Ling licked his lips and shook his head. The realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror was hard to come by. It was best to use it to improve one's physical strength. If he auctioned it off, it would be letting others take advantage of it. Lin Ling was not that stupid. Anyway, he still had 2 pieces. If he ran out of money, he could auction it off. As time passed, the price gradually reached 100 million. The realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror this. At this moment, in a corner of the auction house, several men's expressions changed drastically. Great senior brother, is this the realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror of our Grand Court Commandery? One of them said. The blond youth beside him looked very gloomy. He was Sun Bone of Grand Court Commandery. In the entire Qingzhou, the realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror has never appeared before. This time it has appeared. I think it must be the city wall of our Grand Court Commandery. The auctioneer must be Lin Ling. Sun Bone finally said. He was boiling with anger. This was such a precious item that even he had not used it before. In the end, Lin Ling had taken advantage of it. Damn Lin Ling. I really want to tear him into pieces. However, Lin Ling and Grand Court Commandery have reached an agreement. They will not interfere with each other's business. If we touch him again, I don't know what crazy things Lin Ling will do. What are you afraid of? Lin Ling has been abandoned by the Radiant Academy. The sun has set. What is there to be afraid of? That's right. Lin Ling was able to mobilize the 6 military camps because of his talent. Without the Radiant Academy, his strength is only SOSO. Hence, the Great Qing Divine Dynasty will not value him anymore. His Majesty has secretly issued the Grand Court Order. When Lin Ling is weak, we will give him a fatal blow. The martial artists of Grand Court Commandery spoke one after another. They remembered the humiliation of the past. Sun Bone also secretly clenched his fists, waiting for the moment when Lin Ling was completely defeated. Everyone, how about giving me some face? The realm-swallowing beast's corpse horror is ours. At this moment, an old voice suddenly rang out, causing the auction to suddenly fall silent. The White Tiger Divine Mansion, one of the 4 symbols divine mansions, was the Lord of 4 Ring City. The mansion master was a prince of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. Ordinary people could not afford to offend him. Alright, I will give you some face. Since the White Tiger Divine Mansion has taken a fancy to it, we will not fight for it. Many people nodded and said, "Thank you, everyone." An old man stood up and bowed to the crowd. However, although he seemed to be bowing, his words were mixed with a domineering aura. It seemed that even if the crowd did not give him face, he was not afraid. Wherever his gaze passed, people would subconsciously lower their heads. Even the 5-meter-tall giant did so. This was because the old man's gaze was like a divine tiger, wild and unruly. Then the old man sat back down with a smile on his face. Chapter 2700. Despicable. Fortunately, someone from the Great Azure Divine Dynasty had stepped in to help Tating Commandery. Otherwise, the White Tiger Divine Residence would have eradicated Tating Commandery. Now that they saw the corpse horror again, the White Tiger Divine Residence could guess that it was Lin Ling who had put it up for auction. I heard that Lin Ling brought the 6 tribes barracks to blackmail Tating Commandery and got the corpse horror of the realm-devouring beast. That means that Lin Ling is most likely in this auction. This Lin Ling is really not simple. He just blackmailed 2 commanderies and then he left the academy. Now many people are secretly watching him. That guy will not decline. Let's just wait and see. On the other side, Xian Linglong and Meng Lu also said to themselves. However, the auction was very big and they were not sure if Lin Ling was here. Similarly, many experts' eyes flickered. Ordinary people did not know what benefits Lin Ling had obtained in Tating Commandery, but these people knew a thing or two. Generally speaking, Lin Ling was a person who did not seem strong, but he had repeatedly caused a great commotion in Qingzhou. However, the following treasures caused the auction to fall silent. It was a piece of dead wood. The wood was very ordinary and even a little rotten. "Lord Mei Shuzi, what treasure is this?" However, this time Mr. Mei Shuzi smiled bitterly and said, "This is a piece of divine wood. The person who put it up for sale has a great background. He is from the Eastern Royal Clan of the Eastern Territory. I'm sure everyone has heard of this ancient imperial clan. However, this imperial clan has encountered a great calamity, so someone took out this item to auction. He doesn't know what this treasure is, but he does know that when the Eastern Royal Clan was still alive, he valued this treasure very much. Therefore, with the name East Royal Family, this treasure should be extraordinary." The East Royal Family was very famous in the East Territory and was also the oldest existence in Huanyu. There were even rumors that the previous owner of Crimson Prefecture in the Land of 9 Prefectures was the East Royal Family. However, the East Royal Family was defeated and fled the East Territory. Only then did Crimson Prefecture change its owner. Of course, whether this was the truth or not, no one could be sure. It could only be said that Donghuang was indeed a royal family whose name shook the myriad of worlds. The broken stone from before has a name, but this broken piece of wood doesn't even have a name. Although it's from the Donghuang clan, it doesn't mean that they specialize in producing precious treasures. Maybe it's just a piece of broken wood. Someone shook his head and said, "None of them were fools. They wouldn't waste money on useless things." This time, Lady Mie Shuzi shook her head helplessly. "Then you can bid as you wish." However, the auction was still silent. No one was interested. It was the same for Lin Ling. However, when he used his 10,000 mammoth magic eyes, his expression changed drastically. It was because he saw a layer of mysterious rotten wood that isolated everything outside the broken piece of wood, but the heart of the wood was a type of black liquid. Ancient gazing divine water. Lin Ling muttered to himself. This kind of treasure was extremely rare. It was born in the primal chaos of the universe. Not only could it be used to refine weapons, but it could also improve a martial artist's ultimate martial Tao. Moreover, it could improve all of the martial arts. Gazing at the ancient divine water, gazing at the past, in order to comprehend the martial Tao. At the side, Yu was too familiar with Lin Ling, so she immediately sensed Lin Ling's emotions. "Big brother Ling, is that thing extraordinary? And that's a great treasure. We definitely can't miss it," Lin Ling said without batting an eyelid. He did not bid. Time passed quietly, and Lady Mie Shuzi seemed to have run out of patience. She finally raised her hand and prepared for the next treasure. 5 million deity crystals. But at this moment, a calm voice rang out. It was Lin Ling's voice. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they didn't see who was bidding. They only knew that there was an idiot buying a piece of broken wood. "Have you become stupid because you have too much money? Haha, not everyone is very smart. If there are no idiots, how can we show off our intelligence? Everyone laughed sarcastically. However, the louder the laughter, the more excited Lin Ling became. Everyone thought he was an idiot, which was even better. He wouldn't have to spend much money to buy that treasure. Lady Mie Shuzi was stunned for a moment. Then, when she saw that no one was bidding, she was about to confirm, 10 million deity crystals. However, at this moment, a lazy voice rang out. 10 million, the peak of the idiots. Who is this guy? Many people were shocked and their eyes began to look around. There's no need to look. I'm the idiot in your eyes. However, someone immediately spoke. On a chair in the east, a young man was eating grapes and lazily lying on his chair. Beside him, there were a few beauties that could topple empires. At this moment, some of them were gifting wine and some were gifting grapes, allowing this young man to live the life of an emperor. His exaggerated appearance undoubtedly made the faces of many experts turn cold. That young man dared to be so arrogant in front of them? Wait, he seems to be the son of the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. However, at this moment, someone exclaimed. The Azure Dragon Divine Mansion was one of the 4 great divine mansions. It was also a giant existence in the Foreign City. At this moment, no one dared to be dissatisfied. They could only watch the young man eat grapes and drink wine arrogantly. Moreover, they sensed that the young man was doing it on purpose. He was obviously looking down on the experts. As for Lin Ling, his face turned ugly. He knew that the young man wasn't targeting him. He was just trying to please the crowd. However, this had ruined his plan. 11 million deity crystals. At this point, Lin Ling could only bid again. Who was it? So it's a fellow who hides in a corner and can't show his face. However, I like to do things that are different from others, so 15 million divine crystals. The young man glanced at Lin Ling and said disdainfully. He really wasn't targeting Lin Ling. He didn't even know Lin Ling. It was just that he wanted to impress the crowd and amaze everyone with a single brilliant feat. The Azure Dragon Divine Mansion had accepted a piece of wood that others didn't want. Rich people could do whatever they wanted. This guy is so despicable. Yu stared at the young man and couldn't help but curse. Beside her, falling flowers, flowing water, and the others also had ugly expressions. Wasn't this just looking for trouble? Beauty, do you want to drink wine? Come to my place. What's the point of following that piece of trash? The young man's eyes lit up when he saw Yu. He smiled and said. His attitude was as arrogant as it could be. However, the crowd was helpless. They could only accept their bad luck when they met someone from the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. 16 million deity crystals. Lin Ling's voice was even colder than before. Hee 17 million deity crystals. Hee. However, the young man was indeed despicable. He didn't raise the price too high, just slightly higher than Lin Ling's. 19 million deity crystals. Hee. Lin Ling said again. Immediately, a commotion broke out in the auction hall. The masked man was actually going against the young man from the Azure Dragon Divine Mansion. That guy was really tough. Oh, the price is getting higher and higher. Interesting, very interesting. 30 million deity crystals. The young man took a sip of wine and said lazily. Then, he stretched out his right hand and made an inviting gesture to Lin Ling. Chapter 2701. An Invitation. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling's expression became even more gloomy. The price had reached 30 million and he couldn't make any more bids. This was because there was no end to this, and he had to leave behind divine crystals to purchase cultivation materials. This sire is worthy of being called rich and overbearing. Fine, you win. I don't want this broken wood anymore. Lin Ling finally compromised, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. You don't want to fight anymore? The young man stopped drinking and was somewhat stunned. It was as if he had punched cotton. Because he was only trying to please the crowd and play tricks on others. Who would have imagined that Lin Ling would suddenly withdraw? Lin Ling had done it so decisively that he'd wasted 30 million divine crystals. After all, that piece of wood was probably only worth 1 million deity crystals. Of course, since things had come to this, he could only force himself to accept it. In any case, the Azure Dragon Manor was rich. Trash, you dare to fight with me, Aoki-kun? Go home and hold your child. The young man laughed sarcastically and continued drinking. Hearing this, Lin Ling remained silent, but the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. Damn it. Yu frowned as she watched the treasure being taken by someone else. If that young man knew the value of the wood, it would make sense for him to compete with Lin Ling. However, the other party didn't know the value of the wood at all. He was clearly trying to crush Lin Ling. It doesn't matter. I'll let him be arrogant for now. That ancient gazing divine water will still be mine. Lin Ling said to Yu, but his voice was very cold, with a touch of the aura of a must-win. Yu was stunned when she heard that. She suddenly understood Lin Ling's intention. Following that, treasures appeared one after another. Lin Ling hurriedly searched for what he needed. Stone Eye Flame, it can increase my fire element talent and comprehension. I have to buy this. Frost Mirror Light Chasing Water, the most suitable cultivation treasure for early True God realm, very suitable for my current realm. I must get the 3 flowers and 16 fruits as well. As the treasures came out one after another, Lin Ling also joined the competition and bought quite a number of cultivation items. However, some unpopular treasures were the most economical because many people did not know the use of those treasures, and this was more suitable for Lin Ling. He bid decisively. However, just when he thought that no one would bid, the young man from the Azure Dragon Manor followed closely behind Lin Ling. Previously, Lin Ling had made him blow a loss, so that youth was obviously going to waste his time with Lin Ling. This made Lin Ling fly into a rage. Was that guy crazy? Hee, that's how willful the rich can be. The young man seemed to know that Lin Ling was furious, so he shrugged nonchalantly. Many people secretly sympathized with Lin Ling. He could have offended anyone, but he had to offend young Master Aoki. Wasn't he courting death? This Lord Qingmu is using the Azure Dragon Divine Residence as his backing to do some outrageous things. How despicable. At the corner of the auction house, Xian Linglong said disdainfully. As they were both bloodlines of the 4 divine palaces, she naturally knew him. However, the latter was lazy in learning martial arts, but he was extremely exaggerated, which was extremely ironic. That guy is really unlucky. Then Xian Linglong looked at Lin Ling in the distance and said, "That's not necessarily true." However, an indifferent voice came from beside her, which made Xian Linglong's pupils dilate. She then turned to look at Meng Lu, not understanding why he said that. That guy is not someone who can be trampled on. When his anger reaches the peak, he dares to do anything. Meng revealed a mysterious smile. Who is he? Do you know him? Xian Linglong obviously did not recognize Lin Ling. Of course I know him, but that's not important. What's important is that the ranking of the Heavenly Transcendence rankings is about to begin. I don't know if that guy will participate. Meng revealed an expectant look. Lin Ling, fall or rise, it all depended on this moment. On the other hand, Xian Linglong was silent. No one knew if she had guessed Lin Ling's identity or not. Young master, I admit defeat. I can't play with you. In the auction, Lin Ling's voice finally rang out. He did not need to go against his own divine gems. Anyway, he had bought a large amount of cultivation resources. It would be good if he could get some rare treasures, but if he did not, it would not affect him much. You know how to lower your head? Let me tell you, I, Lord Qingmu, have never failed to get anything that I, Lord Qingmu, want. This time I will teach you a lesson. If you see me in the future, take a detour and I will spare your life. Lord Qingmu laughed disdainfully. He liked the way Lin Ling lowered his head and admitted his mistake. That was the kind of domineering attitude he wanted. Awesome. Anyone who oppresses his opponent like Lord Qingmu would be afraid of being oppressed to the point of doubting themselves. Who asked him to be so rich and overbearing? We can't afford to offend him. That masked man is really unlucky. Moreover, he lowered his head and admitted his mistake quickly. Otherwise, if he continued to be arrogant, he would have turned into a pile of bones after leaving the auction. Many people were discussing and sympathizing with Lin Ling. However, no one knew that in Lin Ling's heart, there was no one called Lord Qingmu in this world. Even if he was still alive and still existed, Lin Ling wanted him to disappear. Provoking Lin Ling for no reason once he could endure it. Provoking Lin Ling twice he did not care. But 3 times he could only die. As time passed, the auction came to an end. Lin Ling put on his cloak and quietly left with Yu. There were many people here and he did not want to cause any trouble. However, after he left the ancient stone auction, the middle-aged man and the old man who had received Lin Ling at the beginning also appeared. They cupped their hands and bowed to Lin Ling. Sir, the White Tiger Divine Residence requests an audience. That made Lin Ling frown. He pondered for a moment and suddenly thought of something. He frowned and said, "Did your auction expose the identity of the customer?" The White Tiger Divine Office was the one who bought the realm-swallowing beast's corpse terror. They wanted to get more corpse terror, so they went to the auction to find Lin Ling. "Sir, please spare our lives." The two people quickly knelt down and said with pale faces, "That's the White Tiger Divine Office. We can't afford to offend them. If he knows the customer who consigned the realm-swallowing beast's corpse terror, we can only obediently tell him." After they finished speaking, they kowtowed to the ground. Seeing this, Lin Ling sighed. He knew that they had no choice. He nodded and said, "Lead the way." "Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir." The two stood up in fear and treated Lin Ling as if he was their ancestor. They kept apologizing and admitting their mistakes. Because if Lin Ling wanted to kill them, the ancient stone auction would have to sacrifice them. Fortunately, Lin Ling was a reasonable person. Lin Ling bid farewell to Luo Hua, Flowing Water, and the others and then went on ahead. The few of them quickly arrived at a restaurant. The restaurant had been cleared out and only a few people were drinking. The moment Lin Ling stepped into the restaurant, one of the old men looked over. It was the old man who bought the realm-swallowing beast's corpse terror. "Sir, you have an extraordinary temperament." Seeing Lin Ling, the old man stood up and said, "Sir, please speak your mind." Chapter 2702. It was a dark and windy night, a night to kill. That fearless look immediately angered the experts beside the old man. These experts were all at the peak of the true god realm. They could shake the entire three-ring city with a single move. However, such experts were willing to follow the old man. This showed how terrifying the old man was. "How dare you?" One of them shouted angrily. "Don't be rude." However, the old man waved his hand. The experts were stunned and did not dare to speak. In their eyes, Lin Ling was just a junior in the early true god realm. They could kill as many weak warriors as they wanted. "You must be Lin Ling." The old man looked at Lin Ling again and smiled. "Yes, I am." Lin Ling picked up the wine cup on the table and drank. He was still calm. He knew that the old man had guessed his identity the moment he found him. After all, he had extorted the realm-devouring beast corpse of the Grand Court Commandery. The real experts knew that he was Lin Ling. "Impressive, impressive. It seems that you are quite capable to be able to make Green State so mighty." However, the old man did not seem to have any ill intentions towards Lin Ling. Instead, he nodded approvingly and said, "I will not beat around the bush. How many realm-devouring beast corpse do you have?" "The Green Dragon Divine Mansion wants them all. As for the price, it is easy to negotiate. I have a Void Distortion Jade token. It can be used to cultivate for a year." "A Void Distortion Jade token?" Lin Ling's eyes lit up. "Yes, you are from the Radiant Academy. You should know about the fragment of the Flame World. The Void Distortion Jade token is similar to this treasure ground. It can greatly increase a warrior's strength. It is also a precious place in the Foreign City. Not to mention a year, even a month can greatly increase a warrior's strength. Therefore my Jade token is priceless. Moreover, you have left the Academy. Many people want to see you fall and be disregarded by the Great Green Divine Dynasty. Therefore you must be eager to increase your strength." One had to admit that the old man had a pair of sharp eyes. He knew Lin Ling's current plan. "I only have one corpse left. Do you want it?" Lin Ling thought for a while and said lightly, "There's only one left?" The old man frowned as if he was thinking about something. Time passed quietly. Finally, the old man looked up and smiled. "Okay, deal. Of course, my Void Distortion Jade token is obviously more valuable. I will use the extra price. How about that? I, Lin Ling, recognize you as an old friend. Senior, you are indeed a straightforward person." Hearing Lin Ling. Because the old man. "Haha, I've long heard of Lin Ling's great name. You're a monstrous genius from the Azure State. Now that I've met you today, you're to my liking. Come, cheers." "Senior, you have such strength and identity, but you treat me like a friend. You are indeed to my liking." Lin Ling laughed heartily as well, and the two of them began to drink and sing. Behind the old man, the experts were shocked. They didn't expect the mansion master to value Lin Ling so much. Moreover, Lin Ling didn't have the slightest fear when facing an expert like the mansion master. His courage was indeed impressive. The Sky Surpass leaderboard is about to begin. I will not say anything. I wish you success in clearing the leaderboard. You must know that there are many people who are concerned about you clearing the leaderboard. So, don't disappoint them. To tell you the truth, one of the reasons why I asked to meet you today is because of an old friend of the Great Qing Divine Dynasty. She said that if she saw you, she should take care of you. Haha, I didn't expect that I would meet you right after she asked me to. Through the conversation, Lin Ling knew that someone in the Great Green Divine Dynasty was secretly helping him. As for that person, Lin Ling guessed that it was most likely Grandma Wen Dao. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling bid farewell and left. Night fell, but the Four-Ring City was still bustling with noise and excitement. Occasionally, the roars of divine beasts could be heard. Lin Ling looked up at the sky and realized that this seemingly prosperous ancient city was actually filled with piles of bones. The night is good. What are your plans? Brother Ling, are we going back? Of course not. The night is dark and the wind is strong. It is the time to kill. In the dark street, a cold voice was heard. The two figures disappeared into the night. At this moment, in the east of the Four-Ring City, in a lesser void restaurant, several figures walked out laughing. Who else could it be but Lord Greenwood? The lesser void restaurant was a famous restaurant in the Four-Ring City. Because the restaurant was in the void, it was unique. My lord, please let me go. Lord Greenwood drank wine and walked forward. Behind him, an elite tied up a beautiful woman and pulled her forward. At this moment, the woman cried. Shut up. It is your fortune to be liked by the young master. Those elites sneered. Looking at the woman's white neck, they all licked their lips. Lord Greenwood had met this woman on the road. She must be a genius who had entered the Four-Ring City. Unfortunately, the ambition of a genius was endless. When faced with powerful strength, everything was useless. So, this woman was captured by young Master Qing Mu. Guyun. At the front of the street, a young man was lying on the ground, screaming in pain. He was obviously seriously injured and couldn't even stand up. Ling Han. The woman also looked at the young man with reluctance. They were obviously a couple. Hee, with your trashy strength, you dare to bring a beauty into the Four-Ring City? Lord Greenwood said sarcastically as he drank wine. Breaking up a couple and forcefully taking the other half of the other, this was what he liked to do the most. Let me tell you, you geniuses can do whatever you want in the Third Ring City and Second Ring City, but in the Four-Ring City, you must obediently lower your heads. Now, kill him and bring the woman back. Lord Greenwood said again, swaggering, causing the martial artists on both sides of the street to be frightened. Ling Han. The woman who was tied up yelled out in worry. Unfortunately, the genius called Ling Han was injured before, and now he was no match for the elite behind Lord Greenwood. So pitiful, I don't know if they are the geniuses of the three great academies. However, they just came to the Four-Ring City and they met Lord Greenwood. How unlucky. This isn't the first time something like this has happened. Early-stage true immortal geniuses in the Four-Ring City shouldn't be too ostentatious. Yes, if you want to walk freely in the Four-Ring City unless you have a powerful background, you need to be at least in the middle stage of true immortal. Seeing this scene, the passers-by shook their heads, not daring to say anything. Go die, trash. At this moment, a tall and sturdy man appeared in front of Ling Han. He was Lord Greenwood's guard, and his strength had reached the 4th level of true immortal. He stretched out his hand and a blood-red light appeared. Then he looked at Ling Han and slapped down. Dead. Many people seem to have seen a bloody scene. Shio. However, at this moment, sword light flashed. Putong. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.